Chapter 1348. Wang Chong was dazed for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Using his movement technique, he began to make his way toward the Wang family residence. Behind him, the Duke of Residence Guard and the other two soldiers of the ultimate martial army separated from Wang Chong and vanished into the darkness. As he left the edge of the forest in the southern part of the city, a gust of wind blew past him. Wang Chong felt his body go cold, and he immediately became much more clear-headed. A bright moon had appeared in the sky at some point, and the surroundings were dark and quiet. As he gazed at the tranquil capital, Wang Chong suddenly felt like he was in a dream. Now that he thought about it, everything seemed so unreal. Even now, Wang Chong did not dare to believe that he had really met those venerable seniors. He looked around, but saw no evidence that he had seen them, making him feel like he was in a dream. But when he took out that golden-covered invitation card and saw the golden symbol at the end, Wang Chong knew that he was not hallucinating. Moreover, in Wang Chong's memories, the only person who could be associated with this golden symbol was that peerless general from Taizong's era, Cheng Jije. Suppressing his thoughts, Wang Chong immediately set out for the Wang family residence. Time passed, and after meeting those three seniors who had guided him in his last life, Wang Chong instantly felt much better. Just as those seniors had said, since this was not what he sought, what was there to care about? Even if he was slandered by the world, what was there to care about? Putting aside Wang Chong's activities in the residence in the capital after Master Zhu's death, Wang Chong's slander grew more and more intense. More and more storytellers in the restaurants and tea houses began to promote Confucian education while criticizing Wang Chong's might makes right philosophy. Later on, criticizing Wang Chong had become a trend in the capital. But when things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. While everyone was criticizing Wang Chong and calling him an ambitious schemer, a few people began to have different thoughts. Everyone now knows that the reason the Tang dynasty fought so many wars was because those generals were ambitious and constantly fought to satisfy their selfish desires. These people are truly the disgrace of our Tang dynasty, and the king of foreign lands, Wang Chong, took the lead. In a restaurant in the capital, a storyteller dressed in an azure robe danced around as he spoke, his eyebrows dancing in exultation. All right. Below the grandstand, the crowd was densely packed. When they heard the resonance, they all cheered and applauded. This isn't right. A country should tolerate different voices. The king of foreign lands might have privately recruited soldiers or opened an armory, but his words were not wrong. The Tang dynasty should not be one-sidedly disarming its armies and place its hopes on peace talks with all sides. In the dense crowd, no one noticed that a burly man was slightly frowning. At the start, he truly had been infected by the frenzied crowd. But gradually, a different voice emerged from the depths of his mind. Might makes right, law of the jungle, the strong prey on the weak. The ideas he had read in that book kept appearing in his mind. Even when he was at the height of his criticism of Wang Chong, they had not disappeared from his mind, only deepened. All of this is wrong, the man muttered to himself as he looked at the frenzied crowd, a complicated look in his eyes. Finally, he turned his head, parted the crowd, and left the restaurant. And he was not the only one with the same idea. In the Golden Crow Pavilion in the western part of the city, a storyteller staggered drunkenly into the restaurant. He was the main storyteller of the Golden Crow Pavilion, and every time he came to tell a story, it would always be packed with guests. In particular, with the recent conflict between militarists and Confucians, almost all the storytellers had made a fortune. Shopkeeper, it's time to open, time to open. Tell them that today's program is about to begin. A drunken storyteller dressed in a robe was preparing to start his storytelling program as usual. Although he liked to drink, he was always eloquent, and eloquent when telling stories. This was one of the reasons why he was so popular in the western part of the city. My apologies, Mr. Zhang. We're closed for the day and won't be telling stories. But this time, before he could go over, A servant from inside the Golden Crow Tower had already walked over and blocked his way. What? You must be joking. Do you know what will happen to you once I tell your shopkeeper about your nonsense? Zhang Qiao, who was dressed in a long robe, burped and cursed as he pushed his way forward. Mr. Zhang, you really can't go in. He hadn't expected the servant to turn around and block his way again. Also, this is the shopkeeper's intention. What? Zhang Qiao's body trembled, and he suddenly stopped. He looked at the servant to sober up. Impossible. The shopkeeper can't do this. Do you know how much business you'll lose each day I don't tell stories? Zhang Qiao said harshly. He had thought that the other would more or less yield, but the result was completely different from what he had imagined the Prime Minister to be. Haha, the shopkeeper said that he can afford this kind of loss. Mr. Zhang, you should go somewhere else. The servant bowed and gestured for Zhang Qiao to go somewhere else. Good. Remember, don't regret it. Zhang Qiao finally reacted and shouted into the Golden Crow Pavilion with a glare. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he left in a fluster. Once the storyteller had left, a figure walked out of the darkness of the Golden Crow Pavilion. Shopkeeper, Mr. Zhang's storytelling is famous throughout the capital. Isn't it bad for us to drive him away like this? The restaurant will probably lose quite a few customers this time. The servant said as he walked up to the shopkeeper of the Golden Crow Pavilion, deep concern in his eyes. Let him be. The shopkeeper stood in front of the door, his eyes abnormally firm. The voices in the capital criticizing the king of foreign lands are getting louder and fiercer. I don't know if the king of foreign lands is right, but I do know that he truly did save the Southwest and all of Anxi and Qishi. Such a person shouldn't be humiliated like this, and what he says might not be wrong. But he did not say the last words. In this period of time, the voices of peace and opposition to the war in the capital were getting louder and louder. In this environment, no one dared to say anything else, but deep in his heart, he knew that some of the words spoken about the king of foreign lands were not true. After pondering for a very long time, he finally made his decision. The entire country needed someone to speak up. Perhaps this would cause him to lose a lot of business, but if he didn't do this, he would never be able to eat or sleep in peace. At the very least, this was what he truly believed. Time passed, and it was as if he had suddenly woken up from a dream. As countless people threw themselves into the anti-war movement, another kind of thought was slowly awakening. Although no one could resist the influence of Master Zhu, no one could oppose this tide, more and more people were beginning to reflect, and in their own ways, they began to express their support for Wang Chong. This was also the thinking of the empire. In the capital, it was not just this restaurant that stopped storytelling and prohibited storytellers from entering. While everyone was cheering wildly and sinking into a frenzy, there was also more than one person who turned around and left amidst intense shouts. Master Zhu isn't necessarily right. We should make our voices heard. In the bamboo forest, several Confucians had gathered together, and one of them suddenly spoke. If these words were to get out, they would immediately cause a massive uproar. Master Zhu's status was unshakable, perhaps even supreme. There was no other voice to be heard in the school, and no student dared to argue with their teacher. But everyone knew that even saints could make mistakes, let alone Master Zhu. The Central Plains had a tradition of civil and military coexisting for more than 1,000 years, and there had to be a reason why this system had existed for so long. But the current Confucianism was no longer promoting Confucian ideals, but uprooting the militarists from their roots. If the barbarians paid particular attention to benevolence and honor their promises, the world would have been at peace long ago. I trust that everyone understands what's going on with the king of foreign lands. If he really did harbor ill intentions, the Holy Emperor would never have tolerated him. A person who has rendered great service to the country should not be humiliated like this. Only this is justice. Another Confucian, seated cross-legged on the ground, said, "It's not just that. All of you have read, might makes right. Everyone should understand whether, or not the words in it are correct and reasonable. Right now, everyone is in an irrational state. If this continues, something will happen sooner or later. A third Confucian said, glancing at the pile of might makes right in front of him. The more one debated, the clearer it became. There was no such thing as warmth in the relationship between countries. The principles of the King of Foreign Lands book had been verified countless times in the past. It was precisely because they had all read it that the book was correct and had hit the nail on the head that they had gathered here. Because they shared a common point of view, they had gathered together. We have to do something. This can't continue. The people in the bamboo forest glanced at each other and firmly nodded. Their reactions were already very fast, but there were others who reacted even faster. A few days later, several anonymous books were published in the capital, appearing on the streets, on the correctness of might makes right, the law of the jungle, and relations between countries. These books use their own methods to interpret Wang Chong's might makes right and the war debate, and they use their own methods to support him. We want peace, not war. Bring down the king of foreign lands. Bring down the demon king of slaughter. What difference is a man from a beast without etiquette? Might makes right is a load of nonsense. Reduce the army. We don't want an army. Chapter 1349. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Miker. However, not many people noticed that in a house not far from the marching crowd, a 12 or 13-year-old youth was holding a long sword and training in a narrow yard with an extremely serious expression. Zhao Wu, why are you still training? Don't you see that everyone is protesting? Even Master Zhu said that the Tang dynasty shouldn't have too many wars. Let's go. Stop training and come with us to the demonstration. A youth quickly noticed and stepped forward to pull on the boy called Zhao Wu, but Zhao Wu shook off the youth's hand. All of you go. Don't disturb me. Zhao Wu said indifferently. As he spoke, he continued to practice his sword. Zhao Wu, the Tang dynasty is at peace with the other countries, and there are no wars to fight. The soldiers of the border protectorates haven't seen any enemies in a very long time. What's the use of practicing martial arts? You might as well come and play with us. Don't you see that we haven't practiced martial arts for a very long time? At this moment, another youth came to pull on him. From the looks of these youths, it was clear that they were companions of these youths. If you want to give up, that's your business. One day, you'll realize that I was right. Zhao Wu once more shook off the youth's pull and continued to train. Even if he was not understood, the empire needed some people to do the right thing. A man of character should persevere on his own path. This was also a show of respect for the king of foreign lands, whom he respected the most. Fool! Let him be. Don't pay attention to him. The two of them cursed and quickly left. There was not just one voice in the world. While many people were protesting, others were using their own methods to express their stance and persevere. While countless people were abandoning their copies of Might Makes Right and burning them, some people were silently keeping them and secretly supporting them. The world continued to operate in its own way. While the slander against the king of foreign lands was overwhelming, there were still some people who persisted and supported Wang Chong. At the same time, outside the storm, but in the center of power, two pairs of eyes were silently watching everything. Your Majesty, the secret guard sent word that the king of foreign lands vomited blood and is unconscious in his residence. Your Majesty, are we really going to continue? A voice full of worry said. The night was silent and Taiji Hall was silent. There was no sound at all. If you want to receive the crown, you must bear the weight. Let him be. Only if he can bear it, can he bear the future arrangements I have for him. After a long time, a dignified voice finally sounded out from the depths of the hall, and it seemed to have seen through everything. Yes. Gao Lisher lowered his head and said no more. In the quiet night, Wang Chong strolled alone through the courtyard. The storm outside was kept out by the high walls of the Wang clan's courtyard, and not a single sound could be heard. Wang Chong could still hear the protests outside during the day. But after that night in the stone room, Wang Chong had let go of everything and felt much better. There was no joy in obtaining and no worry in losing. The current Wang Chong was unfazed by favor or disgrace, treating everything with a calm attitude. Flowers bloomed and wilted, clouds gathered and dispersed. None of these things were that important to her, because deep in her heart, Wang Chong had obtained the peace that she desired. Whoosh! At some point, Wang Chong had once more arrived in front of that high wall. With a leap, Wang Chong landed on the top of the wall like a bird and landed lightly on the other side of the wall. Ever since that night, Wang Chong had slowly developed a habit of going out alone at night when there was no one around. As usual, Wang Chong walked forward with his hands behind his back, dressed in plain clothes. The night breeze blew away many of his worries. Just as Wang Chong was slowly walking a distance away, a black shadow suddenly darted out of the darkness and pounced at Wang Chong. "Big brother, this stick of candied hawthorn is for you." Before Wang Chong could get a clear look, an extremely young voice sounded in his ear. Looking at it, a bright-colored stick of candied hawthorn appeared in Wang Chong's eyes. This sudden scene caused everyone to be extremely astonished. Wang Chong lowered his head and looked carefully. He saw a child less than 10 years old, holding a stick of candied hawthorn in his hand and looking at him with an extremely serious expression. Wang Chong was inwardly flabbergasted. He had been strolling around this area for several days now, but he had never seen anything like this. Moreover, it was already late at night, so for a child to suddenly appear on the street was rather strange. "Little friend, do you know who I am?" Wang Chong slightly bent down and rubbed the child's head as he smiled. This was most likely someone's child mistaking someone else for someone else. But a moment later, the child's words left Wang Chong flabbergasted. "Of course I know. You're the king of foreign lands," the child said in his childish voice, showing no sign of backing down. These words caught Wang Chong by surprise, and it made him feel even more perplexed. This child who had appeared in the middle of the night was simply too strange in his words and actions. "How did you know that I would be here?" Wang Chong softly said, "When you returned to the capital last time, Father and I went to see you, so I recognized you. I've seen you quite a few times in the last few nights, and every time you would pass by this place." The boy raised his head and solemnly said. Wang Chong froze, momentarily at a loss for words. He had never imagined that while no observant person had noticed him going out for a stroll at night, it had been seen by a child, and the child had even given him a stick of Tonghulu. Wang Chong subconsciously took it, an indescribable feeling in his heart. "They all say that you're a demon king of slaughter, but I know that you're not. You're a great hero. You only kill enemies." While Wang Chong was still in a daze, the boy raised his head and said something that left Wang Chong's mind reeling. After saying this, the little boy ran away like a wisp of smoke. He went into the alley and disappeared. Buzz! At this moment, Wang Chong felt like an electric current was surging through his heart. He stood there in a daze, staring in the direction the boy had disappeared in, unable to say a single word. After so many days and nights of slander and abuse, Wang Chong hadn't expected that the first words of comfort and support he would hear would come from a boy who hadn't even reached the age of 10. The night was cold and chilly, but Wang Chong felt warmth in his heart. In the capital of 1 million people, the support of a boy was insignificant, but to Wang Chong this was the first ray of light that had shone into his heart. Although this light was small, it was not weak. Sometimes it was enough to feel a sincere support from others. At least in this empire, there are still people who support me. At this moment, Wang Chong could not help but sigh. With a wave of his robe, Wang Chong took the stick of Tonghulu and continued forward. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden change. "Who goes there?" As the wind blew past, Wang Chong's eyes chilled as he turned his head to a dark corner by the wall. All was quiet and there was nothing around. It was like Wang Chong was imagining things. Humph, still not coming out? Wang Chong's expression chilled as he extended the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Without a moment's thought, a violet flame shot out of his fingers and shot into the black figure like a shooting star. The fire of Lu Wu. This was one of Wang Chong's most powerful techniques. Once it was attached to him, it would be very difficult to destroy. Swoosh! As the violet flame flew into the dark corner, a figure shot into the sky like a sparrow hawk, narrowly dodging Wang Chong's attack. Ha ha ha! King of foreign lands, I heard that after being caught up in the militarists and Confucians, the flames of your heart have been stifled and your strength has plunged. Even the imperial physicians have seen you several times. It seems like the rumors aren't true. 20-some paces away from Wang Chong, a black-clothed figure stood on the wall. His face was covered in a mask, and his body was covered in black flames. A large piece of leather flapped in the wind on his back, and his entire body exuded an aura as powerful as that of a vast ocean. The mysterious black mask on his face and the roiling black smoke exuding from his body made him seem even more mysterious in the darkness. "It's you!" Wang Chong grimaced as he took out a black metal box from his bosom. At this moment, the jewel at the top of the box was scorching hot, exuding a scorching green light that was dazzling in the darkness. The square metal box, given to him by the Sindhi high priest, would only respond to one kind of person: those mysterious men in black of unknown origins. At the same time, they were the gods mentioned in the Book of Paimon in the underground caves of the Sassanid dynasty. Ha! That old scoundrel beneath, Sinda truly does favor you. He actually gave you something like this. Alas, even if you take this, you'll still die tonight. The black-clothed man's eyes were sinister, and as he spoke, he spread open his arms, the black cloak on his back unfurling like wings. Whoosh! A black fog remained in the air, but the black-clothed man had already vanished with astonishing speed. It was like he had become invisible. Not only that, but in an instant that person's aura disappeared without a trace. Not even the slightest bit of it could be felt. It was as though he had stepped into another world from this world. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes at this sight. This person was extremely powerful. Boom! Chapter 1350. Boom! With a massive explosion and roiling black smoke, the black-clothed man's cape flapped in the wind as he suddenly appeared in that previously empty place. He crossed his hands, the thick black flames transforming into a shield that blocked Wang Chong's sharp sword chi. It seems that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. My void movement technique is as fast as lightning and incomparably exquisite. No one has ever been able to calculate my movements. You are the first to render my void movement technique ineffective. The black-clothed man's robes flapped in the wind, his eyes flashing with a strange light. His void movement technique was silent and undetectable. In battle, the position he attacked was completely different from the position of his true body. By relying on this unique ability, in the past he would have been able to kill his opponents in a single blow. But in front of Wang Chong, it was completely ineffective. It's useless. No matter what technique it is, it won't have much effect on me. Wang Chong indifferently said, in no hurry to pursue. Ever since he had touched upon the subtle realm and seen through the origin of energy, movement techniques and footwork techniques no longer had any mysteries to them. As long as he moved, he would leave a mark on the origin of energy. To Wang Chong, these marks were as clear as the sun and moon. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong shot forward like a bolt of lightning at the black-clothed man. Rumble! The earth quaked and the sky swayed. At the same time, all the energy in a radius of 100 zhang was thrown into chaos. In the boundless darkness, a sun and a moon suddenly appeared at the same time. Great yin-yang heaven creation art. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong instantly used this world-shaking supreme art. Under Wang Chong's effect, Everything in the surroundings seemed to be pulled by thousands of ropes. Bang! A section of the wall was unable to endure this force and was pulled into the air by Wang Chang's explosive pull. Countless bricks danced in the air like tree branches, and within 100 meters of Wang Chang, the black-clothed man had to endure the greatest pull. 90% of Wang Chang's great yin-yang heaven creation art strength was focused on him. Buzz! Sensing this enormous power, the black-clothed man's expression immediately changed. Without the slightest hesitation, the stellar energy in his body exploded, and his entire body suddenly became as slippery as a thick loach. In an instant, he escaped the suction force and disappeared. Impossible! Sensing this change, even Wang Chang's expression changed slightly. Of all the opponents he had faced, no one had ever used such a method to escape his great yin-yang heaven creation art. I'd like to see how many tricks you guys have up your sleeves. With a single thought from Wang Chang, the great yin-yang heaven creation art underwent a heaven-toppling transformation. The originally simple suction force instantly split into dozens of different directions and strengths. Sometimes they would clash with each other, but at the same time, they would coordinate with each other. Not only that, but in the blink of an eye, a net formed by pure suction force suddenly burst forth, and it fiercely enveloped a position diagonally behind Wang Chang. Everything was too much for the eyes to take in, and everything was completed in an instant. How could this be? Sensing the changes in the surrounding air and the suction force that was dozens of times more complex than before, even the black-clothed man couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Logically speaking, Wang Chang's great yin-yang heaven creation art should have been ineffective against him, but Wang Chang's battle skills and control over this art had already reached a frightening level. While maintaining the same nature and ability, he had made this art countless times more complex and powerful. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a thick black flame, almost solid and viscous, shot out of the black-clothed man's body and collided with the giant suction net that Wang Chang had created. In an instant, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The air exploded and boundless energy spread out in all directions. The air in a radius of several hundred zhang rippled like the waves of the sea, the surrounding walls completely shattered, and the roofs of the nearby shops were blown away. This violent explosion caused cries of alarm in the darkness, and the lights in the houses of innumerable families lit up. Some of the commoners nearby even rushed out of their houses in a flurry, fleeing far away from the battlefield. Sensing the commotion and changes in the darkness, Wang Chang's expression changed, a sharp killing intent flashing through his eyes. He had already used the great yin-yang heaven creation art to limit the power of their battle and reduce the range of its shockwaves, but it had still caused significant damage. Moreover, such a large disturbance would quickly attract the attention of the city guard and other patrolling Imperial Army soldiers. He needed to end this battle as quickly as possible. Now it's my turn. A cold light flashed in Wang Chang's eyes as he split into three, transforming into three phantoms that shot toward the black-clothed man from three different directions. The black-clothed man was stunned by this sight. He had not expected such a transformation at all, and these three phantoms were exactly the same. Not only that, but the auras they exuded were also exactly the same. Even with his strength, he was unable to tell them apart. Before he could react, the three phantoms, one on the left and one on the right, joined forces with the phantoms in front of him to launch a pincer attack. Heavenly Protector, Black Flame Azura! In a flash, black flames dozens of times the size of the previous ones exploded from the black-clothed man's body. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar that seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with incomparable savagery and savagery. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed man had vanished, replaced by a massive and dignified black-armored god. Its eyes were glaring, and its body seemed to be cast from copper and iron as it rose from the ground. Rumble! As soon as the black-armored black flame god appeared, its 6 muscular arms, wrapped in destructive energy, smashed into the three phantoms that Wang Chong had created. At that moment, Wang Chong could clearly see that there was a head growing out of this god's back. Asura! The legendary demon gods of hell possessed two faces and were extremely terrifying existences. This was the first time Wang Chong had encountered an existence that could use this kind of supreme technique. But without the slightest hesitation, the sun and moon phantoms were destroyed, and at the same time, a vast and unstoppable energy burst forth from the void. Great destruction art. In a flash, Wang Chong's Dantian exploded as he used the highest level of the third layer of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. Time was of the essence, and the city guard and imperial army could arrive at any moment. Wang Chong used this technique in hopes of capturing this black-clothed man in the shortest time possible, dead or alive. Rumble. Two enormous energies fiercely collided. Although the black flames were endless and tyrannical, they could not stop the power of the great destruction art. Pung, pung, pung. With a miserable howl, the Asura's 6 iron-like arms were first broken at the base. Then, in the face of that pure destructive power, his entire body was sent flying and disintegrated in midair. Bang! As the Asura was sent flying, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with cold light. He leapt into the air, his body flickering as he appeared at the black-clothed man's side. His 5 fingers moved like lightning, grabbing the black-clothed man's shoulder. Great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment his opponent was heavily injured, Wang Chong used the greatest power of this evil path's secret art. In a flash, the black-clothed man's stellar energy flowed like water from a broken dam into Wang Chong's body. At such a close distance, there was almost no one in the world who could resist Wang Chong's great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. In a flash, the black-clothed man finally revealed an expression of extreme fear. Not only that, under the effects of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, his entire body was immobilized and completely under Wang Chong's control. In a few short moments, Wang Chong's energy surged like a rising river, while the black-clothed man's energy plummeted. A strange stellar energy that was completely different from any known art, along with the strange energy of the black flames, surged into Wang Chong's body. After interacting with these black-clothed men for so long, Wang Chong slowly realized that their art and energy were very unique. This could also be said to be one of their major characteristics. Such powerful energy. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, this black-clothed man clearly had an extraordinary status, and the energy in his body was also extremely high. He hadn't noticed this black energy at the start, but now that he was absorbing it, Wang Chong could clearly sense that this energy was no less tyrannical than the fire of Lu Wu and the fire of Jubai. Something's wrong. At the moment when the energy was being devoured, Wang Chong instinctively sensed that something was wrong. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the black-clothed man, whose face had been covered in fear, was now smiling as if his scheme had succeeded. Not good. Alarmed, Wang Chong knew that something was wrong. But before he could react, a ball of unprecedented black flame energy surged out of the black-clothed man's body and into Wang Chong's. This energy seemed to be familiar with the meridians of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art in Wang Chong's body. Through an ingenious method, it narrowly avoided Wang Chong's obstruction and crashed into Wang Chong's Dantian, creating massive waves. Bang! At almost the same time, an enormous energy exploded between the black-clothed man and Wang Chong, pushing the two apart. Ha ha, kid, you're truly difficult to deal with. Not only have we failed to kill you, we've even let you absorb quite a few of our arts. The fire of Lu Wu, the fire of Jubai, and the fire of Mara. Your body now contains 3 of our energies. But did anyone tell you that these 3 flames are incompatible and can't be cultivated at the same time? And that's not even considering how many other arts you've cultivated. Just wait for your cultivation to go berserk. This time, Even without us doing anything, you're dead. Chapter 1351. You're seeking death. Wang Cheng flew into a rage. No matter how slow he was, he still understood what was going on. Everything had been planned by the black-clothed man. He had intentionally allowed himself to be captured so that the black fire of Mara could burn into Wang Cheng's body. I don't have time to fight with you. Just obediently wait for your cultivation to go berserk and your body to explode. The black-clothed man sneered. Before Wang Cheng could reach him, his body swayed and he instantly vanished. It's just up ahead. Hurry. Don't let them get away. Wang Cheng had barely taken 2 steps when he suddenly heard the neighing of men and horses in the distance. Countless soldiers were galloping in his direction. Not only that, the commotion caused by their clash was so great that it had alarmed the experts of the city guard and the imperial army. As far as Wang Cheng could see, soldiers were surging in from almost every direction. I'll spare your life for now. Crack! Wang Cheng clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Finally, he endured it. His current status was far too special. If he was discovered by so many people of the city guard and imperial army, it would quickly cause a huge debate in the imperial court tomorrow. At a time when the conflict between militarists and Confucians was at its most intense, this was not a wise move. Bang! Wang Cheng immediately headed in the direction of the Wang family residence. The black-clothed man was right. The 3 flames clashed with each other, incompatible with each other, and they were currently violently clashing in his body. There's no time. I have to hurry back. Wang Cheng pushed the energy in his body to the limit and immediately vanished before the city guard and imperial army could meet up. As Wang Cheng vanished, the black-clothed man who had just vanished once more reappeared in the air above a house, not far from the site of the battle. However, his face was pale and his forehead was beaded with cold sweat. He was no longer as calm and composed as he had been a moment ago. This brat is even more difficult to deal with than the legends say. It's fine if the void escape is useless against him. But I actually almost died in his hands. The man in black looked in Wang Cheng's direction and gritted his teeth. When he first received the order, he was a little dissatisfied. He was just an ordinary king in the human world. Why did they have to go through so much trouble? They even had to take the initiative to let him absorb the fire of Mara and cause him to go berserk. That was why he took the initiative to attack when he encountered Wang Cheng, and even used the Black Flame Azura. However, he hadn't expected that even the Black Flame Azura would be no match for him. What was even more unfortunate was that, according to the plan, he only needed to absorb 40% of the fire of Mara. However, in the end, 70% of the fire of Mara was actually absorbed by Wang Cheng, causing his strength to plummet. If he did not leave now, Wang Cheng would most likely die here before his cultivation went berserk. Bastard! This time, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover without at least half a year's worth of effort. The man in black's eyes were filled with hatred. The sound of hooves grew closer and closer. On top of the house, the man in black did not dare to be careless. Before the imperial army and the city guard could surround him, he quickly fled into the distance and disappeared into the night. On the other side, Wang Cheng was as fast as lightning, flying through the night. In just a moment, the stellar energy in Wang Cheng's body clashed and immediately became extremely chaotic. 3 different types of extremely pure flames collided in his body like dragons and tigers, and they quickly affected all the stellar energy in Wang Cheng's body. Like a flame thrown into a barrel of gunpowder, Wang Cheng's body immediately underwent an earth-shattering change. From the true martial realm to the peak of the Saint Martial realm, Wang Cheng had absorbed countless different kinds of energy. These energies continued to accumulate in Wang Cheng's body. At the beginning, it did not matter, but after reaching a certain level, the quantitative change turned into a qualitative change, immediately burying a bomb in Wang Cheng's body. And the man in black's fire of Mara completely detonated this bomb. Drip! A drop of sweat the size of a bucket slid down his face, dripped onto his palm, and fell to the ground. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. More and more sweat seeped out of Wang Chong's forehead. Without even looking, Wang Chong knew that his face was extremely pale. Even worse, under the effect of the black flames, the 8 extraordinary meridians in Wang Chong's body were simultaneously being torn apart and clashed by nearly 1,000 different kinds of stellar energy. A heart-wrenching pain came from every part of his body. Wang Chong did his best to suppress it, using his profound understanding and exquisite control of the origin of qi to try to guide it into his dantian. But Wang Chong could sense that he was about to lose control. I have to hurry back. Not far away, a mansion lay in front of him. It was not far from the Wang family's mansion. With a leap, Wang Chong flipped over the wall of the Wang family's courtyard and quickly entered the study without alerting anyone. Rumble. The moment Wang Chong sat down cross-legged, an enormous energy exploded from Wang Chong's body. Bzzz. At almost the same time, violet, purple-black, and black flames swept out of Wang Chong's body like whirlwinds. Swish! Touched by these flames, the table, chair, bookcase, potted plants, brush, ink, everything in the study was instantly turned to ash. Even the stone tiles under Wang Chong's feet were pulverized, leaving behind a large scorch mark. Wang Chong clenched his teeth, his face growing paler and paler. Upon returning to the study, Wang Chong could no longer suppress the chaotic stellar energy in his body and fiercely erupted. Back in Qixi, when Wang Chong received the news of the retreat, he had vomited blood and fallen unconscious. At that time, his great yin-yang heaven creation art was already showing signs of cultivation defect. At the time, he had been able to suppress it, and it had not been serious. But later on, during the conflict between militarists and Confucians, it had only gotten worse, and these men in black had clearly noticed this, which was why they had come up with this plan. They would intentionally get close to Wang Chong and detonate the great yin-yang heaven creation art in his body. This method would kill 1,000 enemies while suffering 800 casualties, but it was the best way to deal with Wang Chong. Wang Chong's face grew paler and paler, and more sweat appeared on his forehead. The pain was so excruciating that Wang Chong's feet were soaking the ground. The thousands of different energies clashing in his body made him feel like his entire body was being torn apart, his flesh peeling off. Fwish! At the moment when the stellar energy in his body was at its most intense, Wang Chong opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, Wang Chong gave a long sigh. A hint of color finally returned to his ghastly pale face, and his breathing became much calmer. I've finally managed to suppress it for now. Wang Chong opened his eyes, a hint of worry in them. That mouthful of blood just now had seemed severe, but it was actually a special method to expel the stellar energies that were most violently conflicting and incompatible with each other from his body. If they could not be dissolved, then forcing them out was the best way to deal with them. But this would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. If he could not completely resolve the problem of the great yin-yang heaven creation art absorbing the various types of energy, this situation would repeat itself. I have to think of a way to resolve this problem, Wang Chong said to himself. The great yin-yang heaven creation art was the number evil art of the evil path, the strongest art of the evil path. The only thing that could suppress it was the legendary supreme and infinite origin immortal art. But though the great yin-yang heaven creation art was powerful, its weakness was also obvious, the problem of incompatible energies. This was why his master, the evil emperor, had been plagued by this problem, his cultivation method crippled, his dantian destroyed, and his traitorous disciple pursued him. But even though his master had cultivated for so many years, this problem had only erupted in his 50s. Wang Chong had only been cultivating for 2 years, but he was already facing a similar problem. And from a certain perspective, it was probably even more serious. After all, Not even the evil emperor had been like Wang Chong, wantonly slaughtering on the battlefield. He had absorbed so many top-class generals, even brigadier generals and peak Saint Marshal great generals, and he had even comprehended the origin of energy. But it was precisely because of this that the problem had become even more severe. Thump, thump, thump. As he was thinking, there was a rapid knocking on his door, accompanied by the uneasy voices of Su, Shixian, and the others. "My lord, are you all right? My lord, are you all right?" The two seemed to have heard the commotion outside and hurried over. "I'm fine." Wang Chang's eyes flashed, and he quickly came back to his senses. Gently wiping the blood from his lips, he stood up and walked out the door. Time slowly passed, and soon the 2 months of confinement were over. Wang Chong had finally regained his freedom. This should have been a cause for celebration, but even Su Shixian and Su Qi sensed that something was wrong. For some reason, Wang Chong's aura was growing weaker and his complexion paler. This was completely different from the impression that Wang Chong had given them in the past. Not only that, Wang Chong was spending more and more time alone in his study, accompanied by strange phenomena. Su Shixian and Su Kai had both visited Wang Chong's study and seen the completely incinerated mark, but Wang Chong had never mentioned it, so they didn't ask. They could only worry. Swish! Early in the morning, as Wang Chong was walking to the back garden, a sharp awl suddenly shot toward Wang Chong with a gust of wind. The awl didn't look very eye-catching, but it contained a huge destructive power. Bang! When it was still several dozen feet away from Wang Chong, a thick energy suddenly appeared, transforming into a steel-like barrier that blocked the awl. Ding! The awl fell to the ground, but there was no more movement. This was the 4th time. Chapter 1352. Damn it! Why isn't this kid dead yet? In a place that Wang Chong could not see, a black figure was running along the wall like a leopard. But a moment later, a burst of stellar energy appeared out of nowhere. The figure crashed into it and stopped. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." A majestic voice, filled with disdain, suddenly resounded in his ears. The black shadow was startled, and his eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of fear. "Ah!" A moment later, a shrill scream pierced through the sky, and then came to an abrupt stop. "This is—" In the rear courtyard, Wang Chong was just about to leave when he heard the scream and stopped. Bang! A moment later, a black figure landed heavily in front of Wang Chong. This figure was dressed in black and clearly belonged to the faction of the black-clothed men. "How long has this been going on?" A familiar voice, old and powerful, resounded in his ears. Wang Chong raised his head and saw a familiar figure standing on the high walls of the rear courtyard, dressed in a loose robe and with a head of long hair that danced in the wind. "Master!" Wang Chong called out in surprise. The figure on the high wall was none other than his master, the evil emperor. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, his master, the evil emperor, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already several steps away from Wang Chong, and he was completely unruffled. "It's already been 4 or 5 days." Wang Chong hesitated for a moment, but he knew that he could not hide it from his master's eyes. "Why didn't you inform me that something this big had happened?" The evil emperor said angrily. If Su Shixian and the others had not told him, he probably would not have known. Wang Chong smiled bitterly. "Yes, your disciple knows his mistake." The great Yin-Yang heaven creation arts flaw had been around for a long time, and even his master had not been able to resolve it. Wang Chong's original intention was to not worry his master, so he had kept it a secret. But now it seemed like it had backfired. Buzz! With a straight face, the evil emperor took a step forward. His 5 fingers shot out from his sleeves at lightning speed, like a snake, and rested on Wang Chong's shoulder. With just a touch of his finger, the evil emperor's expression changed. From what he could sense, it was as if there were 3 venomous beasts inside Wang Chong's body that were constantly nibbling away at his life force. The evil emperor had thought that Wang Chong had only just acted up and the situation wasn't that serious. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case at all. How is this possible? The evil emperor muttered to himself, his expression turning solemn. It had only been 4 days since Wang Chong's great yin-yang heaven creation art had flared up, but the severity of it was already comparable to the later stages of his illness. This was not a normal occurrence, and there were strong indications that it was man-made. The scarlet tail and scorched tail are two of the greatest taboos of the great yin-yang heaven creation art. Those who aren't from our lineage would never know of them. How could anyone possibly know of the existence of these two acupoints? The evil emperor muttered to himself, his expression turning more and more solemn. Those who cultivated the great yin-yang heaven creation art had two acupoints on their body that were insignificant to ordinary people, but to cultivators they were a great taboo. This was especially so when the great yin-yang heaven creation art reached an extremely high level and began to reveal its flaws. If one were to touch these two acupoints, it could easily cause a clash of stellar energy, causing a severe disorder in the stellar energy, and eventually leading to a cultivation deviation. But these two acupoints were not easily touched, and ordinary people would never know of them. Who did you meet? Tell me everything from start to finish, no matter how big or small. The evil emperor said grimly. Ever since Wang Chong had come into contact with the evil emperor, he had never seen his master so solemn. Wang Chong did not dare to tarry, and immediately recounted everything that had happened. Impossible, this can't be possible. After hearing Wang Chong's story, the evil emperor was completely stunned, as if he had encountered a great mystery. Master, was it senior brother? Wang Chong asked. His master had more than one disciple. Wang Chong subconsciously thought of his senior brother, who had betrayed his master. He was probably the only one who knew the great yin-yang heaven creation art like the back of his hand and had even told the black-clothed man about it. Impossible, unless one has cultivated the great yin-yang heaven creation art to this level. There's no way he would know so much. More importantly, that traitorous disciple did not obtain the second half of the great yin-yang heaven creation art, or else he wouldn't have tried to kill me. The evil emperor said, the great yin-yang heaven creation art was his unique secret. An entire pugilistic world knew of it. But it seemed like there was another group of people who had an equally deep understanding of the great yin-yang heaven creation art, and to a certain extent, their understanding was no less than his. Wang Chong frowned and fell silent. Previously, he had been too busy suppressing the conflicting stellar energy in his body to think too deeply about it. But after hearing his master's words, Wang Chong realized that something was amiss. This black-clothed man organization was full of secrets. Even though Wang Chong had exchanged blows with them several times, he had still not been able to uncover their secrets. More importantly, how did they know about the great yin-yang heaven creation art? Thinking back, when that black-clothed man had plotted against him, he had clearly known the circulation pattern of the great yin-yang heaven creation art in his body, allowing him to successfully evade his attempts. In an instant, Wang Chong's expression turned grim. Take a look at this black-clothed man. Is he the one who plotted against you? The evil emperor said. Wang Chong stepped forward to take a look, then shook his head. No, he's probably just one of their lackeys. Wang Chong had some understanding of these black-clothed men. They came from all sorts of organizations, Khitans, Shi Mingxi Zhao, Uzin, Arabs, they had all kinds of people. The boundaries between countries and races did not exist here. Moreover, these people were all suicide warriors. If they were captured, they would bite the poison in their teeth and commit suicide, making it impossible for them to leak any information. This black-clothed man that his master had killed was just a lackey they had sent to test whether or not his cultivation had gone berserk. As expected, when I exchanged blows with him, I could sense that he was a little weak. The evil emperor nodded. He had only casually asked this question, so this result was within his expectations. Master, How much longer until I reach that stage? Wang Chong asked. Scarlet tail, scorched tail, huilong, scarlet scorpion. This is the order in which this art acts up. In normal circumstances, it should take at least 3 to 5 years from the first outbreak to the point where the art dissipates. You went from the origin energy realm to the peak of the Saint Martial realm almost entirely by absorbing the energy of the great yin-yang heaven creation art. You didn't consolidate your cultivation at all. A normal person like you would have already exploded and died. But whether it's because of your astonishing talent or your incredible luck, you didn't encounter any problems along the way and even reached the peak of the Saint Martial realm. You even defeated an imperial great general. Not even I would have been able to do this. The evil emperor sighed. Wang Chong said nothing, but a light flashed through his eyes. He naturally knew what was going on. As a peak Saint Martial great general, his understanding and control of energy far surpassed that of an ordinary person. There was no need for him to consolidate his cultivation. But remember, starting from now, you can't act recklessly or use the great yin-yang heaven creation art, much less absorb the stellar energy of others. The evil emperor stared at Wang Chong, said, his expression extremely grave. This art was the supreme art that had made him famous. He had immersed himself in it for more than 40 years, and he could be considered the #1 person who knew this art like the back of his hand. He also had a deep understanding of the late stages of the great yin-yang heaven creation art's outbreak. Once the stellar energies began to clash, the cultivator of this art would enter an irreversible state of dispersal. Every day would be spent in a state worse than death. The condition would only get worse and worse, more and more intense, until finally the cultivator's cultivation would dissipate or even die. The only reason he was able to keep his life after dispersing his cultivation was because of his deep understanding of this art. Anyone else would have died long ago. Your disciple understands. Knowing that this was no trivial matter, Wang Chong hurriedly solemnly said, Even if you didn't come to find me, I would have come to find you. Ah! Wang Chong was taken aback, a look of surprise on his face. Disciple, your master already knows about your affairs in the capital. You know that your master has never interfered with your affairs in the court, and I don't want to have anything to do with them. But sometimes, as your master, I have to give you some advice. Seeing Wang Chong's pale face, the evil emperor's heart ached. He had accepted many disciples in his life, but Wang Chong could be said to be his most favored disciple. He was young, driven, respectful, and had impeccable character and temperament. But on the other hand, this made the evil emperor's heart ache even more. You come from a clan of ministers and generals, and your heart belongs to the world. No matter how great the danger, as long as the world needs you, you will go, and you will not turn back. This is something that your master is proud of. But for the world, you have already done enough. Since they don't understand you, and even insult you, then you should let go. My disciple, the evil emperor, should not suffer such grievances. It's time for you to think about yourself. This matter is also an opportunity. The evil emperor paused, then took out something from his bosom and showed it to Wang Chong. He could vaguely make out that it was a tattered map. Chapter 1353. Thank you, Royal Long My Heart, for becoming the leader of this book. Thank you, Royal Ting Ting, for becoming the leader of this book. Thank you, Royal Xiongping, for becoming the leader of this book. Thank you, Royal Black Mamba, for becoming the leader of this book. Thank you, Royal Insect, for becoming the leader of this book. Thank you, Royal Cup, for becoming the leader of this book. Chapter 1354. What? Hearing those words, Wang Chong was astonished. He had obtained that treasure map from Iron Cloak Li, and had been around for at least several hundred years. Tracing it back, it could even be traced back to the era of Dai in the Sui dynasty. Since then, countless cultivators had tried to find the whereabouts of the world's #1 cultivation technique, but to no avail. Most of them were just groundless rumors. Thus, It was rumored that the technique had been completely lost. Wang Chong didn't expect his master and the chief of Wushang to make progress so quickly. Even though they couldn't be sure whether the treasure was really hidden or not, it was worth a try. It had been a long time since news of a suspected location had surfaced in the pugilistic world. Just this fact alone was enough to inspire one's spirits. The voice of his master, the evil emperor, continued. This time, I was planning to travel together with the old village chief of Wushang. But this incident is a good thing. You should leave the capital and come with us. Even if this incident hadn't happened to Wang Chong's cultivation technique, he would still have faced the risk of his cultivation going berserk in the future. It was just a matter of bringing it forward. Wang Chong stood there in a daze. These words were completely out of his expectations. What's wrong? You're still unwilling to leave at this point? Even if you're not here, this empire won't fall. Just what in the world is there for you to be so reluctant to leave? Seeing that Wang Chong wasn't saying a word, the evil emperor got a little angry. Sigh. Wang Chong didn't say anything, but he sighed deeply in his heart. How could he not understand his master's painstaking efforts? But how could he leave at a time like this? If not for his reincarnation, he might have accepted his master's words. Even without him, the Tang dynasty could still exist. But Wang Chong knew that this wasn't the case. Master, I understand your painstaking efforts, but can you let me reconsider this matter? As Wang Chong spoke, he bent down and bowed respectfully. Looking at the sincere Wang Chong before him, the evil emperor felt that he had nowhere to vent his anger. This child had an open mind. This was what made him proud, but at the same time, it was what made him feel helpless. All right, if you don't want to go, I can't force you. However, you can't drag this on for too long. The dangers of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art are not as simple as you think. The evil emperor leaped up onto the top of the wall. Xiao! Almost at the same time, a letter flew out from his sleeve like a sharp sword and shot toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong subconsciously reached out and caught it. He looked down and saw that it was densely packed with his master's mantra and incantation to suppress the rampaging gang qi in his body and delay the danger of qi deviation. Master! A warm feeling welled up in Wang Chong's heart. A gentle breeze blew on the city wall, but his master had already disappeared. Time slowly passed. Wang Chong spent every day in his residence, overseeing the overall situation. On one hand, he was constantly dispatching soldiers to keep an eye on Uzun, the eastern and western Turks, Arabia, and Goguryeo, guarding against any attack. On the other hand, he was constantly supervising the construction of the hybrid rice and warehouses. On the southeastern coast, countless shipbuilding clans were wantonly constructing ships on such a large scale that even the imperial court noticed them. But just like the previous dynasties, the Tang dynasty did not place much importance on the navy. Moreover, as long as Wang Chong did not act on land, the other important officials of the court, including Li Junxian and the Confucian sect, paid little attention to what Wang Chong was doing on the sea. In Sinu, the mining machines that Zhang Shoji had constructed had long ago been put to use, and a steady stream of Hyderabad ore was being excavated. At the same time, Wang Chong had ordered his men to construct fortifications on the Hyderabad mountains to guard against the Arab threat. If Khorasan was breached, the Arab soldiers could advance into Sindhu at any time, directly threatening Wang Chong's mining operations in the Hyderabad mountains. There was probably no one in the world who did not know of such a rare ore. Even the Tang dynasty imperial court wanted to meddle, much less the Arabs. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that Sindhu was rife with malevolent miasma and unbridled plague. Moreover, the Hyderabad mountains were covered in jagged rocks, making them easy to defend but difficult to attack. For the time being, the Arabs had not decided to attack the Hyderabad mountains. In addition, Wang Chong had written a letter to Gao Xianji in the distant western regions, ordering him to lead the Anchi Protectorate Army to intimidate the Arabs so that they would not dare to act rashly. Every day that Wang Chong spent mining was another day harvesting ore, and he was racing against time. But Wang Chong was well aware that this sort of happiness would not last for long. At the same time, wave after wave of Sindhi were crossing the border into the Tang dynasty, where they were transported to the promised land. All of this was carried out in secret, and even if they did notice, no one would care. But Wang Chong knew that these Sindhi who were being transported with the hybrid rice were the future hope of the entire continent. How is the recruitment of soldiers going? Everything in the study had returned to normal, and Wang Chong was seated on a sandalwood chair as he asked this question. Your Highness, everything is progressing. We have already recruited many Khorasani, people of the western regions, and the elites of our Tang dynasty at the Triangular Gap. However, Su Hanshan sent a message not too long ago, saying that the army at the Triangular Gap should not exceed 100,000, and that they should be dispersed to bases in Greater and Lesser Baller. Otherwise, the imperial court might become suspicious and dissatisfied. Su Shixian bowed as he spoke. Wang Chong said nothing, only silently nodded. Su Hanshan truly had a keen sense for such matters. Not only was he extremely talented in the art of war, he was also extremely sensitive to the affairs of the imperial court. The Triangular Gap was extremely close to Qixi, and although it was not part of the Tang dynasty's territory, it was still bordering it. Stationing 20,000 soldiers, there was enough to attract the attention of the imperial court, and the more soldiers there were, the more uneasy the imperial court would become. And once the number of soldiers exceeded 100,000, even if the Triangular Gap was a lawless land, the imperial court would not be able to tolerate it and would definitely find a way to make trouble for him. Su Hanshan had grasped this situation perfectly. He had scattered the soldiers on the steppe, sending more than half of them to the 2 bases in Greater and Lesser Baller, and then taking turns to train them. This would not only preserve the imperial court's face, but it would also allow him to amass as many soldiers as he could to deal with any future mishaps. At the same time, he could work with the Anshi Protectorate Army to intimidate the Arabs in the western region of Khorasan. In addition, we are also working with the great clans to continue recruiting soldiers. All the soldiers that have been disbanded by the imperial court, the prefectural armies, the imperial army, the mercenaries, and even the martial artists of the sects are all being recruited. In addition, we have dispatched a large number of people to search for martial artists with talent. Xue Qianjun did not know what Wang Chong was thinking, and he bowed as he spoke. The room instantly fell silent. Wang Chong remained seated, a pensive look on his face. Ever since that incident, his mind had become much more open. There was no longer any way to salvage the situation in the imperial court, and the Confucian sect's control over the imperial court was already a fact. All Wang Chong could do was use his own methods to amass soldiers. This way, even if Li Junxian and the Confucian sect turned the Tang dynasty upside down, he would be able to clean up the mess at any time, stabilize the empire, and return peace to the people of this land. And to achieve this goal, the 100,000 soldiers at the Triangular Gap were far from enough. Wang Chong had privately calculated that if he wanted to ensure that the Tang dynasty would not slip up, he would need to prepare at least 500,000 elite soldiers. In the Tang dynasty, this was tantamount to rebellion, and the slightest mistake could result in execution. But Wang Chong no longer cared. Since the imperial court's path was impossible, he would use his own methods to defend the Central Plains, defend the Tang dynasty. As for personal honor and loss, just as the 3 venerable seniors had said, even if the entire world cursed him and viewed him as a murderous demon king, it was nothing to be worried about. The Central Plains could not raise soldiers, and the Triangular Gap was the best place to raise soldiers. As for the other places, such as Mengshi Zhao, Uzin, and the Eastern and Western Turks, they all had masters. The Central Plains can't raise soldiers, so we can only think of ways on the sea. But how can a place that can raise 500,000 soldiers be easy? Wang Chong slowly raised his head and muttered to himself, but Wang Chong quickly came back to his senses. Su Shixian, bring that map over. A few moments later, A 6-foot-long and 4-foot-wide map appeared in front of Wang Chong and unfurled itself on the table. This map was a new world map that Wang Chong had created based on Uzin's map of the continent, combined with the scouts that Wang Chong had dispatched and many other military maps. This map included almost all the known regions, and even the reefs where the meteoric metal was located were clearly marked on it. It was truly unique. Wang Chong's eyes slowly scanned the regions on the map, and around him, Su Shixian, Su Kaoyi, Xue Qianjun, and the others followed Wang Chong in scanning the map. Easier said than done. Finding a suitable place to train soldiers was easier said than done. Wang Chong's eyes slowly scanned the map, from the lower left corner to the upper right corner, finally settling on an island on the sea. At that moment, even Su Shixian and Su Kaoyi could clearly sense Wang Chong's eyes brighten. This is the place. At this moment, a voice rang out in Wang Chong's mind. The 10 Islands of Dong'ing. Chapter 1355. Take a good look. The second training ground is here. There are at least 400,000 to 800,000 soldiers here. Wang Chong pointed at the 10 islands of immortal abode as he spoke to Su Kaoyi and Xue Qianjun. These lands were currently governed by the 10 great empresses, and their military strength was relatively weak. Moreover, Wang Chong clearly remembered that during the calamity in his previous life, the 10 islands of immortal abode had not suffered too much of an impact because they were separated by an ocean. It was just that they were too remote, and whether it was in his previous life or this one, Wang Chong had never had much contact with them, nor did he know what the situation was like with the 10 great empresses. The only one he knew about was Maya Samelinka. In the study, Su Shixian, Su Kaoyi, and the others were all skeptical, not knowing why Wang Chong had chosen this place, but they had never doubted Wang Chong's decision. Yes. Everyone bowed in unison. Xue Qianjun, make the preparations. When the time comes, transfer a portion of the army from the Triangular Gap, as well as 4,000 Wushang cavalry. Each island has a great empress, so try to negotiate if possible. If not, conquer them. Wang Chong said decisively, yes. Xue Qianjun replied without hesitation. Su Kaoyi, I'll leave this matter to you. In addition, Wang Chong relaxed after saying this, but just as he was about to continue, he suddenly felt a piercing pain erupt from his dantian and spread throughout his body. Wang Chong paled, and just as he was about to gather his stellar energy, he discovered that he had lost control of his stellar energy, and his meridians were in chaos. PFFF. Wang Chong's vision darkened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His mind went dizzy, and then he lost consciousness. The last thing he heard were cries of alarm. "My lord! My lord!" Su Shixian, Su Kaoyi, and the others seemed to be rushing in his direction, but Wang Chong had no idea what would happen next. After some time, the sound of wheels roused Wang Chong from his stupor, and at the same time he felt a jolt beneath him. "You're awake." A familiar voice came from next to his ear. Wang Chong froze for a moment and struggled to open his eyes. Specks of light emerged from the darkness. In this bright light, a figure slowly appeared. He wore a long gray robe and had gray sideburns. A pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life stared at him, his eyes filled with concern. "Master." Wang Chong's entire body froze at the sight of that figure. What was going on? In the last scene, he clearly remembered that he was still in the study. Why did he see his master? And this jolting feeling. Wang Chong's gaze passed over his master and slowly moved to another place. At that moment, he could clearly see the wooden-veined walls of a carriage. What's going on here? Wang Chong subconsciously turned his head to look at the evil emperor. Do you still find it strange? I told you to think about it, and I gave you a mental cultivation technique. I wanted you to get rid of the excess stellar energy, sort out your body, and stabilize your injuries. But look at you. What did you do? This was the first time the evil emperor had lost his temper in front of Wang Chong, and his complexion was unsightly. By the time we arrived, your body was already a complete mess. It's been so many days, but you didn't even take the time to sort out the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. I know that you care about the world, but if you lose your life, can you still protect this country? The evil emperor's eyes blazed with anger, accustomed to his master's amiable appearance. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but shiver at the sight of his master's demonic emperor side. He couldn't help but feel both fearful and moved. Master is right. Your disciple was wrong, Wang Chong sincerely said. Master doesn't have any bad intentions. Do you know that you've been unconscious for 7 days? During this time, we've been treating your injuries intermittently, and only then did we stabilize your injuries. Child, even if your master didn't force you out of the capital, I would have advised you to leave. Although the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art is tyrannical, its effects on the body are extremely severe. If you leave it like this, you won't be able to last more than half a year. At this moment, an elderly voice came from a corner of the carriage. Wang Chong's body trembled as he turned his head. Nearby, he saw that the chief of Wushang was seated cross-legged, his face pale and his forehead beaded with sweat. He was slowly ending his cultivation. Wang Chong was at first dazed, but then he realized what was going on and felt a tinge of guilt. Many thanks, Senior. The chief of Wushang had clearly consumed a great deal of stellar energy. It was clear that he was treating Wang Chong's injuries. There's no need to say such words to us. The chief of Wushang waved his hand. Wushang village and Wang Chong were closely connected, and the vast majority of the villagers listened to Wang Chong's orders. In the past, the chief of Wushang would have never allowed such a thing to happen. But the more he interacted with Wang Chong and understood him, the more difficult it was for the chief of Wushang to say no. He was a loyal and righteous man who cared for the country and its people. Even if Wushang village had suffered enormous losses for following him, he could still accept it. At the very least, they had died for the sake of the Central Plains, and their deaths had been glorious. Bang! Just as they were speaking, the carriage suddenly shook. At the same time, a simple voice came from the front. Venerable sirs, Tong Pass is up ahead. The chief of Wushang and the evil emperor showed little reaction to these words, but Wang Chong was stunned. Tong Pass? Wasn't that the pass leading from Longxi to Qixi and Anxi? Only now did Wang Chong remember that his master and the chief of Wushang had mentioned that they had taken him out of the capital. But not even Wang Chong had expected that when he woke up he was already at Tong Pass, a very far distance from the capital. Still thinking about going back? The evil emperor was seated cross-legged, not even glancing at Wang Chong, but none of Wang Chong's movements could escape his discerning eyes. It'll take at least 7 days to get back from here, and in less than half a day, your injuries will flare up again. If you run into those men in black at this time, without me and the chief of Wushang, you're basically doomed. In addition, do you want to return to the capital and bring disaster to your mother and little Yao? This was a critical time in the capital, and he had far too many things to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been without stellar energy for several days in a row. Wang Chong had not felt much of a reaction at the first part of the sentence, but when he heard the names of his mother and little sister, he immediately hesitated. Your master and I have analyzed the situation. Although those men in black are daring and commit all sorts of crimes, they seem to only be interested in their targets. The majority of the people they have are just collateral damage. If you return in your current state, there's an extremely high chance that they will attack you. The Wushang village chief's voice came from the side. He had come to this conclusion with the evil emperor while Wang Chong was unconscious. Returning to the capital now was not a wise decision. But Wang Chong wanted to say more, but the evil emperor quickly interrupted him. There are no buts. Until we find the origin of mortal art and heal your injuries, don't even think about going back. If you dare to run, I'll break your legs. The evil emperor coldly and emotionlessly said. Wang Chong bitterly smiled, knowing that his master had truly lost his temper this time. For the evil emperor, whose name struck terror in the hearts of the martial arts world, to speak to him in such a manner despite his anger was already extremely courteous. Wang Chong's eyes flashed, but in the end he was forced to give up on this idea and helplessly say, "Yes, master." The chief of Wushang, seated cross-legged in a corner of the carriage, silently smiled at this sight. This child had a stubborn personality, and if not for his master's actions, he probably wouldn't have changed his mind. Seeing that Wang Chong had finally admitted defeat, the evil emperor's complexion improved. On the other side, the chief of Wushang inwardly chuckled at this pair of master and disciple. Knowing that he couldn't go back, Wang Chong decided to follow his master and the chief of Wushang to the northwest in search of the origin immortal art. The origin immortal art was ephemeral and known as the foremost of all energies, and it was probably the only way to resolve the dangers posed by the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. Your Wushang village chief and I scouted the northwest several times, but we found nothing. Later on, by a stroke of luck, we obtained a fragment of the origin immortal art's treasure map from another group. Only by combining the two pieces did we begin to see some clues. On the way to the northwest, the evil emperor used this opportunity to tell Wang Chong the story of his and the chief of Wushang's adventures in the northwest. This matter has enormous implications, and many people are paying attention to it. Your master and I managed to find some clues, but we also ran into a lot of trouble. Many treasure hunters have gathered in that area, and we also ran into quite a few of your master's comrades. The chief of Wushang added, Comrades. Very good comrades. The evil emperor hatefully said, his eyes bursting with bone-chilling, killing intent. Master, you mean? Wang Chong immediately thought of something. Your guess is correct. It's those people, the evil emperor coldly said. Wang Chong blinked and took in a deep breath, a strange expression on his face. When he had first encountered his master, he had already been pursued. Other than that rebellious senior brother of his, there had also been a few titans of the martial arts world. These were the true culprits behind the scenes. It was clear that his master had also run into these people on his journey to the northwest. Truly, enemies often cross paths, Wang Chong said. Chapter 1356. But now that he was free, it was a completely different matter. Your master and I have already defeated a group of people, but they managed to escape. If I'm not mistaken, the news of the origin immortal art should have already spread throughout the martial arts world. Searching for the origin immortal art won't be as simple as we imagined, the chief of Wushang said. The Wushang village chief added, In any case, killing one person is killing. Killing 100 is also killing. We can deal with them all in one go. The evil emperor's eyes shone with cold light. Ever since he had retired to the capital, his temper had gotten much better, and he had gotten over many things. He had basically stopped caring about the affairs of the martial arts world. But this did not mean that he didn't care. Since these people wanted to do it again, he didn't mind slaughtering them again. Brother Zhang, we should take our time to consider this matter. The chief of Wushang advised. He was old, and unlike the evil emperor, he was not as bloodthirsty. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to use killing to resolve many matters. Child, you have to be careful in the northwest. We've already encountered quite a few groups of men in black there, and they seem to be very interested in the origin immortal art. You're also their target, so you have to be very careful in the northwest. Swish! As he spoke, the evil emperor suddenly raised his finger like a sword, sending a sharp bolt of energy into the sky, shattering the roof of the carriage and soaring into the sky. Cree! The shrill cry of a bird came from the sky, and a moment later, an eagle with a wingspan of 5 or 6 feet was struck by the bolt of energy and plummeted from the sky. Eagles could fly at extremely high altitudes, so high that not even crossbows could reach them, but they were completely useless against the evil emperor. Buzz! This sudden movement immediately attracted the attention of the people in the carriage. Was it the one from before? The chief of Wushang asked. I don't know. We'll know once we see it. We'll know once we see, the evil emperor calmly said. Who? In the next moment, the air currents surged and a light breeze blew. The eagle that had been shot by the evil emperor's chi energy immediately drew an arc in the air and disappeared into the carriage. With a thud, it landed on the floor of the carriage. In an instant, Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang's gazes were all drawn to the eagle. The eagle's feathers were scattered all over the ground. A bloody hole the size of a finger had pierced through its heart, completely taking its life. His muscles are bulging, and his wings and feet are extremely strong. This is not an ordinary eagle. He must have undergone special training. Wang Miao said after a glance. The eagle raised a large number of birds. Wang Chong was influenced by what he saw and heard, and he gradually understood the differences between these birds. There was a clear difference in the size of the trained birds and the wild birds. Many of the details showed signs of domestication. The chief of Wushang didn't say anything. He only looked at the evil emperor with a questioning gaze. Among the three, the evil emperor had the highest cultivation. His myriad spirit sea art was also much more perceptive in this aspect than the others. It's not the one from before. The evil emperor looked at the dead eagle and shook his head. Then it might not be those people. The chief of Wushang said, although we need to be extra careful on this trip, the Silk Road is a trade route between the East and the West. It has always been a bustling place. It's common to see birds flying between merchants. The chief of Wushang said. While saying that, he poked at the eagle's corpse. Sure enough, he saw an intricate metal tube on its foot. Because the eagle's feathers were very thick, it covered the metal tube. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see it. Let him be. Seeing the metal tube, the evil emperor frowned. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind carried the eagle's corpse out of the carriage. Since he had confirmed that it wasn't those people's birds, the evil emperor didn't bother to check the metal tube. Old sirs, did something happen? Coachman's voice came from outside. The 2 consecutive explosions had alarmed him. It's nothing, let's continue. The evil emperor said in a low voice. The carriage immediately fell silent. The winding road headed northwest. Not long after Wang Chong's group left, several figures emerged from the forest in a flash of light, stopping next to the corpse of the eagle that had been abandoned on the side of the road. This eagle is at least 600 to 700 feet above the ground. Even arrows can't reach it. Yet they pierce through it with a single finger. How terrifying! Looking at the eagle's corpse, the group of black-clothed men broke out in cold sweat. Their senses are too strong. Fortunately, we were far away. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we died. Another black-clothed man said, Let's report this. Normal methods won't work on them. We need to find another way. At that moment, the third black-clothed man who had been silent all this, spoke up. He suddenly took a few steps forward, knelt down on one knee, and pulled the metal tube from the eagle's leg. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and switched to another eagle. If it wasn't for the tube tied to its leg, we would have been exposed. Let's go. Our mission is over. It's their turn. I heard that even His Eminence has moved out. These fellows won't be able to escape. As they spoke, they picked up the eagle and vanished. Up ahead is Luyao City. If we leave this place, we'll reach Jade Gate Pass. There aren't many residences for several hundred li around where we're going. That's the last place we can rest. We'll stop there, prepare some rations and beans for the horses, and then we can continue on our way. In the carriage, Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor, said, Time passed slowly, and the next few days were calm and tranquil. There were no more twists and turns. The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang had spent a long time investigating the origin of mortal art, so they were extremely familiar with this place. As they chatted, they quickly arrived at Luyao City. This place was sparsely populated with only a few thousand households in the city, all of them merchants on the Silk Road. In the end, they had settled down and started a small business here. The imperial court had also established a relay station here, and it had slowly become Luyao City. Drink, drink. The carriage passed through an ancient stone gate and entered Luyao City. A house on the side of the road had a banner of wine fluttering in the wind. Under the banner was a waiter with a towel draped over his shoulder. The moment he saw Wang Chang's group, he immediately approached. Guests, are you heading west from Jade Gate Pass? You've come to the right place to come to our Luyao City. Drink wine, eat meat, braised beef, braised peanuts, green beans, everything is provided. There's no need to hesitate. In all of Luyao City, we're one of the few places where you can find lodging and food. This place is windy and dusty, and we don't often do business. It's rare that you've come so early, and the shopkeeper just happened to have gone to the mainland to get some goods. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait another month. The waiter enthusiastically said, Let's go. This place truly is rarely open. Let's rest here for a bit. As the evil emperor spoke, the three quickly got off the carriage and entered the tavern by the side of the road. Wang Chong walked in with his hands behind his back, taking in his surroundings. This was his first time following his master to explore the origin of mortal art. The route his master and chief of Wushang had chosen was completely different from the route to the west, and it was even more desolate and remote. There were even places that led straight into the Gobi Desert, so they had to make ample preparations. Come, come, come. Guests, please sit. It's rare to run into you, so this plate of braised peanuts is a gift from our shopkeeper. In the room, a manservant brought a plate of peanuts to the table. Despite the sandstorm in Luyao City, the interior of the tavern was surprisingly clean. In terms of decoration, it was simple and plain. Although it couldn't compare to the capital, everything else was better than expected. Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang each chose a place to sit in the tavern. Prepare 2 bags of horse feed for me, enough rations for the 4 of us for 15 days. In addition, prepare 2 flints and 6 bags of water. In addition, prepare some food for coachmen. The chief of Wushang said. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner. But as a junior, Wang Chong didn't have to do anything, only obediently waiting on the side. A few moments later, all the food and wine had been served. The remoteness of the area and the sandstorm meant that there were very few vegetables here. Most of the dishes were dried meat, with braised peanuts and braised beef being the most popular. The majority of the food prepared for the guests in the tavern was dried beef or braised beef. The weather was rather dry, so the food did not easily go bad. Brother Zhang, come, let's eat. The old village chief said to the demonic emperor old man as he picked up his chopsticks to pick up a plate of braised beef. Wait a moment. Unexpectedly, Wang Chong stopped the 2 of them. As he spoke, he took out a piece of silver from his bosom. Wang Chong would usually bring some silver and gold pieces when he went out, especially when silver pieces had other uses. Wang. With a flick of Wang Chong's finger, the silver piece immediately turned into a silver needle in Wang Chong's hand at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he inserted it into the dishes. Master, it's fine. Wang Chong kept the silver needle, his face calm. Now that they were out, and with the threat of the men in black, it was never wrong to be careful. Seeing this, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang nodded slightly. Although Wang Chong didn't have much experience in the pugilistic world, he was meticulous, which was rare. The 3 of them picked up their chopsticks and dug in, soon burying their heads in the food. Time passed slowly, and the 3 of them relaxed. The dishes on the plates were getting lesser, and some of the plates were already empty. He. Chapter 1357. To deal with the 3 of you, I guess it was not in vain that I paid a huge price to obtain the poison of the deity. The 3 of you are very cautious to even know how to test for poison with silver needles. Unfortunately, you are still too naive. Not even the gods can detect the presence of the poison of the deity, let alone a few silver needles. After eating so much of me, I want to see if you are as capable as the gods. Fall, fall, fall. The black figure muttered in his heart. The next moment, like magic, Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang's expressions froze, and they all fell onto the dining table like wooden pillars. At that moment, the entire room was silent. After an unknown amount of time, a gust of air flowed through the room. In an instant, a black-robed man appeared in the room like a ghost. The black-clothed man took 2 steps forward and immediately stopped. He carefully sized up the 3 of them, appearing to be very cautious. Although Wang Chong and the others had fallen, he would not take the risk unless he was sure that his target had been poisoned. Hee, there is no food on the floor. They must have eaten it. After a while, the black-clothed man finally smiled, and his heart relaxed a lot. Bang, bang, bang. The black-clothed man quickly flicked his finger, sending 3 stones the size of fingers flying through the air, striking the acupuncture points on the backs of Wang Chong, the demonic emperor old man, and the Wushang village chief. After doing this, the black-clothed man patted his hands and strode forward. Kid, it's not your time to die. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lord wants to get some information from you, I would have killed the 3 of you right now. The black figure muttered to himself. His gaze swept past Wang Chong and finally stopped on the evil emperor. Among the 3 of them, the evil emperor had the highest cultivation and posed the greatest threat. Buzz. He walked up to the evil emperor and reached out his palm towards the evil emperor without any hesitation. However, in the blink of an eye, something unexpected happened. A powerful palm suddenly drilled out of the sleeve and grabbed the vital acupoint on the black-clothed man's wrist. The black-clothed man turned pale with fright when he saw this, and the aura within his body suddenly erupted as he fled backwards like a fleeing rabbit. However, even though he reacted quickly, the evil emperor reacted even faster. Before he could escape, his 5 fingers tightened and firmly clamped down on his right hand. At the same time, a huge force flowed through the meridians in his palm and into the black-clothed man's body, controlling his body. This is impossible. The black-clothed man screamed, his eyes wide open and his face as white as a sheet of paper. Looking at the old man in front of him, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. No one can resist the power of the celestial powder. At that moment, the black-robed man's expression was one of extreme terror. Even poison needs to be eaten for it to be effective. If you don't eat it, it's useless no matter how poisonous it is. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Wang Chong and the evil emperor raised their heads from the table and looked at the man in black with a faint smile, using a silver needle to determine whether it was poisonous or not. How could he be so childish? From the beginning to the end, the master and disciples had only cooperated with each other to put on a show for the black-clothed man. Impossible, I saw you eat it. As long as you ate it, there's no way you would be fine. The black-clothed man gritted his teeth. He could not accept this fact. He was not a careless person. Before he made his move, he had already confirmed that Wang Chong and the others had indeed eaten all the dishes. Otherwise, he would not have made a move. Are you talking about this plate of braised beef? An elderly voice sounded in his ear. The evil emperor's expression was calm as he pointed 2 fingers in front of him. The black-clothed man took a glance, and his face immediately darkened. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The small plate of braised beef had been divided into 7 plates by Wang Chong and the others. He only noticed that there were not many dishes left on the plate, but he did not notice what was left. Wang, the evil emperor, flicked out a stream of true energy. In an instant, on one of the plates, there was a fat and juicy piece of braised beef. The water on it evaporated, and a white powder appeared on its surface. Seeing this white powder, the black-clothed man's face turned ashen. Impossible. The celestial powder is colorless, odorless, and tasteless. There's no way to tell. The black-clothed man felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. The situation before him had completely shattered his understanding. Wang Chong only smiled at the scene. His master's myriad spirit sea technique had reached the peak of perfection, a realm that others could not even imagine. This powder may be colorless, odorless, and tasteless, but in the world of energy, it was completely different. Any impurities would show up like a black dot on a piece of white paper. No matter how small it was, it could be noticed. You won't be the only one on this mission. Call your companions out, Wang Chong said straightforwardly. Ha ha ha. Hearing Wang Chong's words, the black-clothed man who had been filled with fear suddenly laughed. There was no trace of the fear he had before. You guys are just as difficult to deal with as the higher-ups say. You've already discovered it, but you still put on an act with me. One last question. You ordered 14 dishes, and I only put the colorless, odorless, and tasteless celestial powder in the braised beef. However, even if you were cautious and discovered it in advance, since you've eaten my dishes, the celestial powder on your chopsticks and cups must have entered your stomachs. Why are you still fine? This is my last question. You answer me and I'll answer you. This time Wang Chong only smiled. He did not even bother to explain. He merely picked up his chopsticks and showed them to the black-clothed man. When he saw the pair of dry chopsticks that had not even been touched by salt, as if they had never been used before, the black-clothed man's face darkened. Although Wang Chong did not elaborate, the black-clothed man understood what was going on. Although Wang Chong and the others seemed to be eating and drinking normally, everything was different from what they saw. When they used the chopsticks to pick up the food, they did not touch it at all. Instead, they used a thin layer of stellar energy to pick up the food. This way, they would not come into contact with the poison on the chopsticks. You bastards! The black-clothed man gritted his teeth. Everyone said that they were cunning and treacherous, but these 3 bastards were even more cunning and treacherous than they were. You're smart, but even if you've seen through it, you're still going to die. Crack! Before anyone could react, in the next moment a sudden change occurred. A violent energy suddenly erupted from his body, like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the black-clothed man's body became weak and slippery like a loach. He suddenly pulled himself out of the evil emperor's grasp. Given the evil emperor's abilities, the fact that he was able to escape from his grasp showed that the black-clothed man was an extremely powerful expert. Kill them! The black-clothed man gritted his teeth. His cold, murderous voice resounded through the entire restaurant. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the black-clothed man shot out like an arrow released from a bow, creating a gust of wind in the restaurant as he fled into the distance at lightning speed. Humph! Wang Chong only smirked when he saw this. This mysterious organization of black-clothed men was indeed powerful. They had all kinds of mysterious skills and techniques, and they even managed to escape from his master's grasp. But it was one thing to get rid of him, and quite another to run away. If he could escape so easily in front of the 3 of them, who were at the pinnacle of the world and were close to reaching the subtle realm, then this guy could really be called a super expert. However, if he was really that powerful, why would he run? Bam, bam, bam. Almost at the same time, Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang acted at the same time. Wang Chong spread his fingers, and a powerful suction force broke through the air. Rumble! In the face of this powerful suction force, the wall in front of them instantly shattered, and the black-clothed man who had been flying away was caught by Wang Chong. After this period of recuperation, the condition of Wang Chong's body had stabilized a lot, and a lot of the impure, true qi had been expelled. Although the current Wang Chong could no longer easily absorb other people's stellar energy, just this wave of true qi alone was enough to hold the black-clothed man in place. Not good. In the midst of his escape, the black-clothed man suddenly felt his body stiffen, and his expression immediately changed. If it had been any other place, this suction force would not have affected him too much, but at this time it was fatal. Just a moment's delay was enough to make him fall from heaven to hell. Rumble. An enormous wave of energy, earth-shattering and earth-shattering, shot toward the black-clothed man's back at an astonishing speed. Ah! The black-clothed man suddenly screamed and turned around. Stellar energy surged out of his body and had violently collided with the all-out attack of the chief of Wushang behind him. Bang! There was an explosion, and the entire roof of the restaurant was blasted off by this enormous wave of energy. Countless bricks and debris flew dozens of meters into the air. Boom! At almost the same time, a third wave of energy arrived. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of energy waves condensed into one, forming a milky white arrow of energy more than 10 zhang long, which pierced through the black-clothed man's back. Before the black-clothed man could get far, his body twitched, and he immediately collapsed to the ground, motionless. Wang Chang's great yin-yang heaven creation art had sucked him in and restrained him, while the chief of Wushang had lured him into a direct confrontation, causing him to reveal an opening and panic. Then the evil emperor had struck a fatal blow and killed him. The coordination between the three was seamless and flawless, and they did not even give the black-clothed man a chance to catch his breath before instantly killing him. Chapter 1358. Kill. Don't let them escape, kill them. Almost at the same time that the black-clothed man fell, a wave of battle cries came from all around. On the broken roof, the main door behind the wall beside the window, more black-clothed men with murderous intent pounced on the trio from all directions. Give me your life. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud roar and a flash of golden light. A huge arm as strong as a mountain suddenly came crashing down on the three people from the top of the broken restaurant. Chapter 1325. Battle between the heavens and the earth. At that moment, they could clearly see that the huge arm was covered in scales that looked like coins. It gave them the feeling that it was a huge Qilin claw. Roar! A deafening roar echoed out, desolate and tyrannical. In the next instant, a bright light flashed, and a scorching black flame burst forth. The gigantic Qilin beast's claw immediately stomped down on the three of them. Bang! The entire room, along with Wang Chong and the others, were about to be crushed into powder by the Qilin beast's claws. In the next moment, something strange happened. In front of everyone's eyes, a white walking stick that was disproportionate to the huge Qilin beast's claw fiercely collided with the huge beast claw. Wang, the shockwave exploded, and the golden Qilin beast claw that was as large as a mountain and contained a terrifying destructive power suddenly stopped when it was over 6 meters away from the ground. It was as if it had encountered an impregnable fortress, and it was unable to move an inch forward. The chief of Wushang had finally made his move. Old village chief, I'll leave that child Chonger to you. His injuries haven't healed yet, so he can't fight a protracted battle. Do your best to not let him fight. It was also at this moment that a vigorous, old, and deep voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. The evil emperor spread out his palm. In an instant, a blinding amount of energy shot out from his palm. Each of these energy streams was only as thick as a finger, but they were extremely solid, like swords, indestructible and indestructible. Boom! With just a thought from the evil emperor, the milky white energy burst forth in all directions like a blooming flower, attacking in every direction and corner. Ah! Shrill cries of agony could be heard as the black-robed men who were charging in from all directions were struck by the evil emperor's sword chi. One by one, they trembled and fell to the ground. Although the myriad spirit sea technique was not listed in the 10 great miraculous techniques in his previous life, it was only because no one had successfully cultivated it and no one had witnessed its power. But in the hands of the evil emperor, this unparalleled technique finally revealed its true power. No matter how many enemies he faced, the myriad sea of spirit art would be able to take on many enemies at once and kill them. Unless his opponent had reached the same realm as the evil emperor, It would be very difficult for him to withstand the unparalleled power of the myriad sea of spirit art. Kill them. In the blink of an eye, a loud roar was heard. Just as the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor launched their attacks, the group of men in black also launched their own attacks. Chi, about 10 steps away from the group, a masked man in black stood near the window. He wore a pair of deerskin gloves in his hands and threw them forcefully. In the next moment, black smoke billowed and an endless amount of black dust covered the sky. It spread toward Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. Be careful! Wang Chong's expression turned cold and his expression changed. With just a glance, Wang Chong could tell that the black smoke-like powder was extremely poisonous. Boom! With no time to think, Wang Chong immediately sealed all the pores on his body. At the same time, a misty light shot out from his body. Then, the sun and the moon appeared on his left and right. In an instant, with Wang Chong at the center, the air in the room turned into a huge cyclone. It spun rapidly and swept the black, smoke-like powder outside. Ah! Amidst the shrill screams, another black-clothed man, along with the powder, exploded out of the stone-built restaurant and flew out like a kite with its string cut. As for Wang Chong, his face immediately paled. He had only managed to suppress his cultivation defect. If he rashly used too much stellar energy or exchanged too many blows, it would immediately aggravate his injuries and cause his blood energy to roil. Don't worry about those 2 old fellows. Go for the young one first. The leaders of the men in black immediately sensed the abnormality on Wang Chong's body and ordered the remaining men in black to lunge at Wang Chong. Roar! The roars of wild beasts, filled with a tyrannical and cruel aura, cut through the sky. One of the men in black began to swell and transform. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a monster with the upper body of a beast and the lower body of a human. Moreover, he was 70 to 80% similar to the Lu Wu that had appeared in the Wang clan. The moment this man in black completed his transformation, his body began to exude violet flames. His eyes shone with a savage light as he lunged at Wang Chong with astonishing speed. At almost the same time, the roars of beasts could be heard from other places. There were 4 or 5 people in their half-Lu form. I said long ago that this place will be your burial ground. Give up struggling and obediently accept your death. A powerful shout rang out. The black-clothed leader's arms exploded, and a vast life force surged out of his body like a tide. This energy was completely different from the strength of Lu Wu. It contained a powerful life energy, but it was also brimming with a dark, evil, and destructive energy. One was life, the other was death. These 2 completely different energies were perfectly fused together on the body of this leader. Awu! With a long, mournful howl, the leader of the black-clothed men suddenly spread his feet, and all the joints in his body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. A black pattern appeared behind his ear, and then spread like a spider web, quickly covering his entire body. This black tattoo was like a totem, ancient and mysterious, imbued with an unknown energy. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds came from the leader of the black-robed men's body. At the instant the black lines formed, the leader's hair exploded, and his entire body grew. From his original height of 7 feet, he directly grew to 9 feet. His limbs and torso became incomparably thick. As he stood there, he looked like a giant from ancient times. Die. The leader of the men in black had transformed into a humanoid beast, and at this moment his aura had more than doubled. Boom! Shock waves spread out as the black-robed leader's stellar energy exploded out, and he vanished like a specter. Heaven Protector! Black Flame Azura! A series of violent shouts rang out. Almost at the instant the leader of the black-robed men pounced forward, the other black-robed men in other directions simultaneously activated all their powers and transformed into huge and ferocious black Azuras. Bang! The moment they summoned the Black Flame Azuras, they worked together with the leader of the men in black to attack Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang with astonishing speed. In a flash, the atmosphere was so tense that even Wang Chong couldn't help but grimace. For so many top-class experts to be mobilized at once, it was clear that these people wanted to capture him and his master in one fell swoop. But a few moments later, Wang Chong came back to his senses. "Humph, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. You want to use the same trick on me a second time?" Wang Chong sneered. The fire of Lu Wu, the fire of Ju Bai, and the fire of Mara were extremely tyrannical flames, and they were incompatible with each other. Although Wang Chong had suffered greatly because of this, he also had a deep understanding of these 3 types of flames. Using these 3 types of flames to deal with him was nothing more than wishful thinking. In terms of understanding of these 3 types of flames, not even these men in black could compare to him. "Master, village chief, leave those cultivators of the fire of Lu Wu to me," Wang Chong said. In his current situation, the more stellar energy he absorbed, the greater the danger of his cultivation defect and the worsening of his injuries. But the fire of Lu Wu was different. Although it was tyrannical and brimming with destructive energy, it also contained an incredible vitality. This powerful vitality was precisely what Wang Chong needed. Through the power of Lu Wu, Wang Chong could strengthen his body and alleviate the pain and danger of his cultivation defect. Bang! In a wave of energy, Wang Chong's body flickered and then he vanished. This was the first time in this battle that he had taken the initiative to attack. BZZZ. 6 or 7 paces from his original position, Wang Chong appeared out of thin air, his foot on the head of a half Lu Wu man in black. In a flash, a massive vortex seemed to appear beneath Wang Chong's feet, exploding with a powerful suction force. The violet flames on the man in black's body leaped and danced, instantly entering Wang Chong's body like rivers flowing into the sea. Impossible! The half Lu Wu man in black suddenly opened his eyes in disbelief. Boom! In his shock, he swung his arms at Wang Chong. In this half Lu Wu state, his fingernails had become as sharp as those of a wild beast. From a certain perspective, they were even sharper than swords. "You should go down." At this moment, an icy voice came from above. Wang Chong poured his strength into his right foot, and an enormous force like thousands of mountains surged through Wang Chong's right foot and stomped down. Awoo! The earth quaked as Wang Chong stomped the powerful half Lu Wu man in black into the ground, his head smashing into the earth. These men in black truly were powerful and had strange techniques, but a starving camel was still larger than a horse. Although Wang Chong had gone berserk, he was still an expert close to the subtle realm. Unless they were at the same level, they would find it very difficult to threaten him. Chapter 1359. After heavily wounding a half Lu Wu man with a kick, Wang Chong immediately lunged at the other half Lu Wu man in black. As he lunged forward, a powerful vitality flowed through his body, nourishing it. In this brief clash, Wang Chong had absorbed nearly 70% of the Lu Wu energy in the men in black. As expected, feeling the cool and refreshing energy flowing through his body like a stream, Wang Chong was invigorated and immediately began to work faster. Capture him. Seeing this scene, a voice came from the sky. The leader of the men in black, more than 9 feet tall and clearly stronger than an imperial great general, lunged at Wang Chong. Of the 3, Wang Chong was their true target. "Junior, in front of this old man, you have no right to speak." At this moment, an old and cold voice rang out. Before the leader of the black-robed men could react, a huge wave of energy came crashing down from the top of his head. The leader only glanced at it before his face paled. Rumbling could be heard as a gigantic green palm descended from the sky. It was as large as a mountain, and it carried a force of tens of thousands of caddies. Not good. The black-robed leader's expression changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, he gathered all the strength in his body and conjured up a black fire of Mara that shot upwards. But the leader had clearly underestimated the power of the evil emperor's palm. Rumble! The ground shook, and dust billowed into the sky. Under the gazes of the group of black-robed men, the leader of the black-robed men, who was the strongest among them, only managed to block for a moment before he was instantly crushed by that vast and unstoppable force. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and like a toad, he let out a miserable shriek as he was smashed into the ground. Leader! Seeing this scene, the expressions of the black-clothed men, who were originally full of murderous intent, changed drastically. In this operation, the leader of the men in black was the strongest. At the same time, he was also the trump card to deal with Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. His strength had already reached the pinnacle, and even the influential great generals of the mortal world were nothing in his eyes. With his monstrous strength, he could easily defeat any great general. The black fire of Mara could burn all things, and it was extremely effective against a martial artist's stellar energy. In this world, there was probably no one who could deal with it. However, no one had expected that he would be pressed into the ground in just one move, and he even let out a miserable howl. With the level of pain tolerance of the people in the organization, this was simply unimaginable. In an instant, the atmosphere on the battlefield changed subtly. Everyone felt apprehensive as they looked at the black-robed old man. A bunch of ants dares to be so impudent in front of me. On the other side, the evil emperor's long hair was held in place by a single hairpin. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was one of majesty and might. At the same time, an enormous and fearsome energy exploded from his body. At this moment, the evil emperor seemed to have returned to his former self, the number one figure of the evil path whom countless people in the martial arts world could only look up to and pale in fear at the mere mention of his name. These men in black had repeatedly pursued and killed his disciple. This had violated the evil emperor's great taboo and ignited the fury in his heart. Although he had been betrayed by his disciple, everyone in the martial arts world knew that the evil emperor had always been the most protective of his disciples. Save the leader and kill them. Suddenly a harsh shout rang out. An expert, whose strength was second only to the leader of the men in black, pointed his sword at the evil emperor's group. Although the strongest leader was restrained, there were a total of 3 leaders in this operation of the black-clothed men. The deputy leader, who was ranked second, immediately took over the command. Bam, bam, bam. Without the slightest hesitation, the black-robed men's auras surged as they took a step forward. Like fishes, they shot toward the 3 of them from all directions. This was especially true for Wang Chong, who had always been their focus. Swoosh! A pitch-black sword sliced through the air and slashed at Wang Chong's shoulder. Almost at the same time, the second man in black appeared behind Wang Chong. His huge fist was burning with purplish-black flames as he punched at Wang Chong. Die! Roaring savagely, one of the men in black transformed into a black flame azura and used the void movement technique to instantly appear behind the evil emperor. The transformed black flame azura moved its 6 arms and brandished a saber, a halberd, and a spear made of earth energy. The saber, halberd, and spear were wrapped in black flames that could burn the heavens and boil the seas. With lightning speed, they stabbed at the evil emperor's back. The others also attacked the chief of Wushang. Why are you all so stubborn? The chief of Wushang sighed, leaning on his walking stick. There was a hint of helplessness in his expression. I'm not a bloodthirsty person by nature, but you can't blame me for being so aggressive. Boom! A gust of wind blew, and a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the chief of Wushang. Almost at the same time, the chief of Wushang's body glowed brightly. Under the gazes of countless people, a 3-eyed god descended from the sky and appeared behind the chief of Wushang. The 3-eyed god was covered in bronze armor and looked majestic. He looked down on the world, giving off a feeling of invincibility. But in the next moment, the three-eyed god's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. There were no eyeballs in his eyes, but two tiny palms stretched out of his eyes. The palms opened, revealing a pair of abstruse eyes. "Yang Ren!" Someone cried out, recognizing the three-eyed god at a glance. It was the legendary Yang Ren of the Central Plains, the exterminator of all evils, the true lord among gods. The chief of Wushang had summoned Yang Ren's clone, and his body immediately exuded an intense, desolate aura that would strike fear into the hearts of those who looked at him. Exterminator of all evils. The chief of Wushang's eyes were cold. He tapped the walking stick in his hand, and in an instant the white walking stick turned into a black halberd. The chief of Wushang also disappeared from where he was. At the same time that the chief of Wushang disappeared, the men in black suddenly froze, as if they had lost control of their bodies. Only their eyes flickered with extreme fear. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of explosions as the chief of Wushang reappeared at the gate. Behind him, bloody holes had appeared in the bodies of the men in black. No matter how powerful their stellar energy was, they seemed incapable of stopping the attacks of the chief of Wushang. A few moments later, the men in black, whether they were in their half-luo or black flame Azura forms, exploded into black ash that drifted through the air. Yang Ren's divine art. This was the strongest technique of Wushang village. No one knew the origins of this technique, not even the chief of Wushang. He only knew that this technique had existed since the founding of Wushang village. But this technique was extremely demanding and difficult to cultivate. The chief of Wushang had only comprehended it after experiencing the Battle of Talas. Before that battle, the chief of Wushang and Wang Chang's master, the evil emperor, had already come into contact with and comprehended a few things about the subtle realm. But the Battle of Talas was the first time the two of them had seen someone truly reach the subtle realm, and they had even seen the most precious breakthrough process. Thus, after returning from that battle, the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor had both comprehended many things, and it was during this period that the chief of Wushang had comprehended the Yang Ren god art. Among them, the banish all evil was one of Yang Ren's 3 great techniques. When using this technique, no matter how strong the opponent's moves were, how hard the armor was, or how much they tried to block, Yang Ren's divine technique could easily break through the opponent's defense. More importantly, the chief of Wushang could use the Yang Ren god art to affect the stellar energy in his opponent's bodies, rendering them immobile. This was the reason why those men in black had suddenly frozen to the spot. With a single move, more than half of the ruined restaurant had been cleared, let alone the men in black. Even Wang Chong was surprised by this power. What a powerful technique! On the road, he had heard the chief of Wushang mention this, but words were one thing and action was another. These men in black had an endless array of techniques and extremely powerful vitality, especially those who cultivated the black flame Azura art. Even Wang Chong would find it difficult to kill them in a single blow. But in front of the chief of Wushang, these men in black couldn't even last one round. How could there be such a thing? Go, let's go. The vice leader of the black-clothed men was extremely shocked when he saw this. He had never thought that these 3 people would be so difficult to deal with. With the strength of the team they led, they could even destroy an entire sect. However, after a battle, not only did they not manage to do anything, but they were also slaughtered by them. Even their strongest leader was heavily injured. There was no hope for them to continue fighting. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, one of the men in black waved his hand, scattering a large amount of poisonous powder at Wang Chong's group, and then all the men in black began to flee in every direction like birds and beasts. Humph! Wang Chong sneered. With a thought, he activated the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art once more, and the surrounding air once more fell under his control. Forget it, let them be. Just as Wang Chong was about to make his move, his master, the evil emperor, suddenly spoke in his ear. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment before exploding his jinchi. The flow of air that had been directed inward was now directed outward. With a boom, all the poisonous gas, debris, and bricks were pushed out. When the smoke dissipated, only Wang Chong, the evil emperor, chief of Wushan, and the leader of the men in black, who was being trampled under the feet of the evil emperor, were left in the restaurant. With this big fish in hand, there was naturally no need to care about the other small fish. Speak. Who are you people? Why are you so relentlessly pursuing my disciple? Chapter 1360. Haha, do you think I will tell you? The leader of the black-robed men was sprawled on the ground with blood in his mouth. He forced himself to turn around and looked at the three of them with a smile. This black-robed leader was unbelievably powerful, but he had met his nemesis in front of the evil emperor. On his chest and back, there were 40 to 50 holes that looked like honeycombs. His immense life force was seeping out of his body through these holes. With just one palm strike, the evil emperor had taken away more than half of his life force. You're right. If that's the case, there's no need to keep you alive. The evil emperor said calmly. These black-robed men were all extremely loyal, and it was almost impossible to get any information out of them. Don't get too full of yourself. Even if I die, you won't be able to live for long. I don't care if you're an emperor, a general, or a leader of a sect. Anyone we want to kill, no one will be able to live. I was too careless this time. If I hadn't been impatient and wanted to contribute some merits behind His Excellency's back, I wouldn't have died here. I'll wait for you down there. You and your disciples won't be able to live for long either. Reckless fool! The evil emperor could not be bothered with the black-robed leader's arrogance before his death. With a stomp of his foot, a majestic destructive force erupted and completely destroyed the black-robed man's life force. As the infamous demonic emperor of the sect, the evil emperor had killed countless people. Naturally, he wouldn't care about the threat of a black-robed man. Wait, master. At this moment, Wang Chong spoke. He slowly walked up to the black-robed leader. Master, I still have use for this black-robed man. Hand him over to me. It's not difficult for you to die. I admire your willingness to face death calmly, but there are some secrets that don't need to be revealed. Wang Chong stared at the black-robed leader. The latter's expression changed drastically as if he had suddenly thought of something. But before he could speak, a huge wave of mental energy broke through the air like a tide and entered the mind of the black-robed man. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's boundless mental energy was like a broken dam, rushing into every meridian in the black-clothed man's mind. Although Wang Chong had chi deviation, his mental strength was not affected. His mental strength was already very strong, and after meeting the three seniors underground and feeling their mental strength inheritance, it became even stronger. Wang Chong's mental power chased all the way and soon encountered the restriction inside the black-robed man's body. Boom! Unlike in the past, Wang Chong simply charged forward with all his might. Accompanied by the sound of chains being unlocked, this previously indestructible fortress immediately cracked open. Stop! In an instant, bursts of thunder could be heard. The leader of the black-robed men, who had been calm all this while, finally panicked. He used his mental energy to struggle. Although his martial arts were high, once he switched to mental energy, the difference between him and Wang Chong was not just a little bit. My lord! As a hazy light blossomed in front of him, Wang Chong heard a voice at his ear. This was the first time he had obtained any useful information from such a high-level leader of the black-robed men, and he immediately immersed his mind in this information. In front of him was a vast expanse of wind and sand, the rough earth covered in yellow sand and gravel. Nearby, the weathered desert was moving like a massive wave, spreading from near to far. Wang Chong stood in this world, silently observing. He saw the leader of the black-robed men, and he also saw an expert dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, apparently of even higher status. Around them, many black-robed men were scattered around, guarding the perimeter. That brat truly is alert. Now that he has the metal box from that person, he was able to discover us long ago. Dealing with him will be even more difficult. But if we wanted to deal with him, we could have done it in the capital. In any case, the power of the secular world can't restrain us. But why does my lord insist on drawing him out of the capital? The leader of the black-robed men said respectfully, one knee on the ground. Now is not the time. That person in the capital rules the Central Plains, so we can't act rashly for now. Your strength is still too low to attract his attention. But once you surpass a certain level and catch his attention, everything will be different. The capital is heavily guarded, and there are countless experts hiding in the shadows. For now, we have no confidence in dealing with him. The yellow-robed man said, his hands held behind his back. Wang Chang's heart thumped at these words. They're talking about the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor was known as the #1 man of the Central Plains, and Wang Chong had never imagined that these men in black would be so fearful of the Holy Emperor. This, your subordinate understands. The black-robed leader knelt on the ground and said, There's no need to rush to deal with that brat in the capital. The urgent task at hand is to find that person. We've received news that he's hiding in the northwest, where we're currently active. The great secludes himself in the court, while the small secludes himself in the wilderness. This bastard is truly bold. The yellow-robed man said. The leader of the men in black only respectfully listened, not daring to interrupt. This time, I'll give you 30 subordinates and 2 immortal emissaries to assist you. Do your best to capture that brat. He has something on him that we want. The yellow-robed man said in a loud and clear voice. Wang Chong tried to get a clear look at his face, but all he could see was a blurry shadow. Your subordinate will go. After saying this, the leader of the men in black stood up, and then everything became blurry. Wang Chong knew that the man in black's memories had been completely read. This is impossible. Impossible. You can actually read true Lord Yellow Dragon's memories. At this moment, a shocked and furious voice rang out. The man in black finally came back to his senses, and in both shock and rage he began to struggle. The passage of time in the psychic world could not be measured using common sense. The scene that Wang Chong had experienced in the psychic world seemed to have taken a long time, but in the real world, less than a second had passed. True Lord Yellow Dragon? Wang Chong frowned, and then a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Humph, no matter who you're talking about, they won't be able to hide any secrets from me. In the next moment, Wang Chong activated his psychic energy and immediately tried to read the deeper secrets. This forceful memory search was already a great harvest for Wang Chong. However, Wang Chong knew that the deepest secrets in the memories were the core. Given the level of this man in black, he definitely had access to many of the core secrets. Boom! Wang Chong's psychic energy covered the heavens and earth, rapidly probing the depths of the mind like a tide. However, in the next moment, as if it had crashed into an impenetrable wall, Wang Chong's psychic energy was completely repelled. In Wang Chong's perception, the secrets in the depths of the man in black's mind seemed to be enveloped by a steel fortress. If he wanted to explore the deeper secrets, he would have to break through this steel fortress made of psychic energy. Ha ha ha, don't waste your strength. Each of the 12 golden locks is stronger and larger than the last. It's already not easy for you to break through the first outer layer. It's impossible for you to obtain the deeper secrets. At this moment, the voice of the man in black reached his ears. He twisted his neck and stared back at Wang Chong, a cold smile in his eyes. No matter how powerful a martial artist was, they would not be able to find out the secrets in them. Even a psychic energy expert like Wang Chong could only open the outermost restriction, and that was already his limit. Is that so? Wang Chong sneered. I'd like to see if this god of yours is really so powerful. How could Wang Chong believe him? Without the slightest hesitation, he condensed an even greater psychic energy than before. Like a meteor crashing into the earth, it crashed into the second restriction in the man in black's mind. Boom! The two completely different psychic seals collided. In that instant, Wang Chong clearly saw that in the depths of the man in black's mind, a vast and boundless golden restriction had suddenly appeared, protecting the most important meridians in the depths of his mind. And when Wang Chong's psychic energy crashed into it, on the surface of this golden restriction, a massive black ancient character appeared. Wang Chong had never seen such a character before. It looked extremely complicated, as if it were even more ancient than the bird seal script of the spring and autumn warring states period. Moreover, it gave off a mysterious feeling. Talisman. Even though this was his first time seeing it, Wang Chong immediately recognized that this was the power of the rumored ancient talisman. In the apocalyptic era, Wang Chong had come into contact with all sorts of energies, including martial arts and formations. But the most unique of them all was this talisman. These things could not be explained with common sense, and Wang Chong only knew that these talismans belonged to a special type of character. They seemed to be imbued with one's understanding of the world, resonating with the laws of the world and possessing a unique power. The shaman energy passed down through the generations in the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates belonged to this type of talisman, but it was the lowest level of talisman energy. But the talisman in the mind of the man in black seemed even more ancient and mysterious, many times more powerful. Just when Wang Chong was about to try and break through the seal, he suddenly heard a hair-raising scream. The expression of the leader of the black-clothed men on the ground suddenly warped, and his veins bulged out. Blood seeped out of his ears, nostrils, and eyes, and he looked extremely miserable. Chong-er, his seal has flared up, the evil emperor gravely said. As he spoke, more and more blood flowed out of the man in black's 7 orifices, turning from purple to black. Even his vitality was rapidly weakening. Damn it! Wang Chong was inwardly vexed, and he clenched his teeth as he rushed at the second seal in the man in black's mind, hoping to learn more secrets before the man in black died. But it was too late. Chapter 1361. At this moment, the leader of the black-clothed men clutched his head, his eyes rolled back, and cold sweat poured down his face. He let out an inhuman howl as if on the verge of death. Chong-er, give up. He's about to die. The evil emperor's voice rang out in his ear. He loosened his foot, only to see the man in black writhing on the ground like a lobster, his body twitching and writhing in pain. Finally, his body straightened, and he breathed out one last breath before he lay motionless. Beneath him, the ground that he had rolled over was stained with bloodstains. It was a horrifying sight to behold. All was quiet as Wang Chong, the chief of Wushang, and the evil emperor watched the tragic death of the leader of the black-clothed men. This was especially so for the chief of Wushang. He had long ago heard that the black-clothed men were extremely strict, but hearing and seeing were two different things altogether. It was clear that the leader of the black-clothed men had suffered an indescribable agony before his death. These scoundrels are truly unscrupulous, the evil emperor coldly said. He had never had a good impression of these men in black, and this was even more so now. Child, did you obtain any information from his mind? At this moment, the Wushang village chief walked over and calmly asked, Wang Chong nodded. It seems rather troublesome. These people are just pawns, and they have several formidable fellows behind them. In addition, just as Master discovered, their base is in the northwest. Wang Chong sternly said as he explained the other information he had obtained from the leader of the black-clothed men. The chief of Wushang and the evil emperor fell silent at Wang Chong's words. Although they had failed, there was no doubt that Wang Chong had obtained a lot of useful information from them. It seems like this trip to the northwest will be troublesome. The demonic emperor, old man, said, a gloomy look on his face. Let's talk about this later. The most important thing right now is to leave this place as soon as possible. The chief of Wushang said. The black-clothed men were unscrupulous in their actions. Wang Chong and the others searched, and soon found the corpses of the shopkeeper and the waiter in the cellar of the tavern. In the entire Luyao city, there were also a considerable number of people who had been tied up or killed by them. Seeing the scene, the three of them secretly gnashed their teeth. After releasing the prisoners and obtaining some supplies, the three of them quickly left the place after searching the black-clothed man's body. Clop, clop, clop. Not long after Wang Chong and the others left, 3 cavalrymen wearing black robes with wide sleeves and bamboo hats on their heads appeared in Luyao City and stopped in front of the collapsed restaurant. I'm too late. The battle has already ended. One of the men said, Let's go take a look. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The voice was calm, neither loud nor soft, but it carried the majesty of a superior. It was obvious that it was the true leader of the three. The three of them quickly dismounted and stopped in front of the collapsed restaurant where the battle was the most intense. There was no one in the restaurant. Only a pile of broken bricks was left. The corpses are all destroyed. It's the smell of the fire of Mara. It's the target's doing. The three of them looked around and finally stopped at the place where the leader of the black-clothed men had died. The mission has completely failed. The target is more troublesome than expected. It seems like we need to gather more people. A strange man wearing a conical bamboo hat said, What a bunch of trash. In order to get credit from the higher-ups, they ignored my orders and attacked first. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Let's go. We can't let the target escape. My lord hates incompetent losers the most. They can't have gotten far. Whoosh! The three of them swung their cloaks and immediately walked out. In a flash, they got on their horses. With a loud neigh, the three of them squeezed their horses' abdomens and galloped in the direction where Wang Chong and the others had disappeared. Several hours later, the three of them stopped in front of a cliff. Looking at the bottomless cliff in front of them, the three of them were stunned. Bastard, we've been tricked. The three of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Judging from their speed, they should have caught up with Wang Chong and the others by now. However, that was not the case at all. It was obvious that Wang Chong had tricked them before he left. Damn it! Pass down my order. Immediately find the target's position. I want to know their whereabouts as soon as possible, the leader said through gritted teeth. Yes. Time slowly passed, and in the following period, Wang Chong's group was able to live a peaceful life. They were not attacked by anyone else. Whoosh! As Wang Chong sat cross-legged on the ground, he gave a long sigh. When he opened his eyes, Wang Chong's gaze was clearly much clearer. After several days of cultivation and the assistance of his master and the village chief, he had gotten rid of much of the impure stellar energy in his body. Wang Chong's condition was clearly much better, and the conflicting stellar energy in his body had stabilized. In particular, he had absorbed the strength of Lu Wu in the last battle. That pure vitality had filled his body, greatly increasing Wang Chong's ability to resist the chaotic stellar energy in his body. Not bad. You have a very high comprehension ability and quickly grasped your master's method. In the future, remember to avoid fighting if possible. Your master and I will take care of everything. In addition, if you have no other choice, try not to absorb energy. If you can use techniques other than the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, try not to use this technique. Your master and I have calculated that in your current state, as long as you don't encounter a powerful opponent, you can fight for at most 5 minutes. Later on, if you forcefully use stellar energy, you will aggravate your injuries. If you injure your dantian, you might end up like your master. Your dantian shattered. Not everyone can be as cautious as your master. He didn't have any major problems for 10 years, and he was able to survive after his cultivation dissipated. Wang Chong, you can't be careless. The chief of Wushang said, Many thanks, village chief. Wang Chong understands. Wang Chong sternly said. In the last few days, Wang Chong had been spending time with his master and the village chief. Other than stabilizing his injuries, he had also listened to the two explain many problems on the martial path. Although his injuries had still not healed, Wang Chong felt like his understanding of the martial path had increased. We're almost there. This area for several hundred li is barren and devoid of people, but quite a few experts have gathered. Unless necessary, do your best not to expose yourself. After all, you're not in a good condition to fight. The demonic emperor, old man, suddenly said in an elderly voice. The demonic emperor, old man's expression turned grim. This was not his and the Wushang village chief's first time here. Many experts had gathered in this region, so even he and the Wushang village chief had to be extremely careful. Your disciple understands, Wang Chong deferentially said. As they were speaking, they heard a loud shout. Du Wuqing, you can't escape. Hand over the treasure map. That voice was filled with viciousness, and it rumbled like thunder toward the direction of Wang Chong and the others. Immediately after that, a powerful shockwave burst through the air. Even though they were several li away, they could still hear it clearly. What followed was the intense clanging of swords. The carriage instantly fell silent. The three of them frowned, but no one said a word. He had known that this area would not be peaceful, but he had never imagined that he would encounter this sort of vendetta between martial artists at such a distance, and before he even reached his destination. Wang Chong stretched out his finger and lifted the curtain to look outside. In the distance, there were layers of green mountains. Just a few li away from Wang Chong and the others, he saw a few groups of people, one in front and one at the back, fighting in the air. The figures at the front moved their bodies and used all their strength to defend themselves, as if they wanted to cover the person in front of them to escape. But they were clearly no match for them. There was a shrill scream, and before Wang Chong and the others could get there, the people at the back were immediately overtaken and dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, an arrow as thick as a finger shot out from the depths of the green mountains, striking the martial artist called Du Wuqing. That person did a somersault and immediately fell from midair with a thump, motionless. This battle had ended much faster than anyone had expected. Even if Wang Chong had wanted to intervene, he wouldn't have had enough time. Forget it, let them do as they please. The demonic emperor old man seemed to know what Wang Chong was thinking and indifferently said, Although this place is remote, the situation is complicated, and there are countless martial artists from all walks of life. Over the years, there have been quite a few treasure maps, real and fake, but not a single person has found the supreme and infinite origin of mortal art. Still, there have been some results. In this place, the mere mention of treasure map can bring about a fatal disaster, let alone anything else. There's nothing you can do about it. As the evil emperor, whose very name made all martial artists pale in fear, he was clearly used to this sort of vendetta, and he was unperturbed by it. Since I have run into it, I might as well take a look. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Chong opened the carriage door and flew out. A few moments later, he arrived at the site of the battle. It was a protruding hill, its surroundings stained with blood. The battle was already over, leaving behind corpses strewn across the ground. It seems like I'm too late. Wang Chong glanced at the corpses and sighed. Judging from the clothes these people were wearing, they were probably from sections. Although Wang Chong held an extremely high position in the court, he didn't have a very deep relationship with these people. Personally witnessing a pursuit in the world of sex felt completely different from fighting on the battlefield. Chapter 1362 With a thought, Wang Chong stopped and quickly walked over. How dangerous, but he wasn't fated to die. Just a little more, and he would have been hit in the heart. Wang Chong used his finger to inspect the man's body. He sealed off several important acupoints on the man's body and stopped the bleeding. Then, he sent a stream of stellar energy to protect the man's heart and meridians. After that, he lifted the man up and swiftly returned to the carriage. He's still alive. It's his fortune to have met us. The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang were also shocked by this sight. The chief of Wushang took out a pill and quickly fed it to the man. Then the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously placed a hand on the man's shoulder and began to pour in stellar energy to treat his injuries. Given their abilities, there was no one in the world that they could not save as long as they still had a single breath left in them. As expected, a few moments later, the martial artist called Du Wuqing's chest heaved, and his complexion immediately improved. Swish! With a long breath, the man finally opened his eyes. "Who are you?" To everyone's surprise, the man opened his eyes. The instant he saw the three of them, he was shocked. His right hand slapped the wooden plank beneath him, and his body shot backward, putting some distance between him and the three of them. His expression was one of vigilance. Seeing the scene, the three of them frowned at the same time. They had thought the man would at least thank them when he woke up, but his reaction was completely different from what they had expected. "Young man, your injuries haven't healed yet. Don't act recklessly," the chief of Wushang said. As expected, the man's face was pale and his breathing ragged. This simple backward movement had caused his forehead to break out in cold sweat. "I don't need your help. I don't need your help. Do you think I don't know? You greedy scoundrels are all here for the Origin Immortal Mountain." The man clutched his chest, a stubborn expression on his face, and the wariness in his eyes deepened. Origin Immortal Mountain? Wang Chong looked at the man in front of him and frowned slightly. Bang! Just at this moment, the sound of a wooden door being slammed open rang out. The person glared at the three of them hatefully, then slammed open the door of the carriage. Enduring the pain from his injuries, he flew off into the distance. "You're injured to this extent, yet you're still forcefully using your qi. You're really courting death." The evil emperor looked at the back of the man and snorted coldly. He had no intention of chasing after him. It was rare for him to save his life, but in the end he repaid his kindness with ingratitude. If it weren't for Wang Chong, he would have killed him long ago. "Forget it, let him be," Wang Chong said as he watched the man leave. For some reason, he had a strange feeling in his heart. This is the world of sex. The hearts of men are deceitful and treacherous. Even if you save someone's life, they might not be grateful to you and might even blame you for saving them. In a place like this, if you aren't ruthless and ruthless, you'll find it very difficult to survive. This is also why I've never mentioned letting you enter the world of sections. The evil emperor coldly said. Wang Chong said nothing, but he recalled the words the man had said before he left. "The Origin Immortal Mountain, the Origin Immortal Mountain." Wang Chong muttered to himself, a pensive look on his face. For some reason, he had a feeling that something had changed in this journey to the northwest that neither he nor his master knew about. The man quickly vanished. To Wang Chong's group, this was merely an insignificant setback in their journey to the northwest. The carriage rumbled past the hills and into the distance. Walala! Not long after they left, a black eagle flapped its wings and flew over the forest. An hour later, several dozen men in black began to gather from all directions. Their auras were extremely bizarre, and their leaders were none other than the 3 bamboo hat men. "They can't get far. No matter how they run, they'll still fall into our hands in the end," the bamboo hat man said. "After them." With a single word, the tensome men in black and the 3 bamboo hat men began to chase in the direction that Wang Chong's group had disappeared. On this trip to the northwest, we still need to meet someone. He's someone I met when I was exploring with the old village chief. We'll probably need his help on this mission. The demonic emperor, old man, suddenly spoke from within the carriage. "Oh!" Wang Chong was flabbergasted. This was far beyond his expectations. He had never heard his master mention such a person before, and given the level of strength his master and the chief of Wushang possessed, Wang Chong truly found it difficult to imagine just what sort of person they would treat so seriously. They had clearly reached their destination, but instead of searching for the treasure map, they were going to meet him first. But you should prepare yourself. That person's personality is rather strange. On the side, the old village chief suddenly spoke as well, a rare smile appearing on his face. Wang Chong froze, his curiosity piqued. Haha, you'll know when you see him. The evil emperor heartily laughed, keeping Wang Chong in suspense. The carriage moved forward. Just as it passed through a forest, a thunderous voice suddenly burst out from inside the carriage. Stop! The carriage came to a screeching halt. Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang opened the door and quickly stepped out. Old sirs, have we reached our destination? A head popped out from the front. It was a man in his 30s, with half of his face covered with pockmarks. When he looked at Wang Chong and the others, his face was filled with fear. Hee, yes, we've reached our destination. But it's your destination. Wang Chong turned around and smiled at the coachman. Young master, what do you mean? The coachman looked at Wang Chong, his face filled with fear as he scanned his surroundings. All right, stop pretending. That's enough. The evil emperor said coldly. Old sirs. I don't know what you're talking about. The coachman shrunk back, feeling more and more uneasy. However, the three of them looked at the coachman, unfazed. Don't know? You'll find out soon enough. Wang Chong smiled calmly. With a flick of his right index and middle finger, a sword aura shot out and pierced through the carriage, heading straight for the coachman. Ah! The coachman screamed and pounced to the side in a panicked manner. The next moment, he dodged Wang Chong's attack by a hair's breadth. He stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Are you still going to pretend in front of us? Wang Chong sneered as he looked at this clumsy performance. His fingers seemed casual, but it wasn't something that could be easily dodged. At least, it wasn't something that could be dodged in such a panic manner. I don't know what you're talking about. When I'm driving a carriage, I often meet martial artists who are generous with their money. It's normal for me to learn some martial arts to protect myself. You can't possibly suspect me just because of this. And I've worked hard all the way to send you here. It's fine if you don't pay, but you treat me like this. The coachman was shocked and angry. The people from the eyes of God should be here soon. Wang Chong seemed not to have heard the coachman's words and looked at him with a faint smile. Buzz. Hearing this, the coachman still maintained his shocked and angry expression on the surface. But in the depths of his pupils he could not help but reveal a stiff expression at this moment. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, all of you men in black have 12 golden locks in your mind. Whether it's true or not, or whether I've wronged you, let me check and we'll know. As Wang Chong spoke, he strode towards the coachman. At the same time, a huge spiritual force gathered between his eyebrows and instantly broke through the air like lightning. At this moment, the expression of the coachman, who was originally calm and shocked and angry, as if he had been wronged, suddenly changed greatly. Boom! In the next moment, a huge wave of mind power slammed heavily into his mind. A huge spiritual restriction immediately appeared. It was the 12 golden locks. Damn it! The coachman was hit by Wang Chong's spiritual force and tumbled to the ground. In an instant, he bounced up and stared at Wang Chong and the others, finally no longer hiding. You bastards! I've been cautious and conscientious along the way and did not reveal any flaws. How on earth did you see through me? Everything happened too suddenly. He did not expect that at the most peaceful time, the three of them would suddenly stop by the side of this ordinary forest and secretly attack him. Beside him, the chief of Wushang's side. The battle in Luyao City was so intense, but you were too calm. Those black-clothed men were ruthless. The innkeepers and waiters in the restaurant were all ordinary people. They could have just tied them up, but they didn't spare a single one and killed them all. You followed us into the restaurant and fell into the hands of the men in black for so long, but you were not hurt at all. This can't be normal at all. With the ruthlessness of those men in black, there can only be one way for you to survive. You're in cahoots with them! Wang Chong smiled and finished the sentence on behalf of the chief of Wushang. What? The coachman was finally stunned, and his face was full of disbelief. You've been suspecting me since then. Wang Chong smiled without saying anything. This guy couldn't run away. If that's the case, why didn't you kill me then? Why did you wait until now? The coachman gnashed his teeth. Because we don't have a coachman. Wang Chong smiled. Bastard. Hearing this, the coachman finally could not help but fly into a rage. Bang! He waved his hand, and a black powder immediately turned into rolling black smoke under the influence of the stellar energy. As if it had a life of its own, it swept toward Wang Chong and the others. Chapter 1363. Let me announce a piece of good news. Today, our Emperor Era has finally obtained an important achievement, 100 Alliance. This is also our first 100 Alliance. Thank you, brothers and sisters of the royal family. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Today, 20 chapters were released again. So far, Huang Fu had already updated 50 chapters in the past 3 days. Here, I would like to thank New Era Elements by Fei Yang, MOU, 2226, Little Wildcat, Big Bug, and Han Yan for their support. Thank you, everyone. Next, Emperor Era will welcome a new chapter. Huang Fu will continue to work hard and continue to write good works. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Chapter 1364. Bang. But when they were still several dozen feet from Wang Chong's group, they seemed to run into an invisible barrier, and all the black smoke and poisonous needles were sent flying to the left and right. Boom! With a wave of Wang Chong's sleeve, all the black smoke and poisonous needles shot into the sky like a waterfall. In the distance, the coachman had long since escaped without a trace, heading into the distance. In the rear, neither Wang Chong, the evil emperor, nor the chief of Wushang moved. But just when the coachman was about to flee to the edge of the carriage, boom! Countless black needles exploded from the sky and struck the distant coachman. With a scream, the coachman ran several steps, and then his body fell forward and fell to the ground. In just a moment, his body immediately hardened and turned black. Finally, he looked like a withered tree that had been dried out for a long time. Let's go. They won't be able to wait for anyone, and they'll be here soon enough. We shouldn't waste too much time with them. The three packed up their things and quickly left. Time slowly passed, and around 2 hours after Wang Chong's group had left, the wind howled and thousands of leaves began to ripple. In a flash of light, 3 bamboo hat men flew down from the trees and appeared next to the abandoned carriage. With just a glance, they grimaced. We've been exposed. These fellows are even more vigilant than we imagined. One of the bamboo hat men said. Shifting their gazes, the 3 of them quickly noticed a figure at the edge of the forest in the distance. Let's go. The 3 glanced at each other and immediately rushed over, crossing several hundred feet in a flash to appear next to the coachman's corpse. The coachman's corpse had been hung on a tree, blackened by the poison. Next to the corpse was a line of words carved with a sword. This meager gift is not enough to show my respect. Written at the bottom was the signature of the Tang dynasty's king of foreign lands. Bastard! A massive fist, wreathed in flames, pulverized the tree and coachman's corpse. After abandoning the carriage, Wang Chong and the others finally arrived at their destination after about 4 hours. This was a 3-way intersection at the edge of a mountain range. At the point of the intersection, there were 3 gigantic ginseng cypresses that were more than 10 meters tall. They rose, steeply from the ground and looked very special in this area. This was where the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang had met during their last trip to the northwest. Something's wrong. After some time, the demonic emperor old man frowned. It's already past the appointed time. Why isn't he here yet? Something's not right. Could something have happened? Chief of Wushang also frowned. The situation here was complicated and sectarian killings were common. Wang Chong, who had been cultivating under the tree, opened his eyes. This situation was far beyond his expectations. Hua! All of a sudden, a white messenger pigeon flapped its wings and flew down from the sky towards them. The sudden movement attracted the attention of the three. The evil emperor stretched out his hand and caught the pigeon. He took a look at the letter on it, and his expression changed. Something's wrong. Let's go. Without another word, the demonic emperor old man put away the letter and immediately rushed forward. Wang Chong and the chief of Wushang's hearts tightened. They quickly followed behind the evil emperor. Follow that pigeon. The evil emperor looked up at the sky. Pigeons knew their way. If they could find the person who delivered the letter, they could also find the person who wrote the letter. Master, what's going on? Along the way, Wang Chong couldn't help but ask. This time, the evil emperor didn't hide the truth anymore. As it turned out, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang had encountered a formation grandmaster. The three of them had similar personalities and had traveled together for some time, becoming good friends. Your chief of Wushang and I have done a detailed investigation. Whether it's a real treasure or a fake one, it's usually surrounded by a large number of formations. Neither I nor the chief of Wushang is an expert in this field. So without this person's help, it will be very difficult for us to find the real origin immortal art. He's a very punctual person. Once he's agreed on a time, he'll never be late. Reality has confirmed my judgment. If my guess is correct, he probably ran into an enemy, the evil emperor said. His movement technique was like a bolt of lightning as he weaved through the trees. Not even the dense forest could stop him. Wang Chong silently glanced at his master's back, a pensive look on his face. His master's personality was rather unique. Very few people could catch his eye, and he found it very difficult to view ordinary people as friends. It was already surprising that he could get along well with the chief of Wushang and travel together in search of the origin immortal art. For his master to view this formation elder as a friend, he had to have some extraordinary qualities. The wind held around them, and as they were thinking, there was suddenly a flash of light, and the area around them became empty. In front of them, above an open space, the white carrier pigeon that everyone had been following all the way suddenly stopped. Like a headless fly, it flapped its wings and circled in the sky, refusing to land. The three of them fell silent at this sight. He probably ran into an enemy here. The evil emperor had a grave expression, a rare hint of unease on his brow. No, there are no signs of a fight here, Wang Chong suddenly said. In this short period of time, he had already looked around. There were some footprints in the surroundings, but there were no messy traces at all, let alone traces of a fight. This was not the appearance of someone who had run into an enemy and then been defeated and captured. Wang Chong's reminder caused the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang to notice their surroundings, and their frowns deepened. Not only that, there's something wrong with that carrier pigeon as well, Wang Chong said as he looked into the sky. Even if a normal carrier pigeon got lost, it would not keep circling in the air like this. The eagle had raised many birds and carrier pigeons, but he had never seen anything like this. Zhang Wenfu, that old scoundrel! As they were thinking, an elderly voice rang out in their ears, tinged with bewilderment. How could it be the two of you? The elderly voice came out of nowhere, rumbling and shaking the earth. Before Wang Chong and the others could react, the ground beneath their feet shook. Following that, under Wang Chong's shocked gaze, about 10 feet away from them, there was nothing but a patch of sand. Suddenly, a brown rock about the height of a human appeared out of thin air and appeared on the ground. Then a second rock, a third rock. In just a moment, the light changed and a stone array appeared in front of Wang Chong and the others. This stone array was made up of 5 to 6 large rocks, each of them the size of a small mountain. They were scattered on the ground according to a certain pattern. Looking at this shocking scene, even Wang Chong could not help but feel his eyelids twitch and his heart tremble. At this moment, he thought of something. But before Wang Chong could speak, there was a flash of light. Under Wang Chong's dumbfounded gaze, a gray-robed dwarf strode out with an air of seniority and a hand stroking his steel needle-like beard. "Ha, old scoundrel. So you made a turtle shell and hid it here, Brother Fong, and I thought that you had been captured by your enemies." The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang laughed as they looked at the gray-robed dwarf elder, their expressions extremely amiable. "It seems like he's the formation elder that Master spoke of," Wang Chong quietly said to himself. It was clear that this was yet another strange individual that he had not heard of in his last life. He had no idea how his master and the village chief had gotten to know him. How could this be? Those bastards have been trying to capture me for more than a day or two, but in the end, I still managed to fool them with a few rocks. The formation elder coldly snorted, a look of disdain on his face. Since that's the case, why did you send a messenger pigeon asking for reinforcements?" The evil emperor heartily laughed, not giving him any face at all. "Zhang Wenfu, you old bastard. Don't think that just because you've been the demonic emperor for a few years that I'm afraid of you. When did I ever ask you for reinforcements?" The formation elder's face turned red, and he glared at Wang Chong. His gaze quickly fell on Wang Chong, and a moment later, he leapt up as if provoked. "Foul brat, what are you looking at? What kind of eyes do you have? Do you think that you're taller than me? Do you look down on those who are shorter than you? Believe it or not, this old man will take off your head and make you as tall as me." The veins on the formation elder's forehead were bulging, and he could not restrain his rage. It was like Wang Chong had committed some heinous crime. Wang Chong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't done anything, but the formation elder had suddenly made things difficult for him. Because of his height, this old scoundrel is very sensitive to the gazes of others. There's no need to bother with him. At this moment, a voice as soft as the buzz of a mosquito came from next to him. It was Chief of Wushang's voice. Wang Chong turned his head in surprise and saw that the usually stern chief of Wushang had a smile on his face, a smile that was very different from his usual self. "Zhang Wenfu, what's going on? Didn't I tell you that this operation would be fraught with danger and that you shouldn't bring any riffraff with you? This treasury is extremely dangerous, and you actually brought a brat of 18 or 19 with you." The formation elder's anger was hard to quell, and he turned to the evil emperor. "Brother Zhou, don't misunderstand. This is Brother Wenfu's disciple, not some outsider." Chief of Wushang smiled. "Disciple?" The formation elder was stunned, and as he glanced at Zhang Wenfu, he almost exploded in rage. Chapter 1365. Boom! An explosion came from behind him. Wang Chong, a faint smile on his face, flicked his finger, sending a wisp of sword chi at one of the rocks the formation elder was using to form a formation. There's no need for Senior to worry. This Junior still has the ability to protect himself. Wang Chong drew back his finger and nonchalantly said. For a moment, all was silent. The formation elder stared at Wang Chong in a daze, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. How could this be? The formation elder's mind was in turmoil as he stared at this 18 or 19-year-old youth. Although he had taken these rocks from the ground, each one was as tough as steel. More importantly, when he had been hiding from his foes, he had used a formation to fuse these rocks with the earthen energy in a radius of 100 li. He had only opened the formation, not dispersed it. But this youth had been able to shatter one of the rocks with a casual flick of his finger. Not even top-class experts would be able to do such a thing. Well, do you have anything else to say? I already told you that he's this old man's disciple. Did you think that he was some nameless nobody? The evil emperor stroked his beard as he finally spoke. Wang Chong was a perfect match for his temperament, and that flick of his finger had stopped the old scoundrel's chattering mouth. Humph, so what if you're skilled in martial arts? The formation elder had an embarrassed expression, his aura weakening, but his mouth was still unwilling to admit defeat. The evil emperor and Chief Wushang silently smiled. This was not their first time getting to know the formation elder, so they couldn't be bothered to expose him. Let's go. The treasury will open this month. Now that the news has been leaked, quite a few people have come from the martial arts world. We'll have to hurry. As the demonic emperor old man spoke, he walked forward. The situation this time is rather complicated. There's been no news of the supreme and infinite origin immortal art for a very long time. But recently, 2 treasure map fragments appeared out of nowhere and led the information here. I felt as though someone was deliberately luring everyone here. I came here earlier than you and have been observing for a while. I've seen at least 20 waves of forces, and even barbarians have come. As the 4 of them traveled, the formation elder began to talk about the northwest. What? Hearing the word barbarian, Wang Chong instinctively frowned. As a prince of the Tang dynasty, he was most sensitive in this aspect. Senior, do you know which empire these barbarians are from? Wang Chong asked. How would I know? Anyway, all barbarians look the same, and I can't speak the Hu language. What does it have to do with me? The formation elder rolled his eyes at Wang Chong and grumpily said. Wang Chong chuckled to himself and let the matter rest. He knew that the formation elder was still brooding over how he had humiliated the formation elder in front of his master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. In addition, Zhang Wenfu, you have to be careful. It's not just my enemies that have come. Even that old foe of yours from the martial arts world has come, and he's brought 10-some people with him. Right now, they've plastered up notices about you everywhere. They've stuck a wooden board into the ground, and they can be seen everywhere. I feel like the fact that so many experts have gathered here has a lot to do with him. The formation elder gestured with his hands, and as he spoke, he shot a worried glance at the demonic emperor old man. The demonic emperor old man said nothing, but his expression instantly turned frigid. Even Wang Chong's expression turned grave. His master had always been extremely secretive about the matters of the martial arts world, especially about the plot against him. Ever since Wang Chong had saved him, his master had been cutting himself off from the past. Thus, not even Wang Chong knew the details of his master's plot. He only had a vague idea that his senior brother had played a crucial role in it. But after going around in a circle, it seemed like everything had returned to square one. His master's grudges in the martial arts world could not be avoided. Master, the person who harmed you back then, just who was it? Wang Chong suddenly stepped forward and said in a hushed voice, Chong-er, don't worry about this matter. The waters of the martial arts world are extremely murky. It's not a good thing for you to get involved. It's better for Master to handle this matter myself. The evil emperor said, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment, but he did not pursue the matter. His master had once been the #1 figure of the evil path whom everyone feared in the martial arts world, and his methods were vicious and merciless. This matter was clearly not something that could be explained with just a few words. Whoosh! The wind whistled. The group had not gone far when a few pieces of thin paper fluttered in the air and suddenly floated over from the top of the mountain. It floated past, not too far away from the crowd. In that instant, everyone raised their heads and looked over. With just one glance, everyone's expressions changed. On that thin piece of paper, there was a human figure drawn in ink. Although the brushwork was crude, the person who drew it was clearly an expert. The face and demeanor of the person on the paper were 70% similar to that of the evil emperor. Swoosh! Wang Chong opened his finger, and the paper immediately flew back into Wang Chong's hand. Arrest warrant. The evil emperor, Zhang Wenfu, is a cruel and ruthless person who kills people like scything flax. He is a great demon of the martial arts world who deserves to be punished. 10,000 sects have issued an arrest warrant. Anyone who discovers this person must immediately report the news or be killed on the spot. There is no need to be soft-hearted when dealing with those of the evil path. Use any method to kill this fiend. If he's alive, I want to see him, and if he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Anyone who can provide information or kill this fiend will be richly rewarded by the Alliance. It was signed off with the words Zhengqi League, and beneath it was the image of a yin-yang crane. Upon seeing this arrest warrant, Wang Chang's expression immediately turned grave. This Zhengqi League appeared after Brother Zhang disappeared, and in a short time it united almost all the sects in the north and south. Although Brother Wenfu isn't a good person, and he truly did kill too many people in his early years, he was at least magnanimous and didn't try to hide it. But those people from the Zhengqi League, they're complete hypocrites. At some point, the Formation Elder had walked over, his face brimming with disdain. The Formation Elder's short stature meant that he couldn't see the arrest warrant in Wang Chang's hand, so he could only raise his head to look at it. From the back of the paper, the two of them, one tall and one short, one in front and one behind, were looking at the same arrest warrant. It was a rather comical sight. Still looking? The Formation Elder was proud of his age as he glared at Wang Chong through the thin paper. Yes. I won't look. Wang Chong inwardly chuckled. He had only interacted with the Formation Elder for a short while. But Wang Chong had gradually come to realize that although the Formation Elder's mouth was unforgiving, he wasn't a bad person at heart. But because of his height, he was extremely sensitive to anyone's gaze, no matter where they looked, as long as they looked at him. At least you know what's good for you. Only then did the Formation Elder look away. Up ahead is the rough area indicated on the treasure map. Because the treasure map is incomplete and lacks enough information, we can only determine a rough area for now, but it's still more than 1,000 square kilometers. If we can't further shrink this area, we might not be able to find it even if we searched for 10 years. There are crooks and honest folk mixed in here, and all sorts of people are here. I've already set up a base up ahead, and from there we can get a good view of the entire area. All of you come with me. We'll stay there for a while and avoid your enemies. In addition, there are so many people pursuing you, so don't drag this old man down with you. Disguise yourselves for me. As the Formation Elder spoke, he suddenly walked up to a pine tree and extended a hand. Under the confused gazes of Wang Chong's group, he took out a bundle and tossed it over. Let's go, Wang Chong said. Here are a few sets of clothes from the martial arts world. Although they're all from small sects and few people know of them, they're enough to disguise yourselves. At this sight, even Wang Chong had to admit defeat. It was apparent that the Formation Elder was extremely familiar with this place, and he had already made all the arrangements before this meeting. This sort of concealment formation seemed to be everywhere, and not even Wang Chong knew what else the Formation Elder was hiding. Many thanks, Senior. Wang Chong took the bundle. Kid, at least you know how to talk. The group traveled through the forest toward the base the Formation Elder had set up. It's just up ahead. That green mountain is it. I've already observed it. Although it's not in the center, it's on high ground. As the saying goes, climb high and look far. Standing there, one could take in most of the terrain. It'll also make it easier for us to move around. Around an hour later, the Formation Elder smugly pointed ahead. The group unconsciously slowed down at the Formation Elder's words. Wang Chong raised his head and followed the Formation Elder's finger. Nearby, he saw a green mountain piercing into the clouds, a striking sight amidst the green mountains. That place truly isn't bad. I should be able to notice any activity very quickly. Wang Chong inwardly praised. The Formation Elder had truly chosen a good place. As he was thinking, Wang Chang's ears suddenly twitched, and a strange sound rang out in his ear. A few moments later, a harsh shout came from the distance. "Who goes there?" "The Jingqi League is here. Report your names." The voice boomed like thunder. Wang Chang's group turned their heads and saw 5 or 6 youths dressed in white Taoist robes with the image of a yin-yang crane embroidered on their chests. They were treading on the treetops of a nearby mountain as they approached Wang Chang's group. "Not good. It's them." Chapter 1366. Zhang Wenfu, old man, hurry and put on your clothes. Leave those people to me. Not many people in the martial arts world understand the sect I've arranged for you. If you're careful, you should be able to fool them. The formation elder was a little uneasy, but he did not hesitate for too long. He strode forward toward those 5 or 6 Jingqi League disciples. "Wait a moment." At this moment, a cold and aloof voice came from behind him, suffused with a chilling majesty. The formation elder paused and turned his head in surprise, only to see that the taciturn evil emperor had suddenly stepped forward and brushed past the formation elder. As he stared at those Jingqi League disciples flying over the treetops, the evil emperor's eyes shone with a chilling light. "It's just a few insignificant sect disciples. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Back then, when this old man intimidated tens of thousands of sects, even their sect masters didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of this old man. Don't tell me that after a few years, this old man still has to hide in front of a few nameless pawns. Bang! A moment later, under the formation elder's dumbfounded gaze, the evil emperor stopped in front of him, his right index and middle fingers brandishing like swords. With a boom, an astonishing wave of energy soared into the sky. Wang, looking from afar, one could see that the ripples were so dense that they were almost tangible. They were like surging waves that spread out in all directions. "Zhang Wenfu, you've gone mad." The formation elder was both shocked and infuriated by this sight. His original intention had been to have the evil emperor hide his identity so that he wouldn't attract the attention of the Jingqi League, but he was doing the exact opposite. If the experts of the Jingqi League swarmed over, they would be in trouble. "Don't get angry. See for yourself," the evil emperor indifferently said, his voice devoid of emotion. The formation elder was stunned and subconsciously looked into the distance. In the next moment, under his dazed gaze, the 5 or 6 Jingqi League disciples who were flying toward him suddenly stopped in unison. Looking at the towering shockwave and the location where the evil emperor and the others were standing, they were all bewildered. So. Just when the formation elder thought that they would charge over, the pale-faced group turned around and flew off into the distance, moving even faster than they had come. The formation elder was flabbergasted. In the martial arts world, the weak are prey to the strong. The so-called righteous disciples were also picking on the soft persimmons to pinch. "Don't worry, none of them will dare to say a word about what happened today," the evil emperor said calmly. Before anyone could react, his sleeves fluttered as he walked forward. "Hey, wait," the formation elder called out and hurriedly followed. Only Wang Chong remained in the back, his brow slightly creased as he watched the Jingqi League disciples leave, a pensive look on his face. Wang Chong had always interacted with the imperial court and the battlefield, so he knew nothing about the martial arts world and its rules. But there was no doubt that his master, the evil emperor, had taught him a profound lesson. Whoosh! With a flick of his robe, Wang Chong quickly followed. At the top of the mountain, the group stopped. A gentle breeze blew, and a gurgling mist rose from the top of the mountain, creating a cool and refreshing scene. "Old scoundrel, you chose the right place this time." The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang glanced at each other and nodded. "This place truly isn't bad." Wang Chong walked up to the front and looked around. This was the first time he had clearly seen the geography of this place. The region indicated by the treasure map was to the north of Chishi, between the western Turkic Khaganate and the western regions. The eastern part of this place was filled with green mountains and lush trees. But standing at the top of the mountain and looking to the west, there was a vast expanse of sand on the horizon. Even with the naked eye, one could see rolling heat waves surging over. This was the northern edge of the Mohian Desert. The Mohian Desert was said to be 800 li wide, but the Mohian Desert of this world was much larger than the one in Wang Chong's memories. This area was so desolate that even the cavalry of the western Turkic Khaganate and the tribes of the western regions rarely came here. But as Wang Chong stood on the summit and looked around, he could see that the mountains were getting lower and lower, and many people were moving about in this area. At a glance, Wang Chong could see 30 to 40 banners flying in the air, indicating their identities. Among them, the Jingqi League's white banner of the Taiji Immortal Crane was the most eye-catching. At a rough glance, he could see that the Jingqi League had dispatched more than 1,000 disciples, and Wang Chong could sense that the Jingqi League was filled with experts, and there were tensome auras among them that even he had to treat with caution. Haha, independent martial artists, sect disciples, and all sorts of other factions. Don't be fooled by their friendly appearances. But in a few days, who knows how many more people will die. At this moment, the Formation Elder walked out from the rear and chuckled. The Formation Elder considered himself to be half a member of the martial arts world, and it was for this reason that he was able to walk together with the fearsome demon of the martial arts world, the evil emperor. Old scoundrel, let's not talk about this. We have important matters to attend to, the evil emperor suddenly said. Ha! The Formation Elder chuckled. This time he did not argue. He walked forward, picked up an unremarkable stone shard, and thrust it into the ground nearby. Hong long long, there was an earth-shattering sound, and ripples spread out in the void. A stone formation that was even larger than the one before immediately appeared in front of everyone. This stone formation was so massive that it was almost the size of a large stone house. The Formation Elder had even spread out a blanket on the ground and placed several tables and chairs within it. Most importantly, the Formation Elder had also prepared a large amount of food, including rations, meat, fruits, and even wine. This was equivalent to a very comfortable little base. Old scoundrel, you're quite considerate. This time, even the evil emperor couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. The Formation Elder had made ample preparations, and based on what he had stocked up, they could probably stay here for 2 or 3 months. The group quickly began to clean up the place, taking out some rations and fruits to replenish their supplies. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the group finally got to the point of their trip. Master, the treasure map of the supreme and infinite origin immortal art is both real and fake. Many people have found the treasure map over the years, but not a single one has found the treasury. Are you sure that this is the place? Wang Chong pulled out the cork and drank a mouthful of water. Finally, he asked the question on his mind. Although Wang Chong was confident that the treasure map he had given his master was real, finding it was one thing, unraveling its secrets was another. Even now, Wang Chong was unable to confirm that this was the place indicated on the treasure map. Ha! Kid, you don't understand. The supreme and infinite origin immortal art? What does the infinite in it mean? Limitless refers to the universe. The Formation Elder fiercely wiped away the wine stains on his beard and began to flaunt his seniority. Look carefully. To the west is the Mohian Desert, a place filled with barren sand and roiling heat. It is a place of yang. The eastern region is covered in green mountains, a land of cool shade. In terms of feng shui, it corresponds to the word infinite in the origin immortal sect. This is a little yin-yang layout. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. In terms of the overall layout, the eastern region is yang while the western region is yin. This is a great yin-yang layout. Little yin-yang and great yin-yang reverse each other, resonating with the yin and yang of feng shui. When the two come together, this is the true great yin-yang layout. More importantly, if you look carefully, you will realize that the border between the desert and the Green Mountains is the boundary between yin and yang. As the formation elder spoke, he drew hands on the ground. If I were the Origin Immortal sect, I would never let go of such a great yin-yang layout. Moreover, this is the place indicated on the treasure map. Thus, no matter what, the supreme and infinite Origin Immortal art has to be hidden here. It's just that this place is so dangerous that we don't know where it is. Wang Chong was surprised. The formation elder seemed to be not just skilled in formations, but also skilled in feng shui and geography. Little yin-yang, great yin-yang, great yin-yang, great yin-yang, great yin-yang, great yin-yang layout. A naturally formed great yin-yang layout like this should logically be a place rich in spiritual energy. If you cultivate here, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. But if you sense for yourselves, there isn't any dense spiritual energy in the surroundings. If my guess is right, someone must have used some special method to draw it over and use it for something else. If my guess is right, it must be some sort of concealment formation. So the supreme and infinite Origin Immortal art has to be here, the formation elder firmly declared. Wang Chong fell silent, a pensive look on his face. He had been abducted by his master on this journey to the northwest. So Wang Chong had always been doubtful that the supreme and infinite Origin Immortal art was here. But now that he heard the formation elder say this, he was 70 to 80% convinced. The formation elder might not be as skilled as his master, and he might not be able to understand the contents of the treasure map. But his analysis of formations and geography was much more convincing than that of a simple treasure map. Chonga, I've discussed this with the village chief. Last time we were here, there was one place we hadn't explored yet. It was a strange formation, and only you, Senior Zhou, the formation elder, knew its secrets. Only by investigating it can we know what to do next. In a little while, I'll stand guard over Senior Zhou and take him to investigate. After that, we can meet up and discuss what to do next. Chapter 1367. Your disciple understands. Do as Master says. Wang Chong's words were meaningless. He had never been to this place before, so he naturally wasn't familiar with it. On the other hand, his master and the chief of Wushang had come here several times and were extremely familiar with this place. This place was a mix of good and bad, and it would not be good to rashly go out. The evil emperor nodded and then turned to the chief of Wushang. Village chief, Chonger's injuries haven't healed yet. They'll flare up once every 20 hours. In a while, you should stay in the formation and take care of him. When they flare up, help him unwind the chaotic stellar energy in his body. The chief of Wushang said nothing, only gave a slight nod. The evil emperor sighed in relief. He and the formation elder had many reasons for traveling alone, the most important of which was because they couldn't let go of this final disciple they had taken in. Wang Chong's injuries had stabilized, and as long as he didn't fight for more than an hour, he would be fine. But the cultivation defect of the great yin-yang heaven creation art was no simple matter. Even though Wang Chong was careful not to recklessly use his stellar energy, it would still flare up once every 20 hours, and when it did, it would be like being cut by a knife. If he encountered a powerful opponent, it would be even more fatal. This was why the evil emperor had the chief of Wushang stay behind to take care of him. Swoosh! Swoosh! A few moments later, the demonic emperor old man and the formation elder, their sleeves fluttering in the wind, flew away from the formation like birds, vanishing into the distance. Wang Chong only glanced at them before stabbing a stone into the ground. Rumble! The surrounding stone formation once more began to move, quickly concealing Wang Chong's group and vanishing like bubbles. Whoosh! Wang Chong hid himself in the stone array and quickly sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. The chaotic, heterogeneous stellar energy flowed slowly in his body according to a certain pattern, then slowly excreted through his meridians. To Wang Chong, suppressing the injuries from the great yin-yang heaven creation art and sorting out the nearly 1,000 different types of stellar energy in his body was the most pressing matter at hand. Time passed slowly. It was quiet inside the stone array. Wang Chong sat cross-legged and cultivated alone, while the chief of Wushang sat next to him to protect him. About 4 hours later, almost there, the chief of Wushang looked up at the sky and thought to himself. Almost at the same time, the chief of Wushang heard a muffled groan. Lowering his head, he saw that Wang Chong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, had a pained expression on his face. His face turned slightly pale, and tiny beads of cold sweat slowly seeped out from his forehead. Zzzt. At this moment there was a faint sound. A vein on Wang Chong's exposed neck suddenly bulged, writhing like an earthworm. It gave off the impression that it was some kind of living creature. This thick meridian extended to other parts of his body, appearing extremely bizarre. It's flared up. The chief of Wushang was well aware that this was caused by the stellar energy in Wang Chong's body that had gone berserk. Every time a certain period of time passed, the heterogeneous stellar energy that Wang Chong had suppressed would gather in a certain place and flare up. Moreover, the flare-up was extremely painful. At this time, Wang Chong basically had no ability to resist. Thump! With a thought from the chief of Wushang, a thin and withered hand extended out of his wide sleeve and pressed against Wang Chong's back. At the same time, a vast and mellow stellar energy surged out, surging into Wang Chong's body like a river. This enormous energy followed a certain path, swiftly helping Wang Chong calm his berserk stellar energy. Whoosh! Wang Chong's face grew paler and paler, and his breathing grew ragged. It was obvious that this flare-up of stellar energy had reached a critical juncture. The chief of Wushang frowned and increased the output of stellar energy. Wisps of white jinqi slowly rose from his head. Time slowly passed, and the chief of Wushang's face began to sweat. The great yin-yang heaven creation art was known as one of the 10 great arts in the world, and its flare-up was extremely fierce. Even the chief of Wushang had to expend a great deal of energy. About a quarter of an hour later, Wang Chong's breathing gradually calmed. The chief of Wushang let out a deep breath and slowly withdrew his palm. In that moment, he had already helped Wang Chong get through the most dangerous part. Now, Wang Chong could deal with it himself. Time slowly passed, and the stone array finally returned to normal. After some time, village chief, many thanks. Wang Chong slowly opened his eyes and said. The chief of Wushang only smiled and shook his head. It's good that you were able to endure it. This technique is too dangerous, and you should avoid fighting with others as much as possible. There's also one more thing I want to tell you. As the chief of Wushang spoke, he raised his head and glanced at the sky, a hint of worry in his eyes. Something's not right. Before leaving, your master and the formation elder told me that a round trip would take 4 to 6 hours at most, but your master and the others are already 4 hours late. Your master has always been punctual, and this sort of situation would never have occurred unless something unexpected had happened. So I'm preparing to go and take a look. I'll go with you. This way, we can look after each other. Hearing this, Wang Chong immediately stood up. Wang Chong also felt that something was wrong. His master had always been punctual, so there was no reason for him to be late. There's no need. The chief of Wushang shook his head. Your injuries haven't healed, and the great yin-yang heaven creation art has only just flared up. It's not a good time for you to get into a fight. Moreover, I'm a lone wolf, so if something really does happen, I can adapt to it. The chief of Wushang waved his hand. There was one more thing he did not say. What he and the evil emperor were most worried about were those mysterious men in black. The longer Wang Chong stayed outside, the greater the risk of being discovered. On the other hand, the formation elder's formation could conceal one's aura, and there was plenty of food and water here, making it much safer for him to stay here. This, after a few moments of hesitation, Wang Chong finally nodded. Then let's do as Senior says. Wang Chong was well aware that it was truly not a good time for him to get into a fight. Wait here for a moment. I'll quickly return after finding your master. After giving some instructions, the chief of Wushang opened the stone formation and flew down the mountain. Since he was already here, Wang Chong thought for a few moments before sitting down cross-legged and silently cultivating, trying to recover his strength as quickly as possible. As the sky darkened, and with no sign of the chief of Wushang or his master, Wang Chong began to feel uneasy. I don't know where they went. There's still no news. Alas, I'm not familiar with this area. Just when Wang Chong was getting more and more worried and preparing to go out to investigate, a woman's shout came from the distance. Wang Chong turned in that direction and saw a girl of 18 or 19, dressed in snow-white clothes and wielding a sword. Her hair was disheveled as she made her way toward the summit. Behind her, a few men with sinister expressions were in hot pursuit. Song Yuan, you can't escape. These men had vicious expressions on their faces, and their speed was as smooth as flowing water. Wang Chong was one of the top experts in the world, and his martial arts were extremely diverse. His vision and experience were naturally extremely high, and although he had learned such supreme lightness arts in the army, they were far inferior to these people in terms of subtlety. And for some reason, these people's attacks were filled with a sinister aura, giving off the feeling that they weren't righteous. There, from the evil path, a thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he immediately understood. You guys go left, you guys go right. Activate the formation. No matter what, we can't let that little slut escape. Looking at the beautiful girl in white running up the mountain, a young man who seemed to have a high status in the back had a cold look in his eyes. He raised his hands and feet and quickly made changes. The 5 of them spread out and turned into an invisible net that pounced towards the girl. Clink-clang. In just a few moments, the 5 evil path disciples had caught up to the girl. With great teamwork, they cut off her path of retreat and forced their way up the mountain. As for the white-clothed girl, she parried left and right, displaying the 3-foot-long sword in her hand to the extreme. Every time, she was able to block the joint attack of the opponent by a hair's breadth. But even so, she was in a perilous situation. She was drenched in sweat, her breathing ragged. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Wei Chongting, you'll die a horrible death. For a treasure map, your Black Een sect killed 4 of our martial brothers. Are you not afraid of the revenge of our Jingqi League? Others might be afraid of your Jingqi League, but we aren't. If you have something to say, just say it to the 5 ancestors. Song Yuan, no one has ever escaped the people the ancestors want. Just obediently give yourself up. Wei Chongting indifferently said, ever since the establishment of the Jingqi League, the evil path had lost the suppression of the demonic emperor and was incapable of contending against the Jingqi League. Right now, the only one left was the 5 Ancestor Alliance. Song Yuan had a special status, and they had spent a great deal of effort in order to capture her. They had set up a trap for her for 5 days and 5 nights, waiting for this opportunity. No matter what, they could not let her escape. Song Yuan, if we weren't afraid of injuring you and losing an arm or a leg, you would have already died to our swords. Obediently give yourself up and don't ask for trouble. In any case, in the end, you'll still fall into our hands. Impudent! Song Yuan stared angrily at the youth in the lead. Chapter 1368. Ever since the establishment of the Jingqi League, the evil path had lost the suppression of the demonic emperor and was incapable of contending against the Jingqi League. Right now, the only one left was the 5 Ancestor Alliance. Song Yuan had a special status, and they had spent a great deal of effort to capture her. They had planned for her for 5 days and 5 nights, waiting for this opportunity. No matter what, they could not let her escape. Song Yuan, if we weren't afraid of injuring you and losing an arm or a leg, you would have already died to our swords. Obediently surrender and don't ask for trouble. In any case, in the end, you'll still end up in our hands. Impudent, Song Yuan stared angrily at the youth in the lead. Wei Changting, you truly are the scum of our righteous path. In order to obtain greater power, you sold out your master and martial uncles and joined the evil path. These evil path disciples rape and pillage, committing all sorts of crimes. You're just like them. If you end up in your hands, your life will be worse than death. Even if I, Song Yuan, die, I won't let you get what you want. The girl gripped her sword and placed it in front of her, her expression furious and sorrowful. Song Yuan's words caused the man called Wei Changting to turn red. Song Yuan, I only showed mercy time and time again because we knew each other, but you really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since that's the case, don't blame us. Let's go together. As long as we leave her with half a breath, there's no need to worry about anything else. With these words, Wei Changting's sword trembled as he charged at Song Yuan. Clang! Wei Changting's attack was vicious, his first strike swift and vicious, going straight for the girl's left chest. Cree! As Wei Changting attacked, black energy roiled around him, transforming into ghosts that howled and screeched. The sound was enough to make one's mind dizzy and vexed. The soul-assimilating art. Wang Chong was in a daze inside the stone formation. He glanced at it and recognized it immediately. Back on the Spirit Vein Mountain, although his master, the evil emperor, rarely talked to Wang Chong about the world of sex, perhaps because he was afraid that Wang Chong would one day encounter someone from the sex, or perhaps because he was afraid that Wang Chong would suffer at the hands of those people. When he taught Wang Chong martial arts, he would always mention some of the martial arts of the sex, whether intentionally or unintentionally, so Wang Chong was able to recognize them at a glance. The greatest characteristic of the soul-assimilating art was that it could seize a person's soul and disturb their state of mind. At the same time, it could interfere with the circulation of stellar energy. It was extremely famous in the world of sections. Countless sect disciples paled at the mention of this cultivation technique, and they were extremely fearful of it. However, its master, the evil emperor, did not think much of it. The descendants of the demonic emperor's bloodline had always disdained to use this sort of half-baked martial arts. When they fought, they would always forcefully seize the other party's power. Just as Wang Chong was pondering this, the two sides had already begun fighting fiercely. With a ripping sound, a bloody wound immediately appeared on the white-clothed girl's body. 1, 2, 3. The white-clothed girl's body was drenched in sweat, and more wounds appeared on her body. Ha ha! This damned woman is truly shrewish. Once you fall into our hands, we'll let you have a good time first, and then we'll hand you over to the ancestor. Let's see how stubborn you can be then. One of the evil path disciples next to Wei Changting sneered. The stellar energy in his body exploded, and he actually went straight for the girl's lower body. Bastard! The girl was both shocked and angry, and she became more and more flustered. Just as he was about to fall into the hands of those 5 corrupt disciples, a handsome voice rang out in his ears. Senior Brother Longqin, you're a corrupt disciple. Reverse the flow of Jinqi, lock the Yang Pass Imperial Palace. Step on the chem position, attack the chess center, Zifu. This voice had come so suddenly that it was filled with a convincing power. It made one unconsciously feel a sense of closeness and dependence, like they were back in the sect, when their senior brothers taught them martial arts. At this moment, when she was on the verge of exhaustion, Song Yuan almost instinctively responded to that voice like a welcome shower. Stepping on the chem position, she slanted her body and attacked the chest center acupoint of the evil path disciple on her right. Swish! There was the sound of a sharp blade stabbing into flesh. The evil path disciple instinctively circulated his evil path stellar energy in an attempt to shake off Song Yuan's sword. But the arts of the Zhengqi League had a certain stellar energy piercing effect. Before that evil path disciple could fully execute his technique, the sword had already pierced through his chest center acupoint, the bloody tip of the sword piercing through his back. How could this be? The evil path disciple gripped the sword in front of his chest with both hands as his knees buckled and he collapsed to the ground. Even in his death, he didn't dare to believe that he would be killed by a completely exhausted righteous path disciple, even when there were 5 of them, let alone the others. Even Song Yuan was shocked to see an evil path disciple end his life with a single strike. Who goes there? Come out. Wei Changting and the others drew their swords and retreated in unison, their gazes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. But despite the howling wind, there was nothing around them. Boom! Wei Changting's sword-like eyebrows furrowed, and a cold light suddenly flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, without thinking, waves of Gang Qi suddenly burst out, like a rain of swords, explosively shooting in all directions. Ding, ding, ding. Song Yuan's face was ghastly pale as she swung her sword. Silver-white stellar energy that seemed like ice and snow shot out of her sword, scattering the evil path stellar energy. But Wei Changting's gaze was not on her. He quickly scanned the surroundings, but it was quiet and no one had appeared. Impossible. We're already so close to the mountain range that there's nowhere to hide. If there was someone, I wouldn't have missed them. But Wei Changting was shocked. He had traveled the martial arts world for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Young Master Wei, I'll go to the other side of the mountain. He might be hiding there. One of the evil path disciples said, There's no need. Wei Changting thought for a moment and then shook his head. There's no need to go to so much trouble. I have a way to make him show himself. Wei Changting's gaze quickly focused on Song Yuan. Song Yuan, you asked for this. Even if your Jingqi League's people arrive, they won't be able to save you today. Wei Changting's aura suddenly changed. In a flash of light, a thick black energy exploded out of his body, and Wei Changting's entire face was immediately shrouded in roiling black energy. Screech! Tens of thousands of ghosts howled, and the black qi behind him transformed into ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Wei Changting seemed to have transformed into a demon, and his aura became extremely dangerous and sharp. Demon ghost art. Song Yuan paled at the sight. This demon ghost art was famous in the martial arts world. It was an extremely cruel and evil art. When cultivating it, one needed to go to piles of corpses and mass graves to absorb the yin qi, fiendish energy, and death energy of the dead. In addition, one needed the blood of 49 martial artists in order to successfully cultivate it. Once used, it was extremely powerful. Song Yuan, let's see who can save you now. Wei Changting's entire body was shrouded in black energy, making him seem human yet not human, like a ghost yet not a ghost, like a demon yet not a demon. His fingers spread open, and with a shrill howl, a massive demonic claw clawed at Song Yuan. The claw, wrapped in yin energy, transformed into countless skulls that lunged at Song Yuan. Not good. Song Yuan paled at the sight. Once the demon ghost art was used, one's speed, strength, and all other aspects would be greatly boosted. In her current state, there was no way she could block it. Step on the Qian position and walk on the Li position. Profound sun seals the heavens. Flying willow catkin. Radiant sun rises from the east. At this moment, that familiar voice once more rang out in Song Yuan's ear. In this moment of life and death, Song Yuan instinctively gathered her stellar energy and stepped on the Qian position. She dodged the edge of Wei Changting's demon claw by a hair and cut into the gap between the 2 fingers. Then, she moved from the Qian position to the Li position, dodging Wei Changting's attack like a bolt of lightning. Profound sun seals the heavens. With a shout, Song Yuan stabbed forward with her sword. With the sound of tearing silk, Wei Changting's thick, evil energy was torn apart, like paper. Stab at the weak point of his stellar energy. Song Yuan was shocked and then overjoyed. Although Wei Changting was powerful, she had clearly stabbed at the weakest point of his stellar energy. It was like two streams of water converging together. By following the gap between the two streams, it would be abnormally easy to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Swish! Before Wei Changting could react, his left arm was struck by a sword, causing him to stumble back in shock, his face looking like he had seen a ghost. Many thanks, Senior. Song Yuan was instantly invigorated. With a thought, she immediately used her second move, Flying Willow Catkin, a sharp and condensed sword chi shot toward Wei Changting's armpit, left abdomen, and dantian. Swish! The sword chi shot forward, leaving a bloody hole the size of a finger in Wei Changting's left shoulder. Wei Changting had blocked two of the sword chi, but he had not been able to avoid Song Yuan's lightning-fast third strike. Young Master Wei. Seeing this, the surrounding corrupt path disciples were all shocked. Like ghosts, they attacked Song Yuan from all directions. Water, cleaving saber. Tiger's roar, dragon's roar. That handsome voice lost no time, resounding through the air once more. Swish! A cold light flashed, and three evil path disciples cried out in alarm as they hastily retreated. One of them even had his clothes cut open by Song Yuan, leaving a deep cut on his body and almost having his intestines cut open. At this moment, everyone looked at Song Yuan like she was a ghost, not daring to act rashly. Even Wei Changting appeared apprehensive. He had originally believed that with his strength and the demon ghost art, he would be able to easily capture Song Yuan, but it now seemed that even if he was stronger, he would still find it difficult to capture Song Yuan. May I ask which senior is here? This junior is the Black Yin Sect's Wei Changting, and my master is the Black Yin Ancestor. This is a matter between our Black Yin Sect and the Jingqi League. I hope that senior will not interfere. Raising his robe, Wei Changting suddenly clasped his hands and bowed respectfully in the direction behind Song Yuan. Chapter 1369. What Black Yin Ancestor? Get out of my sight. Wang Chong said from within the stone array. He had no understanding of the factions of the martial arts world, and he had never even heard of the Black Yin Ancestor. Wei Changting's mention of the Black Yin Ancestor's name was pointless. Wei Changting's face alternated between green and white at Wang Chong's words. The Black Yin Ancestor was like the noon sun in the martial arts world, and even the members of the Jingqi League had to fear him. This person's rude words were truly impudent to the extreme, but one had to lower one's head, and this person had an extremely powerful background. Wei Changting did not dare to be impudent and could only endure it. Since Senior is determined to interfere, then Changting has nothing to say. Let's go. Wei Changting said as he retreated with a vigilant expression, guarding against any possible attack from his opponent. After retreating 50-some steps and seeing no reaction from the mountain, the group breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly turned around and dashed out without looking back. Let's go. A few moments later, they had vanished without a trace. Once Wei Changting's group had left, the mountain fell silent. Song Yuan's breathing was ragged, her eyes wide as she looked around, not daring to let down her guard. Senior, many thanks for saving my life. Song Yuan respectfully bowed in the direction of the voice. Although it looked like a bow, her head was still slightly raised, her eyes constantly scanning the area as if trying to find Wang Chong's position. Seeing this sight from within the stone formation, Wang Chong chuckled inwardly. This girl was not as simple as she looked. Senior, this junior is Song Yuan, a disciple of the Jingqi League. Would it be possible for Senior to come out and meet so that Yuan can personally thank you? Song Yuan deferentially said, There's no need. You can go. Saving you was a simple matter, so there's no need to thank me. Wang Chong said from within the stone formation. This, since Senior doesn't like it, then this Junior, ah. As Song Yuan spoke, she suddenly frowned and her body went limp. Her face pale, she staggered 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Not good. Wang Chong's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the woman to lose so much blood and faint at this moment. With no time to think, Wang Chong charged out of the stone formation and grabbed Song Yuan's wrist. But to Wang Chong's surprise, the moment he charged over, Song Yuan, who had been lying on the ground, revealed a crafty smile. The moment Wang Chong grabbed her wrist, Song Yuan reached out and grabbed Wang Chong's wrist. Senior, please forgive this Junior. In the next moment, Song Yuan's eyes went wide as she saw this handsome youth of 18 or 19, though he seemed a little thin and weak. She'd thought of many things, but she'd never imagined that the unfathomable Senior she'd imagined was actually a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and white teeth. Moreover, his face was pale and his aura was in disarray. There was no way he was a senior of the martial arts world. Who are you? Song Yuan subconsciously asked, her eyes wide. You lied to me. Upon seeing Song Yuan's appearance, Wang Chong immediately understood. He slowly put down his wrist and stood up. Since Miss is fine, I'll be leaving first. Wang Chong had been rather worried about his master's group, so he had only intervened on occasion. He didn't want to involve himself too much with them. Wait. But just when Wang Chong was about to leave, he heard a woman's groan behind him. Wang Chong's lips curved into a smile. He had already suffered once, so he wouldn't fall for it a second time. Miss, there's no need to pretend. You should hurry back. The night wind howled through the mountains, but even as Wang Chong's voice echoed, there was no response. Wang Chong paused and turned his head. He saw that Song Yuan was pale and motionless on the ground. Even her breathing was much weaker, and her body was covered in blood. Wang Chong grimaced as he finally realized that she hadn't been lying to him this time. Swoosh! With a wave of his robes, Wang Chong hurriedly flew over. At the same time, he took out a snow-white pill the size of a pigeon egg and fed it into the girl's mouth. After that, he sent a stream of stellar energy through her to treat her wounds. You saved me. After some time, Song Yuan finally woke up, her complexion much better. You suffered very serious internal injuries, but I've already treated them for you. Wang Chong indifferently said, somewhat absent-mindedly lost in his thoughts. Thank you. Song Yuan sincerely said, a hint of apology in her eyes. Although she had only wanted to draw out Wang Chong and had no evil intentions, she had still deceived him. In a little while, when you've mostly recovered, you can leave. Wang Chong indifferently said, seeming to keep her at arm's length. Song Yuan did not get angry at Wang Chong's words. If he were an old senior, she would have treated him with great respect. But this youth seemed to be around her age, so she was instantly rather curious. Song Yuan examined Wang Chong's back, her eyes flashing with many thoughts. You're looking for that guard? Is that right? At this moment, Song Yuan suddenly spoke. Wang Chong frowned and turned his head. He, a hidden sharpness and knowledge of all martial arts. Your young master Qingyang, Zhong Shuiyan. Am I right? Song Yuan suddenly smiled, a hint of craftiness in her eyes. Although she said, am I right, her expression seemed to confirm Wang Chong's identity. For a moment, Wang Chong was dumbfounded. He had already said that Song Yuan would leave once her injuries were healed, but he had not expected her to say such a thing. But when he saw Song Yuan's expression of, I've seen through you, you can't hide anything from me, Wang Chong immediately realized that this girl had clearly misunderstood him, associating him with young master Qingyang Zhong Shuiyun of the martial arts world. I guessed right, didn't I? Song Yuan had a smug look on her face, feeling that she had the upper hand in her clash with Wang Chong. It's said in the martial arts world that young master Qingyang Zongshuiyun is well-read and knows all martial arts. Whether it's righteous or evil, he knows the weaknesses of all martial arts like the back of his hand. He can tell at a glance where an opponent's weakness is. But he was born missing one of the 9 sons. Despite his extraordinary talent, his martial arts aren't very high. It's because of this unique ability that he's known as the leader of the 4 young masters of the world. Moreover, he keeps a low profile and rarely interacts with the major sects, so his movements are secretive and almost no one recognizes him. The only thing he could identify was the guard beside him, who was highly skilled in martial arts. You got separated from him, didn't you? You didn't leave because you were waiting for him. Did I guess right? At this point, Song Yuan smiled. This strange fellow was truly unreasonable, but the more he was like this, the more she wanted to guess at his identity. She had thought about it for a very long time before finally realizing who Wang Chong was. Young Master Qingyang Zongshuiyun. The 2 of them were far too similar. Both were low-key, both mysterious, and both unreasonable. Moreover, with just a few words, they were able to instruct the weak to defeat the strong and powerful. Most importantly, the 2 of them were equally young. Truly too young. On the other side, Wang Chong said nothing, but his eyes shifted. Interesting. This thought suddenly flitted through Wang Chong's mind. He had been just about ready to send this girl away, but now he was getting a little interested. It was clear that she had mistaken him for someone else, but he had never imagined that there would be someone in the martial arts world who was similar to him. Moreover, it seemed like this person was just like him, able to instruct someone to defeat an even stronger opponent with just a few words. I didn't say that. Wang Chong indifferently said, Haha, I know that you don't want others to know. Relax, I won't tell anyone. Song Yuan mischievously winked at Wang Chong. But young master, now that the Origin Immortal Palace has appeared, this place is a jumble of fish and dragons, and many factions have gathered here. Young master might not be safe if you are alone. Why don't you come with me to the Jingqi League? With the protection of our Jingqi League, no one will dare to attack young master, and young master will be much safer. In addition, our Jingqi League has many members. Perhaps we can help young master find that guard of yours. Song Yuan's eyes were bright as she did her utmost to persuade Wang Chong. Although young Master Qingyang wasn't very skilled in martial arts, he was extremely well-read and was the leader of the 4 young masters. Any sect that could recruit him would receive a massive boost in strength. Just a few words of advice from him might be enough to raise the strength of their disciples. Who knew how many sects in the world of sects wanted to recruit him into their sects? Song Yuan had never imagined that she would encounter this mysterious young Master Qingyang here. If she could find a way to introduce this young Master Qingyang to the elders and have him join the Jingqi League, he would be of enormous assistance to the entire league. Wang Chong said nothing, only pretended to think. I know that young master likes to explore secrets. Now that the Origin Immortal Mountain has appeared, I can have the experts of the league lead young master to explore the Origin Immortal Treasury. Song Yuan saw that Wang Chong was tempted, and immediately added fuel to the fire. The entire martial arts world knew that young Master Qingyang had no interest in the affairs of the martial arts world, but he liked to visit famous mountains and great rivers, as well as the various dangerous and legendary places of the martial arts world. Young Master Qingyang's sudden appearance here clearly meant that he was headed for the treasury of the Origin Immortal Mountain. The words Origin Immortal Mountain caused Wang Chong's heart to tremble in shock. He had only been considering the matter at first, but Song Yuan's words immediately stirred his heart. Whether it was in my last life or this one, the martial arts world has always been extremely far away from me, and it's rare for me to run into one. I might as well take a stroll with her. First, I can understand the situation in the martial arts world, and second, I remember that the Formation Elder said that Master's greatest enemy is the Righteous Alliance Lord. It's good to sneak in and get a feel for the enemy, and I can also get a feel for the Origin Immortal Mountain. Although everyone in the world knew of the King of Foreign Lands, the world of sex was completely different. The imperial court and the world of sex were two completely different worlds, and the two rarely intersected. Thus, Wang Chang's identity as young Master Qingyang actually posed little danger. That's fine. Wang Chong finally agreed. Wonderful. Song Yuan immediately clenched her fists, a look of joy on her face. Chapter 1370. As they traveled, Wang Chong learned a great deal about the martial arts world from Song Yuan. As his interactions with her deepened, Wang Chong gradually realized that while Song Yuan was a straightforward person and could be a little crafty at times, she did not have a bad heart. Hasn't there been no news of the supreme and infinite origin immortal art in the last few centuries? The martial arts world has even publicly acknowledged that this art has been lost. So how did it suddenly appear? And even the origin immortal mountain found it and attracted so many experts? Wang Chong asked as he traveled with Song Yuan. This, in truth, we're also curious. Logically speaking, the fewer people who know about this sort of astonishing treasure, the better. But there are so many people gathered here. But I've also learned that someone recently found the treasure map to the real origin Immortal Palace and followed it all the way here. But that person wasn't careful enough and was seen by someone else. Or perhaps his enemies found out and intentionally leaked the news so that they could use someone else to do their dirty work. This sort of thing is all too common in the martial arts world. Song Yuan knew that young Master Qingyang Wang Chong did not understand the martial arts world very well, so she patiently explained. But unlike other factions, our Zhengqi League did not appear here purely for the origin Immortal Palace. Oh, Wang Chong raised his head and gave Song Yuan a surprised glance. Does young Master know of the demonic emperor, the ”1 expert of the evil path, who terrified everyone? Song Yuan asked. Of course. Wang Chong faintly smiled. It's good that you know. Back then, the demonic emperor could be said to have run amok, killing people like flies. He had a ruthless personality, and there was no one in the martial arts world who did not fear him. Later on, through a series of coincidences, the various major sects joined hands and finally managed to kill this demon of the evil path. But not long ago, someone saw him with their own eyes. This demon of the evil path is still alive, and he has appeared in this region. Our Zhengqi League is the leader of the world, a role model for the world. No matter what, we have to eliminate this devil of the corrupt path so that no one else will be tormented by him again. Song Yuan's expression was stern, and as she spoke, her expression became incomparably stern. Although she was clever and would occasionally play some tricks, Song Yuan was never careless when it came to matters of right and wrong. Wang Chong didn't say anything, but he was deep in thought. In the past, her master had been ruthless and had killed many people. Song Yuan had not wrongly accused her master, but her master had changed a great deal and was no longer that ruthless person of the past. Moreover, a teacher for a day was a father for life. If someone wanted to deal with his master, Wang Chong would never agree. We're almost there. As she spoke, Song Yuan raised her head to the summit. Wang Chong followed her gaze and saw a 60 to 70 meter tall mountain range in front of him. There were flags everywhere on the mountain range, all of which had the image of a Tai Chi immortal crane. At the top of the mountain, there was a flag more than 20 meters tall fluttering in the wind. On the mountain, there was a sentry post every 5 or 6 meters, and countless Zhengqi League disciples were warily observing their surroundings, ready to strike at any moment. As Wang Chong and Song Yuan examined the mountain, the Zhengqi League disciples also noticed them. Senior sister. A loud shout suddenly rang out. A youth of 17 or 18, about the same age as Wang Chong, excitedly left his post and rushed toward the pair. Little Yi. When Song Yuan saw this disciple, she also sped up the mountain. Wang Chong only faintly smiled at this sight, but he did not follow. This Zhengqi League truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 league in the world. It's truly powerful. Wang Chong carefully observed his surroundings. There were at least 500 to 600 disciples of the Zhengqi League on this temporary base. Wang Chong roughly sensed that there were more than 300 disciples at the profound martial realm and 40 to 50 imperial martial realm experts. As for Saint Martial Realm experts, there were 17 or 18. And it was clear that this was not the full strength of the Zhengqi League. In the army, profound martial realm experts could serve as ordinary generals. Imperial martial realm experts were outstanding generals, and Saint Martial Realm experts were people on Shi Yuanqing's level. For so many experts to be gathered on a small mountain in the northwest was an astonishing sight, even to Wang Chong. Everyone says that the martial arts world is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and the Zhengqi League is just a microcosm of the martial arts world. If they've already brought so many experts from the northwest, one can easily imagine how many martial artists there are in the martial arts world. Wang Chong mentally sighed. At this point, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. The martial artists of the martial arts world were lone wolves, a completely different world from the imperial court. Successive dynasties had tried to recruit these martial artists, but all of them had ended in failure. Otherwise, everything would have been different. Who is that? As he was thinking, Wang Chong suddenly heard a voice. He raised his head and saw that halfway up the mountain, Song Yuan and the Zhengqi League disciple were looking at him. "Young Master Qingyang, come quickly." Song Yuan waved at Wang Chong. "What? He's young Master Qingyang." The Zhengqi League disciple cried out in alarm, his face stricken with disbelief. Wang Chong faintly smiled, and with a wave of his robe, he began to make his way up the mountain. "Young Master Qingyang? Your young Master Qingyang." The youth circled around Wang Chong in shock, his face stricken with disbelief. "You don't dare to believe it, right?" "I didn't dare to believe it either when I first met him. Young Master Qingyang's guard went missing, so I invited him to our Zhengqi League to stay for a while. It's enough for you to know about this matter, but don't let too many people know." Song Yuan giggled. In truth, she had also been shocked and surprised when she first heard the news. "Right, young master, this is my younger brother, Song Ju. He's an admirer of yours, and he's been nagging me about wanting to meet you." Song Yuan chuckled. On the side, Wang Chong silently smiled at this pair of siblings. "Junior sister, has a guest come to our Zhengqi League?" As the three of them were speaking, a cold and aloof voice came down from the mountain like a peal of thunder. A few moments later, swish, a figure leaped down from the summit like a large bird and then turned in midair, drawing a beautiful arc as it plummeted from a height of 50 to 60 meters. Boom! In a flash of light, a figure dropped from the sky, crashing down 5 or 6 meters from Wang Chong's group. In an instant, the mountain range trembled and dust billowed. An enormous aura erupted from the snow-white figure, majestic and powerful like a hurricane. Cough, cough! Choking on the dust, the youth called Song Ju couldn't help but cough, his face turning red. Song Yuan, on the other hand, took several steps back, warily staring at the man who had suddenly appeared. "Ji Andu, what do you think you're doing?" Song Yuan clenched her fists and spread her feet apart, one in front and one in back. Her entire body was like a taut bow, ready to strike at any moment. "Junior sister, where did you go?" "This trip to the northwest is fraught with danger. I sent people to protect you, but you refused. If something happened, what would I have done? Also, who is this brother? Why have I never seen him before?" A voice came from the churning dust. As the man spoke, he suddenly turned to Wang Chong, his long and narrow eyes flashing with astonishing, killing intent. Wang Chong was stunned by this killing intent, but he quickly understood and couldn't help but laugh. If his guess was right, he had inexplicably become a rival in love. Wang Chong imperceptibly took 2 steps back. He had only come to the Zhengqi League with Song Yuan to investigate the Zhengqi League as well as the whereabouts of his master and the supreme and infinite origin immortal art. As for anything else, he had no desire to get involved. But a moment later, Wang Chong sensed a strange sensation from the man's body, and he immediately grimaced. Ji Andu, who needs your protection? Who I bring and who I make friends with is my freedom. It's none of your business, Song Yuan angrily said, clearly enraged by this man called Ji Andu. Junior sister, don't say such angry words. I am a protector of the Zhengqi League and the Alliance, Lord's disciple. I have the right to investigate any suspicious person in the League. Moreover, the elders have already given their approval to our matter. So why must you resist me? The man held his hands behind his back and raised his head, exuding a lofty and arrogant aura as he spoke. Don't speak nonsense. This is no suspicious person. This is the leader of the 4 young masters, young Master Qingyang. At this moment, a sharp voice came from the side. Song Ju clenched his fists and spoke. Young Master Qingyang. Ji Anda's eyes flashed, and he paled, his eyes fiercely glaring at Wang Chong. What young Master Qingyang? Who in the martial arts world has ever seen young Master Qingyang? Before confirming his identity, who would dare to say that he is young Master Qingyang? In my view, his identity is extremely suspicious. Someone, invite this young Master Qingyang to the summit for a chat. I want to have a good chat with this young Master Qingyang. Ji Endu waved his hand and firmly ordered. Yes, protector. The Zhengqi League disciples behind him bowed and strode forward. Ji Endu, you dare! At this moment, a figure suddenly stood in front of Wang Chong and glared at Ji Endu. Song Yuan was so angry that her face turned red and her body trembled. This was not the first time this bastard had done this. Relying on his status as a protector and the favor of the Alliance Lord, he would mercilessly suppress anyone who had a close relationship with him. Chapter 1371. Rumble. Song Yuan's words stirred 1,000 ripples in Wang Chong's heart, and even though the speaker had no intention of speaking, the listener took it to heart. It's him. Wang Chong's mind rumbled like thunder. If Wang Chong had only felt a little suspicious when he sensed that familiar aura from this man, then Song Yuan's words had confirmed Wang Chong's suspicions. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would meet that senior brother of his that he had never met before. Truly, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I didn't think it would be him. Wang Chong raised his head, an almost imperceptible cold light flashing through his eyes. His attitude was completely different from before. Before, he had only treated this man as one of Song Yuan's pursuers, but now the nature of the situation was completely different. Wang Chong had imagined countless times that he would meet this senior brother of his, but he had never imagined that it would be under such circumstances. Wang Chong carefully examined his senior brother. He had long and narrow eyes that were harsh and cold, and his brows were sharp and fierce. At every moment, he gave off the feeling that he was on the verge of making trouble. His nose was high and his face was handsome. No matter how one looked at him, he was a handsome man, but he gave off an indescribably feminine feeling, like a worm or a snake crawling on the ground. There was something indescribably strange about him. Kaklak. Wang Chong clenched his hands in his sleeves, a thick killing intent rising in his heart. No matter what, he had to clean up the house for his master today. Buzz! This thought had barely appeared in Wang Chong's mind when Ji Anda's expression changed. As if sensing something, he turned his head to glance at Wang Chong. Protector Ji! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the top of the mountain. In an instant, 6 or 7 Zhengqi League experts who had at least reached the Saint Martial realm launched their movement skills and pounced toward the group. I just received word from Elder Ouyang that the Black Een ancestor of the 5 Ancestor Alliance is taking advantage of the Alliance Lord's absence to attack us. The group of people looked terrified, revealing a strong sense of unease. What? Ji Andu, Song Yuran, and everyone else paled at these words. The Black Een ancestor possesses astonishing strength. Although he wasn't ranked as high as the demonic emperor back then, he was still in the top 5. We're no match for him at all. Only by forming a formation and combining everyone's abilities will we be able to fight him. Pass down the order. Everyone is to be ready to face the enemy at any time. As Ji Andu spoke, he hurriedly flew up the mountain. The other experts of the Zhengqi League also made their way up the mountain. Young Master Qingyang, you should leave. Although Ji Andu is sinister and cunning, he is a disciple of the evil path and knows the strength of all evil and unorthodox paths like the back of his hand. If he says that we won't be able to deal with him with our strength, then this is definitely the case. I originally wanted to take you into the Alliance and help you find your guard, but it seems like that's impossible now. The Black Een ancestor is no trifling matter, and I don't want to drag you down with me. You should hurry and leave. Song Yuran also turned around at this moment and worriedly said to Wang Chong. After all, young Master Qingyang Wang Chong had saved her life, and Song Yuran did not want to drag him down. The worry on Song Yuran's face instantly gave Wang Chong a good impression. Although he had never planned to stay here for long, now that something like this had happened, he actually didn't want to leave. At the very least, Wang Chong had to ensure Song Yuran's safety. What a pity. I can only let him go for now, Wang Chong said to himself as he glanced in the direction that Ji Enda had left. Ji Enda had to be killed. Since he had dared to betray his master, he could not be allowed to live. But there was still plenty of time, and he still had plenty of time before he found the origin immortal art. Rumble. At this moment, dark clouds began to churn in the eastern sky, and a thunderous roar came from the distance. This sudden disturbance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Roar. There was a roar that sounded like that of a primordial beast. Under the gazes of countless people, a monster the size of a small mountain broke through the sky from the dark clouds and flew towards the mountaintop. A Qilin. With just a glance, Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes and grimace. The monster that appeared in the dark clouds was a black Qilin that was more than 10 meters tall. The black Qilin's body was extremely thick, and the surface of its body was covered in dense black scales that were as hard as armor. Its tail was constantly swinging in the void, giving off a feeling that it was filled with endless power. Even a mountain peak could be easily shattered by it. Wang Chong was quite experienced and had encountered many opponents, including experts like Kateba who had reached the subtle realm. But this was the first time he had encountered a technique that could transform into a black Qilin and soar into the air. Although he could not determine the true body of his opponent, Wang Chong could sense that this black Qilin was brimming with boundless power. Putting aside the other party's power, the martial arts of the world of sex truly far surpassed the martial arts of the battlefield in their exquisiteness. It's Elder Ouyang. Cries of alarm came from the summit. Form the formation. A voice rang out, and the 500 to 600 experts of the Zhengqi League swiftly formed a massive formation around the mountain. The atmosphere suddenly changed, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Countless long swords flashed in the void, reflecting waves of cold light and aimed in the direction of the sky. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen a battle in the martial arts world. Suddenly, Wang Chong noticed Song Yuran and Song Ju rapidly making their way to the summit. A smile appeared on his lips, and with a wave of his sleeve he followed. Boom! At almost the same time, the massive black Qilin descended from the sky like a meteor, stirring up a cloud of dust and gravel. Form the formation. Prepare for battle. A loud and clear voice rang out from the black Qilin avatar, sounding extremely anxious. In just a moment, a monstrous, murderous aura whizzed over. To the east of the mountain range, a huge claw covered in fine black scales suddenly emerged from the dark clouds. The 5 fingers of this claw were like sharp hooks, exuding an indescribably evil aura. Roar! At almost the same time, there was a heaven-shaking roar as the massive head of a beast emerged from the dark clouds. After a brief flicker, it vanished back into the clouds. However, it was this one glance that caused everyone to be terrified. Ah! Cries of alarm rang out as countless people on the summit began to retreat. Some people lost their footing and even fell. The originally orderly summit was now in chaos. The Black Een Ancestor! It's the Black Een Ancestor! Cries of alarm came from the summit as the Jingqi League disciples paled in fear. It's the Dragon Head! On the summit, Wang Chong stood not far behind Song Yuan, his eyes extremely grave. He had clearly seen what had happened just now. The beast head that had emerged from the dark clouds was that of a savage black dragon. The Black Een Ancestor that the Jingqi League spoke of seemed even stronger than Elder Ouyang, and his dragon form was inconceivably massive. Haha, Ouyang Chongheng, do you think you can escape? Today, this ancestor will capture all your Jingqi League disciples in one fell swoop. Just at this moment, a sinister voice rang out from the sky. It was loud and clear, like the rumbling of thunder. Boom! In the next moment, there was a flash of light, and a dark cloud suddenly exploded at the side. Immediately afterward, a massive black dragon that was 50 to 60 meters long and over 10 meters tall shot out from the dark cloud like a bolt of lightning. Careful! Careful! There are people from the Black Een sect on the ground. A series of hysterical and shrill voices suddenly came from the top of the mountain. Beneath the Black Een Ancestor's black dragon, nearly 100 black-robed experts of the Black Een sect were galloping toward the Righteous Alliance's base like lightning bolts. The Black Een Ancestor had brought far more than one person with him this time. Haha, Ouyang Chongheng, today all your Jingqi League disciples will die. The Black Een Ancestor's resounding voice resounded through the world. You dare! On the summit, Ouyang Chongheng was enraged. Before he had even finished speaking, the massive black Qilin leaped into the air and charged at the black dragon. Defeated foe, you won't be a match for this ancestor, even if you come again. The black dragon spat out black clouds from its body, giving it a sinister appearance. With a flick of its tail, two figures with majestic auras immediately fell from the sky like comets, fiercely smashing towards the top of the mountain. It's the protectors of the Black Een sect. Stop them! Nervous voices came from the summit, causing the entire base to be on edge. In a flash, 7 or 8 top-class experts of the Jingqi League flew into the air and lunged at the two Black Een sect protectors. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the black Qilin and the giant dragon, swooping down from the sky, collided violently. Bang! 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 The two giant beasts tore at each other with their claws and mouths. Their powerful stellar energy continuously collided in the air, causing huge waves to erupt. With the two of them as the center, tens of thousands of tons of air surged violently like ocean waves, whistling and whistling. The gale even sent some of the weaker disciples flying off the mountaintop. As for the Righteous Alliance experts, they were forced back step by the shock waves of energy unleashed by the pair. Clang, clang, clang. At almost the same time, the clashing of swords and sabers could be heard from halfway up the mountain. The two Black Een sect experts that the Black Een Ancestor had thrown down from the sky were like tigers plunged into a flock of sheep, engaging in a slaughter on the summit. The two used their movement techniques, charging left and right, leaving behind a series of afterimages as they slaughtered their way through the crowd. They didn't even try to exchange blows with the Jingqi League expert. Bastard! At this sight, the Saint Martial experts of the Jingqi League were so angry that their eyes turned red. The dense crowd of disciples on the summit had become their greatest obstacle. As for the Black Een sect, because they had fewer people, they were more agile and could use their skills to slaughter the Jingqi League disciples. Chapter 1372. Wang Chong watched from the sidelines, his mind in turmoil as he watched this battle between righteous and evil. By dispatching only 2 experts, the Black Insect had already caused a great deal of chaos in the Jingqi League. Moreover, they did not linger in battle, maximizing the damage they could inflict. Get ready. At this moment, the Jingqi League disciples on the mountain responded. Relying on the terrain of the mountain, the Jingqi League disciples formed a formation. The winds howled as Wang Chong coldly watched. The body of one of the Jingqi League disciples flashed with light as stellar energy burst out of his body and entered the body of a second Jingqi League disciple. Then, together with the second disciple's stellar energy, they charged toward the third disciple. In the blink of an eye, the stellar energy in the bodies of tensome Jingqi League disciples had merged into a small sword formation that began to spin. The sword formation's targets were the Black Yin ancestor in the sky and the 2 Black Yin sect experts on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. On the huge mountains, from top to bottom, the sword formations began to operate rapidly. They were like gears that were constantly turning, independent of each other, but also connected to each other. Attack! In the next moment, the earth cracked and the mountain crumbled. Several dozen sword formations of various sizes spat out hundreds of sharp swords, which transformed into pillars of light that howled toward the Black Yin ancestor in the sky. At that moment, all was silent. Heaven and earth were silent. It was as if time had stopped. Even Wang Chong had lost his calm smile, his expression turning grave. This was the first time he had seen the disciples of the sect fight together. Everything felt novel to him, completely different from the battle methods he was familiar with. The communication between the disciples was simple, fast, and effective, allowing each person to exert their full strength. In the face of this attack, even the Black Yin ancestor in the sky showed a wary expression. His body moved left and right in the air. Thump, thump, thump. The dragon's tail swung, and the dragon's body rammed, knocking away countless flying swords. Almost none of the flying swords managed to strike the Black Yin ancestor in midair. The Black Yin ancestor's stellar energy was so powerful that some of the flying swords were shattered upon impact. Although the mysterious Yin great ancestor appeared to be unbridled and unbridled, Wang Chong could tell that even the mysterious Yin great ancestor was fearful of the 600 or 700 Jingqi League disciples and the dozens of sword formations on the mountaintop, and would intentionally or unintentionally avoid the sharpness of these sword formations during the battle. Even so, the Jingqi League situation was far from optimistic. Kill these people from Jingqi League. At this moment, a series of earth-shattering battle cries rang out from the foot of the mountain. In such a short time, the experts of the Xianin sect had already arrived at the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. Be careful. Send out 20 sword formations to stop the disciples of the Black Yin faction at the foot of the mountain. While Wang Chong was still in shock, Song Yuran took command and began to direct the Jingqi League disciples on the mountain. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a series of furious roars rang out. The disciples of the Jingqi League on the mountain were flustered. They immediately turned their spears around and aimed at the experts of the mysterious Yin faction at the foot of the mountain. A deafening sound rang out, as if 2 black and white torrents had collided heavily. Both sides had engaged in close combat. The battle had just begun, but it had already entered a white-hot stage. Pooh! 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 The sound of sharp blades piercing through bodies rang out incessantly. Before the disciples of the Jingqi League could react, their bodies were already pierced through, and they fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the faces of everyone on the mountaintop instantly turned pale. Quick! Send word to the Alliance Lord and Marshal Uncle. Only when they return will we be able to deal with the Black Yin ancestor. Song Yuran's lips were trembling, but she maintained her composure. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Jingqi League. The Alliance Lord was not present, and 80% of the League's fighting power had been taken away by him to search for the origin, immortal palace, and the evil emperor. The Black Een ancestor had chosen this moment to attack when the Jingqi League was at its weakest. Moreover, as one of the titans of the evil path, the Black Een ancestor was so powerful that it was simply impossible to stop him. When it rains, it pours. Song Yuan was even more worried about what would happen next. Boom! In a flash of light, a massive black qilin suddenly descended from the sky and smashed into the summit, stirring up a cloud of dust. Martial uncle, Song Yuan paled at this sight, but this was far from over. A moment later, a massive black dragon descended from the heavens, crashing into the Righteous Alliance's sword chi. Aya! Screams filled the air as the sword formations crumbled. Together, with fierce shouts, the experts of the Jingqi League gathered into a sword formation and attacked the Black Een ancestor. Young Master Qingyang, retreat! Song Yuan noticed Wang Chong behind her and anxiously called out. Rumble! A series of explosions resounded in his ears, and the billowing airwaves rushed out for dozens of meters. Song Yuan's group simply did not have the strength to stop them. With no time to say anything, Wang Chong quickly retreated with Song Yuan's group. The Black Een ancestor was extremely powerful, and Wang Chong could sense that his stellar energy was as tough as steel. To be able to cultivate his energy to this level meant that he had long ago reached an inconceivable level of cultivation. No matter how one looked at it, the Black Een ancestor was definitely one of the most difficult characters to deal with. Kill! The sounds of fighting could be heard as the Black Een ancestor at the summit, the Black Een sect experts at the base, and the two Black Een sect protectors halfway up the mountain were like tigers charging into a pack of wolves. The situation on the mountain quickly became extremely unfavorable for the Righteous Alliance. Screams filled the air as one Righteous Alliance disciple after another dropped into pools of blood. The Black Een sect had apparently been prepared for this attack, and the entire Jingqi League had suffered massive losses. Bang, bang, bang. Countless Jingqi League disciples were caught off guard and dropped to the ground like weeds, their blood flowing down the mountain and staining the earth red. No matter what, we have to stop them. Song Yuan's face was pale as she watched the Jingqi League disciples fall, but her expression slowly became determined. Song Ju, hurry and take young Master Qingyang away. Song Yuan suddenly said. The wind howled, causing her black hair to dance in the wind. What about you, senior sister? Song Ju said. Clang! The cry of a sword answered Song Ju's call. Song Yuan unsheathed her sword and used her movement technique to charge toward the place where the battle was most intense. Halfway up the mountain, the two Black Een sect protectors were rampaging, destroying one sword formation after another and causing the Jingqi League's sword formation to shrink by 30%. Moreover, the entire Jingqi League was unable to focus on the battle. They posed a far greater threat than the Black Een sect experts at the base of the mountain. Senior sister, it's dangerous. Song Ju had not expected Song Yuan to deal with those two powerful and dangerous Black Een sect protectors. The gap between the two sides was simply too great. Song Yuan charging forward was suicidal. It's too late. I don't know when Martial Uncle and the others will return. If we don't stop them, the entire Jingqi League will be killed. Song Yuan clenched her teeth and joined the battle, joining the other Jingqi League experts in attacking the two Black Een sect protectors. Swish! The air whistled as evil and sinister sword chi pierced through the air like sabers. It was the same demon ghost art, but in the hands of these two Black Een sect protectors, it was many times stronger. The gap between the two was simply incalculable. Bang! One of the Jingqi League experts failed to dodge in time and was struck by a sinister demonic claw. In a flash, his clothes were torn to shreds, his chest caved in, and he was sent flying like a ragged kite. Swish! Song Yuan had just entered the fray when there was a flash of bloody light as she was struck by a bolt of energy, leaving a massive wound on her shoulder. Blood flowed out, but Song Yuan clenched her teeth and showed no intention of retreating. Crane flight art. Song Yuan raised her sword and used the illustrious crane flight art of the Jianghu. This cultivation technique was created for women, and it required a sharp sword to be used. Once it was used, the user's speed would greatly increase, and they would become as light as a crane. Moreover, they would be able to spin the sword in their hands at an extremely high speed. It possessed inconceivable destructive power and could easily tear through a martial artist's stellar energy. Song Yuan had not been strong enough to use this art, but she had no time to worry about such things now. In the distance, a black insect protector had transformed into a 20-foot-tall demon, his body shrouded in black energy as he fought his way up the mountain. Around him, the Jingqi League experts roared as they attacked from all sides. Ding! Song Yuan's sword clanged as she stabbed at the black insect protector, who was clearly much stronger than her. Boom, boom, boom. Destructive waves of black energy exploded toward the Jingqi League experts and Song Yuan. The air howled as an intense sense of danger welled up in her heart. Black general impermanence. A sliver of despair flashed through Song Yuan's mind. The two great experts of the Black sect, Black General Impermanence and White General Impermanence, were known as the twin fiends of impermanence. The two of them had killed countless righteous martial artists in the martial arts world, and their cultivation levels were far too high. She alone was no match for them. Step onto the Qian position. Song Yuan clenched her teeth and took a step forward. Move to the Li position. At this critical moment, Song Yuan took a step to the side, narrowly avoiding Black General Impermanence's fatal blow. Flying Willow Catkin. Song Yuan immediately followed suit, almost instinctively using the technique that Wang Chong had taught her against Wei Changting. Swish! A wisp of sword qi shot forward, accompanied by the sound of tearing silk. Song Yuan's sword had not struck Black General Impermanence, but it had still managed to tear through his robes. Even Black General Impermanence was taken aback by this sudden attack. Foul girl, you're seeking death. A harsh shout rang out as a pair of sharp eyes locked onto Song Yuan from within the roiling black clouds, a deep fury in them. Song Yuan panicked and finally lost her composure. Chapter 1373. Stupid girl, is this how you use a technique? In the rear, Wang Chong didn't know whether to laugh or to cry as he saw Song Yuan using exactly what he had taught her. Not even he had expected that Song Yuan would use the technique he had taught her to deal with the Black insect protector, who was much stronger than Wei Changting. Step on the Kuan position and move to the Zhen position. Just as Song Yuan was about to die to Black General Impermanence, Wang Chong suddenly spoke up. Bzz. While his mind was still thinking, his body had already begun to react. Song Yuan took a step back and abruptly stepped out at a slight angle. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking boom as a destructive black stellar energy shot through the air, barely missing Song Yuan by a few inches and shattering the boulder that was half a man's height into smithereens. Let alone Song Yuan. Even Black General Impermanence was dumbfounded by this sudden sight. How could a little girl have this kind of strength? Black General Impermanence was both shocked and furious, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Without the slightest hesitation, the stellar energy in his dantian exploded, sending a torrent of evil energy howling into his right arm as he thrust a palm at Song Yuan. Profound sun seals the heavens. Wang Chong's voice rang out once more. Song Yuan raised her sword and flipped through the air, once more narrowly avoiding this attack. Not only that, Song Yuan's sword had almost struck Black General Impermanence's arm. Black General Impermanence paled as he retreated like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he punched at Song Yuan. Crane form. Crane image. At this moment, Wang Chong spoke of a technique that he had never used before. Boom! The stellar energy in Song Yuran's body exploded, and with a crane's cry, spiritual energy gathered around her, transforming into a massive and lifelike red-crowned crane that descended and fused with Song Yuran. A moment later, with a shrill cry of a crane, Song Yuran's sword seemed to come to life, transforming into a thick stream of sword chi that shot through the air toward Black General Impermanence. Screech! The long sword left his hand, and the cries of cranes filled the void. The cries rose and fell, and the figures of countless little cranes appeared in the void. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Black General Impermanence had no time to think and could only hurriedly throw out a punch. Billowing black chi and white light violently collided in the void. When the light dissipated and the stellar energy calmed down, countless Jingqi League disciples watched in shock as a sharp sword pierced through Black General Impermanence's left shoulder. The tip of the sword pointed downwards and protruded out of Black General Impermanence's back, leaving only the hilt exposed. Although this single strike had failed to kill Black General Impermanence, it had severely injured him. This is impossible. The first to exclaim in shock was not the distant Black General Impermanence, but Song Yuran, who had personally caused all this. The crane form was one of the most powerful techniques of the crane escape art. Its most unique trait was that when the surrounding spiritual energy was extremely thick, it could be drawn over and fused with the user's stellar energy to unleash an attack far stronger than normal, heavily wounding the opponent. But Song Yuran was well aware that this technique had an extremely harsh requirement for the density of the surrounding spiritual energy. She had practiced it for so long, but she had never succeeded even once. "Foul girl, I'll kill you." Black General Impermanence's eyes went round in shock, but he quickly reacted and lunged at Song Yuran. As a famous figure of the martial arts world, the black and white protectors of the Black Een sect, he could not allow himself to be defeated by a girl who was weaker than him. "Stop him!" The surrounding Jingqi League experts were also stunned, but they quickly regained their composure and lunged at Black General Impermanence. Swoosh! At this moment, Song Yuran retreated to Wang Chang's side. "Young Master Qingyang, how do you know the moves of our crane escape art?" Song Yuran asked in disbelief as she gazed at Wang Chong, who was leisurely strolling through the chaotic battlefield. The crane escape art was a secret that could not be passed on to outsiders, but it seemed like Wang Chong understood it even more than she did. This was simply unbelievable. "Haha, have you forgotten? I am young Master Qingyang." Wang Chong faintly smiled as he found an impeccable excuse. Boom! At this moment, a massive boom came from the summit, accompanied by a heaven-shaking roar. Countless Jingqi League experts were sent flying like rag dolls. At the same time, an elderly and panicked voice resounded in everyone's ears. "All disciples, hear my order! Retreat!" It was Elder Ouyang's voice. After fighting with the Black Een ancestor for so long, Ouyang Changheng was finally unable to hold on any longer. The black qilin on the summit had dimmed and cut a sorry figure. Song Yuran's face instantly paled, and even her breathing stopped. Ouyang Changheng was the strongest martial artist of the Jingqi League, as well as one of the top-class experts of the Jingqi League. Most importantly, the Black Een ancestor had always been extremely bloodthirsty and cruel. Once he set his sights on someone, he would not rest until they were dead, even if he had to chase them down for 1,000 li. Once he retreated, the several hundred Jingqi League disciples left behind would immediately suffer grievous casualties. Elder Ouyang understood this principle, and it was obvious that he was at such a disadvantage in his battle with the Black Een ancestor that he believed he had no choice but to retreat. Ignoring Song Yuran's reaction, the Jingqi League Ouyang Changheng's order caused the entire mountain to fall into a domino effect, sending everyone into a panic. They had already been at a disadvantage against the Black Een sect experts, and now they heard Elder Ouyang's order. They began to retreat in panic. "Kikik, the ancestor is mighty. Old Ouyang can't hold on much longer." Everyone, work harder. Slaughter the Jingqi League until nothing remains. Go. Go. The black insect experts at the base of the mountain were invigorated by this sight, and they used this chance to strike while the iron was hot to attack the Righteous Alliance disciples on the mountain. Aya! Screams filled the air as more and more Jingqi League experts fell to the ground like weeds. Looking down from the summit, one could see corpses strewn across the ground. Swish! In the chaotic battle, no one noticed a figure in the crowd getting closer and closer. When this figure was still 7 or 8 paces from Wang Chong's group, a fierce black energy suddenly shot through the air toward Wang Chong. No one had expected this. Only Wang Chong faintly smiled, apparently having predicted this. Haha, Wei Chongting. Wang Chong clasped his hands behind his back, a hint of derision in his eyes. Although his strength had dropped, dealing with Wei Chongting was still a piece of cake. Easy. Summoning his stellar energy, Wang Chong bent his index and middle fingers, preparing to flick them forward. A clown! He truly didn't care about a clown. Careful! But a moment later, something happened that left Wang Chong dumbfounded. In a flash of light, a figure appeared in front of him. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Song Yuan had been struck by Wei Chongting's sword chi, piercing through her shoulder and causing her to fall to the ground, blood gushing out. Song Yuan! In the crowd, Wei Chongting had never imagined that his attack would be blocked by Song Yuan. Young miss, kill! The surrounding Jingqi League experts reacted and madly charged at Wei Chongting. Even someone as talented as Wei Chongting, hailed as a rising star of the evil path, couldn't help but fall back in panic. This foolish girl! Wang Chong stared in a daze at Song Yuan, a complicated look in his eyes. With his strength, he was completely capable of blocking Wei Chongting's attack. What he truly hadn't expected was for Song Yuan to be willing to block it for him. At this moment, Wang Chong felt an indescribable feeling. He was both surprised and moved. He had originally planned to play around in the Jingqi League, but now, Wang Chong felt that he could no longer ignore it. Miss Song, in truth, you didn't need to save me. Wang Chong helped Song Yuan up and fed her a recovery pill. Cough, cough. Young master, what are you saying? I dragged you into this battle, so I must take responsibility. Moreover, young master saved my life, so how could I allow you to be injured? Song Yuan lightly coughed, her breathing weak. Young master, you should leave quickly. If you're too late, you really won't be able to leave. Song Yuan's voice was tinged with concern and concern. Everyone in the world knew that young Master Qingyang was not very skilled in martial arts. Given the Black Yin ancestor style, if young Master Qingyang remained here, he would be doomed. Wang Chong fell silent. Song Yuan clearly still thought of him as that young Master Qingyang. I'll just treat it as returning a favor. Wang Chong took in a deep breath as he looked at the chaotic battlefield on the summit and the Righteous Alliance disciples falling one by one, a thought flitting through his mind. Miss Song, rest here for now. I'll be right back. Wang Chong scanned the area, put down Song Yuan, and strode toward Wei Chongting with a flick of his sleeve. There, 10 some Jingqi League disciples were attacking Wei Chongting, but thanks to his unfathomable demon ghost art, they were unable to take him down. Not only that, Wei Chongting had even managed to kill 2 of the Jingqi League's experts. Humph, it's your bad luck to run into me. Wang Chong turned his head to look down the mountain at Wei Chongting, his robe flapping in the wind. With a flip of his hand, a stone had appeared between his index and middle fingers. There were still experts from the Jingqi League on the mountain, so Wang Chong was not prepared to reveal his identity. But in dealing with Wei Chongting, Wang Chong did not need to. Clap! 3 seconds later, as Wei Chongting was getting fiercer and fiercer, Wang Chong suddenly flicked his finger. Pah! A stone was ejected from the ground. This stone did not have much force behind it, nor was it very fast. Even an ordinary person, if they were just a little stronger, would be able to throw it. But it was precisely these ordinary pebbles that, in the chaotic battle of over a dozen martial arts experts and the turbulent flow of stellar energy, had actually passed through layers upon layers of interception, as well as Wei Changting's stellar energy defense. Through a tiny gap, in the instant that Wei Changting made his move, they had precisely struck the Xinjiang acupoint below his ribs. Chapter 1374. Not good. Wei Changting paled in fright. He had never imagined that he would be struck by a stone, and that it would even cause his stellar energy to lose balance and throw his offense and defense into disarray. What was even more shocking was that he had clearly tried to stop the stone, but for some reason he had not been able to stop it. Swish! Just when Wei Changting's stellar energy was in disarray and he was left wide open, a sword stabbed into Wei Changting's body like a spirit serpent. Immediately after, a cold light flashed, and a long sword shot out in all directions, slicing through the void. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard, and blood sprayed everywhere. Wei Changting's left arm fell to the ground with a plop. Damn girl! Brat! I won't let you get away with this. Leaving behind these resentful words, Wei Changting actually transformed into a streak of bloody light and fled, despite the presence of the Black Yin ancestor, rapidly fleeing into the distance. Just who is this bastard? Wei Changting's face was ghastly pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The rules of the Black Yin sect were strict, and fleeing in the face of battle would result in severe punishment. Even though he was a favored disciple of the Black Yin ancestor, Wei Changting was worried that if he did not flee, he would die on the mountain. If I help someone, I'll help him to the end. Wang Chong saw Wei Changting flee, but did not pursue him. His gaze turned to the Black General Impermanence and the White General Impermanence. These two were employing guerrilla tactics, constantly changing positions and killing their way through the Jingqi League's array. They were a greater threat than the Black Yin sect experts at the foot of the mountain. Clack! Wang Chong strode off to the other side. The Black General Impermanence and the White General Impermanence were among the best in the world in terms of speed and agility, and they were far more skilled. They were definitely difficult characters to deal with. Moreover, because of their guerrilla tactics, the Jingqi League sword array would find it very difficult to be effective against them. But Wang Chong's gaze quickly focused on the sword array used by the Jingqi League. The Jingqi League's sword formation was very subtle. The power of over a dozen people merged into one, maximizing the overall strength of the team. As the wind howled, Wang Chong stood there motionlessly. His gaze landed on the sword formations, one after another. Gradually, Wang Chong also saw some clues. Although the formation looked complicated and the positions of the dozen or so men were constantly changing, Wang Chong could sense that the sword formation used by the Jingqi League strictly followed the 8 directions of Qian, Kuan, Ken, Li, Zhen, Sun, Zhen, and Dui. Moreover, Wang Chong could gradually discern some of their attacking patterns and methods. Qian position. Attack the left Shenshu acupoint. Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the wind as he suddenly spoke. However, the mountainside was in chaos, and no one paid attention to Wang Chong. Boom! Almost at the same time, black gas billowed and ghosts wailed. Black General Wu Chang's demonic claws rolled up boundless black gas and fiercely struck the sword array at the Qian position. Pooh! In an instant, 6 or 7 Jingqi League disciples paled and vomited a mouthful of blood. The others were also pale and ugly. Although the sword formation could maximize everyone's power when they were attacked, the attack would also be transferred to everyone. Kuan position. Attack the right Gongyu acupoint. Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the wind as he spoke again. Boom! As if responding to his voice, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The Kuan position was also attacked. 5 or 6 Jingqi League disciples were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. Their chests caved in while they were still in the air, and their bones were broken. The entire sword array immediately collapsed. He's talking to us. Listen to him. Do as he says. At this time, someone finally reacted. Wang Chong was instructing them to attack Black General Wu Chang while avoiding his direct attacks. Who's there? Finally, Black General Wu Chang noticed Wang Chong standing on a boulder not far away, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Without hesitation, Black General Wu Chang's body flashed, and he immediately leaped toward Wang Chong. At the same time, he used the demonic ghost bow technique to attack Wang Chong. However, Wang Chong seemed to have anticipated this move, and he had already moved to the side before Black General Wu Chang could make his move. Boom! A wisp of energy brushed past Wang Chong by a hair's breadth, striking empty air. Gen position. Shun Chang point at the back of the heart. Wang Chong was unperturbed as he spoke again as if nothing had happened. This time, the moment Black General Wu Chang charged over, a sword array was immediately activated at the Gen position to his back, attacking the Shin Chang point at the back of his heart. At this time, Black General Wu Chang's stellar energy had just reached the Shin Chang point. Feeling the sharp sword chi behind him, Black General Wu Chang's expression changed slightly, and he had no choice but to stop and turn around to face it. Kim position. Chifu point. Upon hearing Wang Chang's voice, the Jingqi League experts on the Kan position attacked like lightning bolts, their majestic sword chi working in perfect harmony with the Gen position sword array. Black General Wu Chang staggered, his aura in disarray, and his entire face paled. The surrounding Jingqi League experts were also invigorated, no longer having any doubts. Although they didn't know how this youth had done it, it was clear that he knew the Jingqi League's sword array like the back of his hand, and Black General Wu Chang's movements had been completely within his calculations. Li position. Yuzhong point. Sun position. Mingmen point. Zhen position. Shuangguan point. Wang Chang's profound gaze seemed to see through all of Black General Wu Chang's movements. Whether Black General Wu Chang rushed left or right, he couldn't escape Wang Chang's interception. Behind him, Song Yuran and Song Ju were dumbstruck, their eyes wide open. They knew that Wang Chong had sharp eyes and could see the flaws in his opponent's moves, but they had never imagined that Wang Chong would be able to see through the movements of a titan of the evil path like Black General Wu Chang. Moreover, from Wang Chong's expression, he seemed to have some understanding of the Jingqi League's sword array. This completely shattered the two's common sense. Wonderful! Song Yuran clenched her fists in excitement. Meanwhile, the battle against Black General Wu Chang had reached a critical juncture. Swish! Chi! A sword pierced through Black General Impermanence's stellar energy and deeply cut into his body. Soon after, a second sword pierced into Black General Impermanence's abdomen, and a third sword left a deep gash on Black General Impermanence's back. The flesh beneath the gash was torn open, revealing white bone. Black General Wu Chang finally began to panic. His strongest points were his movement techniques and strength. In the face of so many attacks, his strength had already lost its advantage. All he could rely on was his unpredictable movement techniques. But that azure-robed brat of unknown origins had clearly seen through his movement techniques. Every time he tried to break out of the encirclement, this brat would predict his movements and force him back. Just who is this person? Black General Wu Chang was growing more and more panicked. A 17-year-old youth was actually able to see through his techniques and movement techniques. This was simply unbelievable. There were only a few people in the entire martial arts world who could do this. Zhen position, Shanzhong point. Wang Chong suddenly said. Just when Black General Wu Chang was beginning to grow weary, there was a flash of cold light as a sword stabbed at the Shanzhong point on his chest. In normal circumstances, Black General Wu Chang would have been able to block this attack. But under Wang Chang's command, the sword formations were attacking in turn, forcing Black General Wu Chang into a state of panic. Swish! Chi! In the next moment, there was a flash of cold light, followed by a shrill scream. A sword that could cut through hair had pierced through the center of Black General Impermanence's chest, the tip of the sword emerging from his back. Ah! Black General Wu Chang screamed, his entire body thwarted. The Shanzhong point was at the center of the chest, a vital point of the human body. Black General Wu Chang's aura immediately scattered. A good chance. The crowd was invigorated by this sight, and in a flash of cold light, swords began to stab into Black General Wu Chang's body. Clang! There was a shocking sword hum as a cold light flashed past Black General Impermanence's neck. Blood flashed, and his head immediately flew high into the air, spinning as it flew. What a fast sword! I can't accept this. Black General Wu Chang stared up at the spinning sky, his vision darkening, and then he knew nothing more. Black General! The distant, white General Wu Chang's eyes went red. Wang Chong had ordered the sword formations to attack Black General Wu Chang, freeing up the Jingqi League experts who had been pursuing the two of them to deal with him. White General Wu Chang struggled to keep up, but he had never imagined that in just a few moments, Black General Wu Chang would be killed. Only White General Wu Chang is left. Kill him. The sight of Black General Wu Chang's corpse on the ground invigorated the crowd, and they began to raise their swords and join in the assault on White General Wu Chang. With so many people attacking White General Wu Chang, there was no need for Wang Chong to intervene. Without the interference of these two, the Jingqi League was in a much better position to deal with the situation. Young Master Qingyang, you're truly too formidable. In a gust of wind, Song Ju rushed to Wang Chong's side and began to examine Wang Chong as if he was getting to know him for the first time. Behind him, Song Yuran coughed, her face pale and weak as she swiftly walked up to Wang Chong. Young Master Qingyang, thank you, Song Yuran said sincerely, her face filled with gratitude. It was a slight effort. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Rumble. At this moment, there was a heaven-shaking boom, accompanied by screams. Several dozen top-class experts of the Jingqi League were flung from the summit along with countless rocks and sand. What Jingqi League? All of you die for me. The Black Yin ancestors' savage and arrogant laughter resounded through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Yin ancestors' black dragon tail swung, sending several dozen Jingqi League experts flying like rag dolls. In an instant, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. Run. Chapter 1375. What do we do? What do we do? There's no way to stop them. Everyone's going to die this time. On the summit, a top-class expert of the Jingqi League raised his head to that massive black dragon, his heart aflame. The situation was dire. In just a few moments, 5 or 6 top-class experts of the Jingqi League had been slain by the Black Yin ancestor. Even Elder Ouyang had been injured, let alone the others. This was the Black Yin ancestor. Cut the weeds and pull up the roots. When the demonic emperor was still around, he had been able to suppress the Black Yin ancestor. But now, there were very few people who could suppress him except the Alliance Lord. This expert of the Jingqi League subconsciously turned to Elder Ouyang Changheng, only to discover that Ouyang Changheng's face was even paler and more unsightly than theirs. It seemed like he would collapse at any moment. Ouyang Changheng had done all he could in this battle. Young Master Qingyang, could I trouble you to help the elders? At this moment, a voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear. At some point, Song Yuran had walked up to Wang Chong, her eyes brimming with worry and dissatisfaction, as well as the hope of a drowning person who had just seen a straw to clutch at. The Black Yin ancestor has done all sorts of evil, and the 5 Ancestor Alliance is like fire and water with us. He won't let us escape. The only person on the battlefield who could intervene in this battle on the summit was young Master Qingyang. He was everyone's only hope. Whoosh! The wind howled and the sounds of fighting filled the air. Wang Chong stood with his hands held behind his back, his blue robes flapping in the wind. His eyes flashed as he gazed at the fierce battle between the Black Yin ancestor and the experts of the Jingqi League. Wang Chong had no desire to get too involved in the Jingqi League. If he wanted to withdraw, now was the best time. Moreover, the Jingqi League had come for his master, and the Alliance Lord of the Jingqi League had a grudge with his master, the evil emperor. It would be good if more of them died. However, Wang Chong's gaze quickly fell on the Black Yin ancestor's black dragon form. If one only looked at its outer appearance, the black dragon that the Black Yin ancestor had transformed into was majestic and lifelike, almost identical to a real black dragon. Wang Chong could even see the black scales on its body, as well as 2 long dragon whiskers that danced in the wind. But this Black Yin ancestor isn't anything good either. Wang Chong thought to himself. Back then, it wasn't just the martial artists of the so-called righteous path who had besieged Master. There had also been a considerable number of heavyweights and martial artists of the evil path, and this Black Yin ancestor just so happened to be one of them. Master being plotted against, he also had a part in it. All right. As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Chong quickly agreed. With a wave of his green sleeves, he immediately turned around. His feet stirred up a bit of dust as he headed towards the peak of the mountain, where the battle was the most intense and also the most dangerous. Song Yuan suppressed her injuries and followed along with Song Ju. The world was quiet, and Wang Chong stood 100-some paces from the summit. Young Master Qingyang's name resounded throughout the world, but Song Yuan was not confident that young Master Qingyang would be able to help the elders. This fellow isn't that much weaker. As Wang Chong gazed at the black dragon on the summit that had forced back the members of the Jingqi League, many thoughts flitted through his mind. The Black Yin ancestor was different from Black General Impermanence. His martial arts were far too profound and formidable, and it was extremely difficult for an expert of this level to find a flaw in him. Moreover, the Black Yin ancestor had transformed into a black dragon, and this form minimized his flaws. Unless Wang Chong revealed his true identity and joined the battle, he would normally find it very difficult to threaten the Black Yin ancestor. But for Wang Chong, there was another way to deal with the Black Yin ancestor, the world of energy. Buzz! In a flash, Wang Chong's eyes flashed, and the world around him suddenly changed as he was transported to another dimension. Everything between the heavens and the earth disappeared. Only endless energy could be seen surging between the heavens and the earth. In Wang Chong's eyes, the Black Yin ancestor no longer existed. Amidst the endless surging tide of energy, a huge mass of black energy stretched between heaven and earth. That mass of energy was incomparably berserk and sinister. It was like a black hole sucking in energy from all directions and surging over. In Wang Chong's perception, the Black Yin ancestor was like a bottomless black hole that madly devoured everything around it. Around him, countless streams of powerful energy surged and clashed with the Black Yin ancestor's energy ball. But like candlelight in the wind, the black ball of energy flickered and flickered incessantly. If everything went as expected, the Jingqi League would soon be utterly defeated. It's still not enough, Wang Chong said to himself. He blinked, and the world in his eyes once more changed, becoming even clearer. This was a transformation that had occurred to Wang Chong after his return from the Battle of Talas. It wasn't just the evil emperor and the others who had benefited from witnessing Kateba's breakthrough into the subtle realm. Wang Chong had also benefited greatly. The most obvious improvement was that his perception of the various sources of energy had become much sharper and more precise. In a flash, everything in Wang Chong's eyes became even clearer, as did the black ball of energy on the summit. The black ball of evil energy had transformed into the vivid and lifelike form of a dragon. Wang Chong could even see the countless strands of energy flowing back and forth within it. This was an endless cycle. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh in amazement at the complexity of the black dragon that the Black Yin ancestor had transformed into. The dragon's head, whiskers, tail, and scales were all formed from stellar energy and involved many different aspects. If not for the fact that one's control over stellar energy had reached an astonishing level, one would never have been able to successfully use this technique. In this aspect alone, the Black Een ancestors' cultivation far surpassed that of the vast majority of martial arts experts. But even so, Wang Chang's mind remained calm. Any martial artist has a weakness, and this Black Een ancestor is no exception. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. His sharp gaze quickly focused on the circulation of energy around the Black Een ancestor's body. The Black Een ancestor's energy was like a storm. Though berserk, it was extremely orderly. Even though Wang Chong had entered the world of energy, he had not been able to see any obvious weakness. Wang Chong was well aware that this sort of supreme martial arts expert was inconceivably skilled and would not be so easy to deal with. "Young Master Qingyang, how is it?" Song Yuan's anxious voice came from the side. Wang Chong said nothing, only stared at the summit. The battle continued, the Black Een ancestors' wild laughter echoing through the heavens. More and more Zhengqi League disciples were felled, and the Black Een ancestor alone was able to suppress the vast majority of them. As the winds blew down from the summit, Wang Chang's gaze fell on the Black Een ancestor's body, all the transformations of stellar energy on his body appearing in Wang Chang's mind. Found it! After some time, Wang Chang's eyes flashed as he locked onto a certain spot in the Black Een ancestor's body. It was a black speck the size of a fingernail, and the Black Een ancestor's evil energy made it almost inconspicuous. It took Wang Chong a very long time to notice it. This black speck had been hidden deep within the Black Een ancestor's body at the start, but as the battle continued and stellar energy flowed, it slowly drifted out of his body and onto the surface. An ordinary martial artist would have never noticed such a small change, but in Wang Chong's eyes, it was like a candle flame. This is an old injury. The Black Een ancestor has been famous for many years, and it seems like he suffered no small number of injuries in his youth. Those injuries have accumulated in his body, and although he has used his monstrous cultivation to resolve the majority of them, he has suffered far too many injuries that not even someone of his cultivation level can resolve them. Normally, these injuries wouldn't show themselves and wouldn't have much of an effect. But when one encountered a powerful opponent or engaged in an intense battle, when one's stellar energy was pushed to the limit, they would immediately show themselves and begin to affect the circulation of stellar energy. The Black Een ancestors' cultivation level was simply too high. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to do anything even if they noticed it, but it was a completely different story for Wang Chong. "Song Yuan, hear my order. Have 16 sword formations come over." Wang Chong suddenly said, looking up at the summit. "Song Ju, pass on my order. Have them all come over." Song Yuan said without hesitation. Once the summit could no longer hold, all that awaited them would be defeat and death. Given the Black Een ancestor's personality, he would probably slaughter 90% of the disciples here. The battle at the base of the mountain was intense, but the 16 sword formations Wang Chong had requested quickly arrived. Everyone was waiting for Wang Chong's order. Swords drawn and bows bent, the atmosphere extremely tense. "Everyone, hear my order. The battle on the summit is no trifling matter. We can only support and attack. Without my order, do not engage the Black Een ancestor in a direct confrontation." Wang Chong sternly said, "Roar." Another bestial roar came from the top of the mountain. The great ancestor of the mysterious dark sect, who had transformed into a black dragon, slammed down with a huge claw, causing the entire mountain to tremble and dust and gravel to fly into the sky. "Begin." Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with light as he gave the order. According to Wang Chong's orders, the 16 sword formations were arranged in a zigzag formation every 10 paces as they charged up the mountain. Bang! One of the sword formations failed to react in time and was sent flying by the Black Yin ancestors' energy. But the majority of the Jingqi League disciples succeeded in reaching the summit. Kaiyel! With a heaven-shaking roar, the sword formations rapidly approached the Black Yin ancestor. Clowns! Chapter 1376. The crowd on the summit cried out in alarm and began to retreat. Only Wang Chong maintained his composure. Can position, dragon body, 10 inches. Wang Chong suddenly said. Boom! In the blink of an eye, at least 3 sword formations hit the 7-inch dragon body at the Kim position at the same time. The Black Yin ancestor had been focused on dealing with Ouyang Changheng, but he suddenly grimaced. Li position, dragon body, for inches. The 4 sword formations flew through the air, sending milky white bolts of sword chi into the air and slamming into another part of the black dragon. Zhen position, dragon body, 9 inches. DY position, dragon body, 2 inches. Qian position, dragon body, 6 inches. In the howling winds, Wang Chong's gaze was fixed on that fingernail-sized black dot within the black dragon's body. Wherever that black dot moved, Wang Chong would direct the 16 sword formations to attack. On the summit, the Black Yin ancestor didn't pay much attention at first, but his complexion gradually grew more and more unsightly. Those flea-like Jingqi League disciples were attacking the weakest points of his stellar energy. Under normal circumstances, the Black Yin ancestor wouldn't have paid them any attention. But now that his stellar energy was being attacked, the Black Yin ancestor's stellar energy was being consumed. More importantly, these attacks were beginning to affect the circulation of energy in his body, and the effects were becoming more and more obvious. How could this be? The Black Yin ancestor could feel his stellar energy being drained under the relentless attacks of the Jingqi League disciples. He clenched his teeth in disbelief. This was not his first time clashing with the Jingqi League disciples. In the past, no matter how many of them there were, they had never posed a threat to him. This time, however, the Jingqi League disciples seemed to have been reborn. There were fewer of them and fewer sword formations, but the impact of this battle was far greater than any other. Foul brat! The Black Yin ancestor's eyes flashed as he scanned the battlefield, quickly locking onto Wang Chong. You're seeking death. Buzz! The heavens and earth changed color, and an abnormally large amount of spiritual energy condensed into a solid substance suddenly broke through the air and locked onto Wang Chong. Good chance. If the Black Yin ancestor could sense this, so could Ouyang Changheng. He had been prepared for failure, but now the 16 sword formations formed by the disciples of the Jingqi League had attracted at least 40% of his attention and strength. Moreover, due to their attacks, the upstanding qi in the body of the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was affected, slowly becoming unstable and sluggish. In a battle of this level, these were extremely fatal. Everyone listen up. We can't let the Black Yin ancestor leave. Ouyang Changheng shouted, forcefully gathering his stellar energy and transforming into the 10-meter-tall black qilin once more. His strength was extremely young and unyielding, and it was incomparably vast. With a boom, it soared into the sky and lunged at the Black Yin ancestor. Black scale descends from the sky. The air rippled like waves, and the surging energy turned into a huge Kirin's right claw, pouncing at the great elder of the mysterious dark sect. Boom, boom! In a flash, a cloud of dust rose from the mountain. The clashing of stellar energy and the roars of battle shook the heavens. The battle was more intense than ever before. The shock waves of the battle blew down from the summit, causing Wang Chong's black hair to dance in the wind. Song Yuan, tell me all the sword formations of your Jingqi League. Hurry! Wang Chong's eyes were fixed on the summit, not even turning his head. Song Yuan nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, she began to recite the names of the sword formations of the Jingqi League. Sword charges the bull. Peerless sword Qi. Bright sun hangs high. Bright moon rises from the east, sun and moon shine together. Song Yuran had no idea why Wang Chong was asking about this at a time like this. This was because unless one had cultivated the martial arts themselves, it would be very difficult to understand the crux of them. But the situation was urgent, and Song Yuran subconsciously obeyed Wang Chong's order. The Black Yin ancestor will soon launch a counterattack. Song Yuran, Song Ju, both of you retreat, 20 zhang. Keep your distance from the battlefield. Wang Chong said without turning his head, his voice suffused with an unquestionable tone. Song Yuran's heart trembled. For some reason, the young master Qingyang, Wang Chong, at this moment exuded an aura of absolute majesty that made it impossible for anyone to resist him. Song Yuran and Song Ju both retreated, and the area behind Wang Chong was now empty, becoming even more conspicuous in the Jingqi League. On the summit, as Wang Chong directed the Jingqi League disciples into the fray, the situation began to subtly change. At the start, the Black Yin ancestor had been almost unstoppable, but the Jingqi League soon began to encircle him, and he began to lose his edge. Moreover, the Black Yin ancestor began to grow tired of dealing with them. Not only did he have to deal with Ouyang Changheng, who was the strongest in the frontal assault, but he also had to deal with the 16 sword formations. Later on, even the other Saint Martial experts began to notice some clues and joined the sword formations in attacking the weak points of the Black Yin ancestors' stellar energy. This made the Black Yin ancestors' disadvantage even more obvious, let alone killing Ouyang Changheng. He was even being suppressed by the Jingqi League. How could this be? Where did such a person come from in the martial arts world? The Black Yin ancestor's mind was in turmoil, as if he had seen a ghost. As a titan of the evil path, the Black Yin ancestor knew all the famous and new members of the martial arts world, like the back of his hand, but he had never seen the kid on the mountain before. Not only that, the Black Yin ancestor slowly began to sense something. He didn't know how this kid was doing it, but he seemed to be able to see through the circulation patterns of his stellar energy, and even sense the weak points of his stellar energy. One had to realize that these weak points were constantly changing, moving with the flow of stellar energy. Wang Chong was actually able to completely predict where he would appear in the next moment. He was even able to predict the speed at which the Jingqi League disciples would attack, allowing them to strike his vitals every time. This was what shocked him the most. You dare oppose this ancestor? You're seeking death. This ancestor will kill you, and then I'll kill that scoundrel Ouyang Changheng and the disciples of the Jingqi League. As the Black Yin ancestor gazed at the azure-clothed youth halfway up the mountain, an intense killing intent emerged in his heart. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the mountains quaked as the Black Yin ancestor transformed into a giant black dragon. Roiling stellar energy surged into the sky like a massive black wave. Under the control of this black energy, the swords of the Jingqi League disciples soared into the sky, transforming into a rain of swords that shot toward Wang Chong. Xiu! With a sharp whistle, a sword transformed into black sword chi and shot toward Wang Chong with astonishing speed. But Wang Chong remained calm and unperturbed, as if he had already anticipated this. He took half a step to the side in advance, and the Black Yin ancestor's sure-kill sword brushed past his left cheek by a hair. Boom! A series of explosions rang out, and the sword landed 7 or 8 steps behind Wang Chong. The entire blade of the sword sank into the ground, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Countless stones rained down in all directions. Xiu, xiu, xiu! In the blink of an eye, the second sword, the third sword, at least a dozen swords rained down on Wang Chong. However, Wang Chong looked up at the sky, his feet moving as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He took 5 or 6 steps in succession, perfectly dodging the initial attack of this wave of swords. Protect the young master. The surrounding experts of the Jingqi League immediately reacted. flying over to help Wang Chong block the rain of swords. Even the experts of the Zhengqi League on the summit noticed the handsome youth halfway up the mountain and moved to intercept him. Wang Chong mentally nodded at the sight. Although he was strong enough to take on these attacks, with the help of the experts of the Zhengqi League, he would not have to expose himself too much. Gen position, Dragon Body 6 CUN. Sun position, Dragon Body 8 CUN. Li position, Dragon Body 1 CUN. The Black Yin ancestors' attacks were sharp and incisive, but Wang Chong's counterattacks were also incredibly fast. When the Black Yin ancestor was still trying to attack Wang Chong, he inevitably revealed some openings. Wang Chong directed the experts of the Zhengqi League on the summit to attack. The Black Yin ancestor's black dragon form was both shocked and enraged, and he was forced to retreat under the onslaught of the experts. Impossible. How could this kid dodge this ancestor's attacks? As one of the titans of the evil path, even a righteous expert like Ouyang Changheng would find it very difficult to dodge his attacks. At the very least, he would not be able to casually dodge them like that kid. For someone like the Black Yin ancestor to have such a large difference in accuracy in killing a single person was simply a fantasy. The only explanation was that this kid was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He had already predicted all of his attacks. Such a person was truly frightening. He had no background, no name, no background, and yet he had such vision and experience. The Black Yin ancestor found it more and more difficult to see through this kid's identity. A good chance. Wang Chong's ears and eyes had been paying attention to the activity on the summit this entire time. The Black Yin ancestor's mind was clearly in disarray after suffering so many setbacks. This was the best opportunity to attack. But in terms of attacking style, Wang Chong had already begun to adopt a completely different method. Can position, sun and moon shine together. Li position, radiant sun hangs high. Gen position, sword charging at bull. Sun position, peerless sword chi. Qian position, bright moon rising from the east.